real quick. See, Snowman. See, this is why I only represent Georgia because everywhere else, I don't know. Like I said,
It's
in
different.
Georgia, let me turn my camera on. In Georgia, we had the best prices for gas, for rent, and for food. So Georgia, Trump was the goddamn goat.
Yeah,
Well,
As
I
far
believe
as
it.
Georgia, okay, go ahead. I'm
I was
sorry.
just going to say I don't know how it is in Georgia now
Yeah,
or
I
in
believe it.
Colorado now as far as gas prices. I know in Indiana the gas prices have been, slightly under uh $3 a gallon, somewhere between like 270 and 280, for the last week or better. Me personally, I think that this is nothing more than Biden using whatever he can to
Right,
try and get support from people in America. I think this is a
right.
manufactured price decrease. I don't,
Facts.
kind of like how they can artificially inflate the stock market. They're doing the same thing right now with fuel to try and get people swayed over to, continuing
But
on this authoritarian
but
pathway.
Snowman, he can manipulate the gas price, but one thing he can't manipulate are those goddamn millions of migrants coming through the goddamn border,
Oh
and
yeah,
he cannot goddamn mask and camouflage all that goddamn tax dollars going to Ukraine. He can't goddamn hide that shit. But go ahead, I'm Snowman. I'm
Well,
sorry.
Red
Go ahead.
Illusion, Red Illusion just made a
oh
comment too. He said it's 275 in Detroit. They did this before the midterms too.
damn, Paul tricks for blacks. Who do you want on linked? I was like, gosh, that's gruesome. Um, I think it's in the threes here. I check. I mean, I got a gas station like literally across the street, but I can't see the sign from where I'm at. But I think it's in the threes over here. It? People seem okay. They're not really tripping too much, but it's still there's a lot of what do you call it over here? Nothing matches. The living wage is really high. The working wage is not high enough. It's not even close. And the area medium rate.
Well, so that you
Oh
know, the
yeah,
wages are going to get worse once the migrants settle in. You might not have no wages. So you're
no,
talking
yeah,
about
yeah. We're seeing the detriment. The
right,
natives like Denverites. We'll call us Denverites. I'm from California, so we'll call us Denverites, right? We're
right.
seeing it. We're seeing it. Economically, we're seeing it for real. Yeah, it is real. It is very true. It's kind of fucked up because there's people like me that gotta be. I gotta be the villain. I gotta let her know that man, this this is happening because a lot of things like for example housing here we have a big unhoused population. Not big. I would say about 1,500 unhoused individuals, right? Um, and that was our local Denverites, or our people that have been unhoused for a long time. Like I was part of that, right?
Right.
Well, they never went and jumped so hard to open up to go and buy hotels and lease this and do that. They never tried so hard. During COVID, yeah, because they had to separate people who were sick and whatnot. Hold on a second. I can't concentrate on that on the chat. Um, but they did that for the COVID thing, yeah, for sure. And then some people got to be moved in to permanent housing. But recently, as of this year, so that's been like 2 years, right? So this year, they started making like within the last 2 months, they started making all these demands. They would have never let 400 people put encampments right outside of a main hotel. Never. They would have took everybody's shit. They would have came or swept them, trashed their shit. Fuck you. They would have arrested them. They did for a whole year. They ghosted a lot of homeless people in jail, and we never seen them after that. You know what I mean? So right now it's like how come they get away with it? Then you got people like me saying, "Oh no, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. We gotta can't be bad. If you're gonna take us, you gotta take them too." Like real shit. I'm a victim of the camping man. They crushed my shit like I don't know how many times. Couldn't even leave
Now,
the block. That get your
now,
shit.
now, real quick, it sounds like you, China Doll, and
Mm-hmm.
you, Snowman, sound like y'all saying the same thing. Fuck the voting, just fuck the voting. I
Well, yeah,
mean,
no, I would stand on that like 100%. You'll hear me say, like on our side of things on our platforms over here at the Frontline campaign. You'll hear us say, no tangibles, no vote. I always be like, man, hold your vote like you hold your swiller. Just don't do it. Yeah, like you don't take your ass in there because we were
okay,
geared, black people geared to voting blue no matter who, and look where it got us. in our opinion, you know what I mean?
Right, right.
On the other side of things, you're right. But it's not really like it's not really challenging. Right now, it's like Trump's already ahead, on the polls. Here in the city of Colorado, I don't like what polls are you reading? Why does it have to be Democratic polling? Who are you polling? Because nobody asked us what we think. You know what I mean? I'm interested in what the third parties have to come up with. Either way, nobody has really stood out as impressive yet that other than I like what I like, but nobody's stood up impressively to say, yeah, I'm going to do this for black people or shit we actually need. You know what I mean? As far as that, plus as independent and third party candidates go, it gets hard around the states to debate in.
Hold on, China. I got to stop you right there. As a black man,
Go ahead.
well, okay, you say for black people. Well, black people in Georgia, we like low property taxes.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
that y'all not getting low property taxes up there in Colorado?
I don't think so. No, I mean, this is what I would say to you, Blackson. I would say that tangibles are a thing that will benefit. If it benefits you to vote for a
Uh huh.
candidate that's offering you particularly tangibles that you need, right?
Oh, like reparations, like
No, 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 no,
reparations.
no, no. Like shit, low gas prices, right? You drive truck.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So if that's a tangible that you your family can benefit from, go ahead and vote. You see what I'm saying? If it benefits you, if the tangibles benefit you specifically,
So I gotta ask you this question. So
not voting for
you
us.
guys, you guys fight for black people in Colorado, correct?
Yeah, why not fight for black people?
So aren't they taking the rights away from black people to vote for Trump?
It's all bad for black people over here. I mean, unless you cooning it up, you got it made. If you're cooning it up, you're good. As long as you go with
Hey,
that.
I gotta stop you right there. Whoa, 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 whoa. You said cooning it up. I'm sorry. What does that mean?
I mean, as long as you with them. If you're on the line of white supremacy, and you're going to go along with the program of whatever they push out in the media, and you're going to go with that narrative instead of doing
Well,
some
the
empowerment.
media. Well, right now the media is saying that Trump is Adolf Hitler right now. So that's what the media is saying.
Yeah, yeah. No, they say Trump is ahead everywhere you go.
Well, no, 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 no. They literally, no, no, literally, they have said, and Snowman can back me up.
Yeah,
They
go
have
ahead.
literally compared Trump to Adolf Hitler. Am I lying, Snowman?
No, no, they have said that. They have said that.
Okay, so that's
Yeah.
what the media is saying, right? So if I believe that Trump is Adolf Hitler, then that makes me a coon, correct?
No, that's just propaganda. Come on now. I
No,
was
but you
saying
said
to
the
you.
media. You said the
I
media.
said, I said, no, I didn't say you specifically. I just said,
Okay.
if in your state you're benefiting from whatever Trump is offering you, particularly, then vote for him. If he's offering you tangibles that you can get by, of course we want reparations and cut the check, no more studies and shit like that. Of course we're on that FBA shit, but that's us over here. That's our opinion. There's only a handful of motherfuckers out here that think like us, like on the front line, black news people thought process, new black media thought process. Okay, everybody else is on Fox News,
Right,
MSNBC,
right,
whatever,
right.
whatever over there, Roland Martin, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And yeah, no, I don't want to say that leaked. I don't want to say black folks got to stop pretending like it's going to happen. I can't really say that. If you
So
lost the black people getting reparations, my brother, I don't know what to say, but I still
no,
got
no, no,
hope.
no.
Leaked is a
But
female, by the way,
I apologize, bro.
and she's
I
a black
apologize.
female too. On top of that,
Yeah, I understand. I apologize. I see how she
oh,
wrote it.
she's welcome to jump on if she's
Yeah,
not at
yeah, I
work.
see how she
Yeah.
wrote it. I see how she wrote it. It's okay. I'm just saying. I didn't give up hope. I still gotta have a little hope. You know what I mean? Just a little bit. Yeah,
Right,
but I see how everybody feel about it. Yeah, everybody's on that same mindset too. Some people are really, really on that mindset because it's difficult, and like just with that reparation study, for in California, that was a big slap in the face for all the work that we put in on it. So yeah, I can see your point. I
yeah,
just
but the only thing, and I'm
the,
gonna be
the
real
problem
quick.
with
Okay.
reparations is you're asking for payments from people that had nothing to do with it. You
that's the
know,
side point,
the
brother.
the the thing is if people asking for reparations was actually going after the corporations that are still in business that
Facts.
benefited from slavery, then a lot of people
I
would
got
have no problems with that. But what
you.
was happening is they're wanting to go through the government and attack the taxpayer for reparations. And the taxpayer, the average individual, had nothing to do with slavery.
Mm, right.
Right. In fact, let me back what Snowman's saying. And Snowman, you can correct me. Only 3% of white people own slaves, and those white people aren't the working class; they're the corporations, and that's a fact. But go ahead.
Go ahead. Thank you for your opinion. Go ahead, sister.
Oh, so, wait, we got somebody on the. Hold on one
Yeah,
second. Leak.
I let her in on this side.
Okay, cool deal. Okay.
No,
Hey, Leak.
leak is good.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
cool,
let her in.
cool.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, sister.
Oh, I didn't know you guys.
Yeah, I let you in. I let you in, sister.
Okay, hi guys.
Hey, Leak.
Just came in the middle of what you guys were talking about. I don't, you know uh what the main topic of discussion is, but
I believe it's Trump, right? Because I got in on Trump getting um not being able to be on the ballot here in Colorado, um, and then seeking it at the Supreme Court level. So yeah, that's where we start. That's where I jumped in at, and
Yeah, Leak. Basically, yeah. We're talking about how.
giving us a
Yeah.
little education right there when I jumped in.
okay.
Go ahead, go ahead, sister. What was you saying, or what did you have to offer the conversation?
Um,
Well,
I
Leak.
yeah.
This black son, I gotta say, I didn't know Snowman had black women as friends. This is shocking right here. So this is a treat.
Hey,
I
you'd be surprised how
I
you be a black son. You'd be
don't
surprised
want
how many
that.
different people rock on my channel.
Hey, Snowman, you know I'm messing with you. Man, turn my chat up. You know I'm messing with you, man. Come on now.
I
Yeah.
know,
I
man.
know. You know I'm messing around. But
Yeah,
go ahead, man. Let me be quiet.
I don't have no white friends. I don't have no white friends. I just joking. I'm playing. I don't have no white friends. But go ahead. Yeah, good for you, Chuck. But are you leaked? Are you his only white friend?
You said what?
Are you his only black friend? Excuse me. Are you
Oh,
his only black friend?
All right, so
I
hold on, everybody. Let me catch up, Leak, to what the conversation is. So, Leak,
I'm playing
as you
around. I'm
know,
just joking.
all right, hold on one second, sis. Leak, what we're talking about is okay. So, number one, as you know, they took Trump off the ballot, or they're attempting to take Trump off the ballot in Colorado. But you know, the Supreme Court has to make the final decision. So, guess what Texas and Florida said? They said, okay, well, if you can take Trump off the ballot, then guess what? We can take Biden off the ballot. So that's where we're at, sis.
Oh,
how is that legal? Has that
I think
ever
it's
happened
fine.
before?
I think that's good too. I can take them both off. I mean, neither one of them are good for people. And honestly,
To
Well,
answer your
if
question,
you
Lee, oh,
recall,
go
they
ahead.
took Ron Paul off the ballot back in what was it, 2016.
in my opinion, like I ran for a political office too, just a little local thing, right? They wouldn't even let me get on the ballot, not because I took it personally. We're in a sundown area, but they wouldn't let me get on the ballot. So I know that, and that was before even ballot the signatures were even counted. They wouldn't let me get on the ballot. So I know that it's possible. I just think it's fucked up. You know what I mean? That they should, if you want to do it and you can raise the money, you do whatever you need to do. If you qualify, why can't you? You know what I mean? I think it was wrong that they took him off because he should have a chance. But also, I think that, fuck, man, if we're trying to save, if we shouldn't have to choose between one in our like one opinion in an opinion, one bad against another bad. We shouldn't have to pick. You know what I mean? We should be able to find something good that's gonna work for the whole country. You know what I mean? Especially specifically for Black Americans, foundationals, freedmen, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? I really do truly believe in that. I just don't think we should have to choose. We shouldn't have to deny them the opportunity to run. I mean, it's early, but look how many people dropped out. Look at fucking Tim
Well,
Scott.
one thing I can say is black people are not going to benefit from a goddamn civil war. That's number one,
Hell
and
no.
that's look like the direction we're heading there. But I
Yeah.
wanted to get Leak's take on this whole thing. But let's see what Leak got to say once.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't have a whole lot to say about it because I'm not that uh knowledgeable about what's going on, about what you guys are talking about. But I will say that I think it's pretty insane that they're trying to get people off the ballot. I didn't even know that was possible.
Yeah, the
Like,
fix is in for real. That's how I feel about it. It's a fix
that's just
selection.
wild.
I think it's a selection, not an election, but a selection. And I think it's fucked up. I think that everybody should have an opportunity and to let the people choose. You know what I mean? That's what you want to. It's what you want to hope for. But as we can tell, it's not really working out in that way.
Well, as I was
No,
saying in my first comment, though, they can take whoever they want off the ballot. That doesn't stop the people from writing in whoever they want, and they still have to honor that write-in, and if it actually it exceeds the ballot limitations for it to be recognized.
True. Like for example, like when Kanye West wanted to run for office, everybody wrote in there, yeah, they would have to
Well,
honor.
well, another good example is I forget what year it was. I think it was in the '60s or '70s. It was either when what's his name? I'm not a crook. What's his name again?
oh Nixon,
It
yeah,
was either
Nixon.
when Nixon ran or when Reagan ran. There was one of those years that a lot of people in America wrote in Mickey Mouse as president, and he almost won.
What?
And, let me say something real quick. What Joker said. Yeah, you're right. They are considering it, right? 10 different states for what I last read yesterday. I also say with resolution, I'm one of those open-minded individuals. I kind of have been feeling what Alex Jones says once in a while because he hasn't really. When I've noticed the things that he has predicted, they have came true. So it's not he's not that much of a radical conspiracy theorists. And a lot of people say hot boy shit, so it is what it is. Go ahead. Black watch. Everybody's a quick black watch. All right. Yeah, no, I wasn't politically inclined either up until just recently, up until like a few years back. I started watching it heavily. But the thing is that and nobody's really speaking to what we want to talk about here in the states as much as what's going on abroad and with the warfare and whatnot and the money. This is it's the people's money. You know what I mean? So
Well,
yeah,
I disagree with that. The MAGA Mike Johnsons, the Jim Jones, the Byron Donalds, and the Marjorie Taylor Greens are talking about the money going to Ukraine. So no, I disagree with that. I don't know what the media is saying over there, but over here we got people who are MAGAs. They're saying no more money for Ukraine.
yeah,
No
yeah.
more money for Ukraine. Like we got
Well,
people
We
here.
should have been saying that from jump though.
I don't know how they
Money's been
convince
out
black
there.
people. Yeah, I don't know how they convince black people to support this Ukraine shit. Anyhow,
They couldn't. They shouldn't even
Well,
ask us. They don't
well,
ask us.
snowman,
Well,
hold on.
snowman, you
They don't
know.
ask us what we do. They really
Snowman,
don't.
first of
They just
all,
assume we do.
Snowman, hold on,
They
hold on.
don't ask
Snowman,
us what
what
we do.
black people are supporting Ukraine? Because last
Fuck
time
what?
I remember you
when
got,
when it when it first started, Black Sun, there were a lot of brothers on YouTube that were supporting the Ukraine effort. Lot of them.
wow,
What? How
wow.
could that be, man? Because you saw black people try to flee the Ukraine and being stuck in tents, and we never heard about them ever since after
Dude, we
that.
were showing videos of black people that were volunteering to go from America over to
That's
Ukraine and
this.
help the
That
fight.
sounds retarded, to
That
be
That
sounds
is
stupid.
retarded. That's very
You're not
retarded.
wrong. You're not wrong. There was a couple that literally put themselves out there like that. You're not wrong. But we was like this, like, hell no, what the fuck you thinking about? Don't do that. Why would you go over there? If the Ukrainians are getting stuck in FEMA tents or encampments, and then you never hear about them again. They've been ghosted. There was a lot of them. They couldn't even get out of the country. Well, why would you go over there?
What's
Well,
up, conservative?
Plus, black people served in almost all the wars, whether they wanted to or not. You know what I mean? Why would you do that? There's no, you're not gonna. Some things have really not changed in the military in regards to black folk, as far as their benefits and whatnot. You know, it's some things have really not changed. I wouldn't do it. I personally wouldn't do it. I mean, I wouldn't do it. But
I
that
would
just
never go into the military or any type of anything as a woman. It's fucking stupid, in my opinion.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it anyway. Like I physically couldn't do it. I probably couldn't pass the MIPS. But
well,
as
first of
far as
all,
like a vigilante or a fucking militia, sign me
hold
up.
on.
Go
Hold
ahead.
on, I'm very confused about what Snowman said. I would never support the war that support open Nazis. The Azovs are Nazis. What are we missing about
Bro,
this?
that's what when Hood Conservative, he did a couple streams where he played some of these videos I was talking about, and that's where I first caught wind of it. And the fact of the matter is that's what a lot of our arguments were, and our lack of understanding on why the support was there, because Ukraine is literally the freaking center focal point of white supremacy.
Right.
So if America is going to be pushing this white supremacist agenda all the time and use that as some kind of political weapon to sit and polarize Americans, then why the hell are we in Ukraine helping support a white supremacist nation?
Facts.
And why are Black Americans supporting this?
We don't.
I don't support any wars.
No, I don't support it. Not only that, I mean, this is taken away from what we've been asking for, which is reparations. I mean, that's taking that off the table because they always had the answer. We ain't got the money. We ain't got the money. But you got the money to do this. I mean, that's a lot of money that went out there to Ukraine. A lot of military weapons that went out there, and then for the war to it could have been came to a resolution by now.
Well, and if you recall, why Trump was why they tried to impeach Trump, because he was withholding
Facts.
military funding to Ukraine. He's the only person that actually saw what was going on over there and the issue with what was going on over there, and wanted to withhold and I think potentially withdraw any funding over there, and because Ukraine's always been a politically nefarious nation.
But
That's a fact.
aren't these like talk about these these countries that want to be in that intentionally are in war intentionally, they could problem solve their shit, but they don't want to, and then what happens? America is always in the middle of the shit and on purpose. Like,
Well,
but nobody asked black people what they thought about the shit. Most black
well,
people are like, fuck no and hell no, we don't want to put nobody
well, let
into
me
that.
ask you guys a question, because I have heard in the last couple of um, campaign rallies that Trump has had that one of his new campaign promises is that he wants to do away with income tax altogether.
Mm-hmm.
What's your guys' thoughts on that?
Oh yeah, I think income tax
That's intangible.
income tax is not even. Oh god, income tax has not always been around. A lot of people don't understand that. I think it's the biggest scam that the IRS could be playing on the people. It's
Yeah.
fucking stupid. If you make $10 an hour and you work 40 hours a week, you should get $400. You shouldn't get taxed. It's
Right.
bullshit. And I think
Well, I think you should have to pay state taxes, local taxes, but not federal taxes.
I don't think you should pay any taxes.
Well, how do you fund your state then?
That's right, Black Watch.
I mean, if you think about it, where are they getting where are they getting the rest of all this fucking money from? All these billions of dollars that they send to random ass countries.
Well, that's why I say it should be focused on state taxes, because then the state can allocate those funds directly to the state
Yeah,
and the
like we
state's
got the
needs.
paper. Like
What about
like,
Social Security?
Social Security will be done away with if they get rid of federal income tax. And in all honesty, Social Security should be done away with anyhow, because look, right now,
Right.
people like us, we're paying Social Security, which is, if you look at your taxes taken out of your check, they take more out in FICA, which is Social Security, than anything else.
Oh, I know.
Let me ask this question though. Like regards to that, like I was in house for like 5 years, and I have my own reasons, but I was in the house and didn't have a job or whatever. So, but I see my brother's paychecks, just because he wanted to show me the tax thing. It's ridiculous how much taxes go out of your actual paycheck, versus they could be going back into your household, right? The thing is that, like, what I don't like is that when the ballot comes out, even in your local areas, like in our state, they want to always hit us with these taxes, extra taxes for this, or they're gonna take it out the marijuana taxes, and that money's gonna go to schools, or that money's gonna go to the children lunch, or that money's gonna go for it. In our state, just this last election, they wanted the marijuana tax money to go to like 5 different things, right? And it never went there. It never went there. Like, it never went there, except marijuana got higher, got more expensive to buy at the dispensary. And nobody got what they voted for.
Well,
There
that's
was
kind of the same issue as with that's the same
results.
issue. That's the same issue that each state has with their state lottery. I mean, isn't that the reason why most of the voters in each state voted? The reason why most voters for each state voted for lottery to be, be legal is because they promised that all the revenue that came in from it was going to fund public school systems. But
Yeah.
yet here we are. We don't know where that money is going. We don't know where it's allocated to. It's obviously not going to the school systems because the states are still uh, are basically the states are using federal grants and stuff. They're using federal subsidies to pay for the school stuff. So we got the federal government funding the schools when the states are supposed to be doing it.
Pause right there. So if that's happening, why are the schools getting closed down? Like, or even look at your local stuff, right? So in my local area, like 19 schools are not here. They're not taking students. They're closed down. They done shifted the children somewhere else. Some of these schools ain't even being maintained. They don't have no cooling. They don't have no AC. Kids can't get lunch. You know what I
Where are
mean?
you located at? I've never heard of
I'm in
that.
Aurora. I'm in Aurora. And I'm in
Well,
Colorado.
if I can, I wanted to address Black
Go
Watch's
ahead, sir.
question. He said, "But what about the seniors who have paid taxes all
I
their
was gonna
lives
ask
for
that
Social
too.
Security?" My question is what about all the seniors that are Gen Xers working now that aren't going to get Social Security that paid for it all their lives?
Boom.
That's true. My
Facts,
mother just
facts.
got her Social Security, right? Worked her whole life, and it wasn't nothing. It was nothing for all that lifetime, like 60 years of working. You see what I'm saying? Like literally 60 years of life, but like I would say a good portion. And she was like, um, working since the time she was like 15, 16 years old, right? Which all that like all that time and energy does not equate to the money they give you back. And you don't that don't just barely cover whatever fucking traumas you went through during COVID or whatever,
Well,
right? You're barely
Not to
breaking even,
Social
man.
Security is a prime example of how you don't let the government sit and run and manage something that is for the people because they will fuck it up every time.
Facts.
You don't even
Facts.
get all your 401ks and you know what I mean. You don't get
Well,
any.
401k has nothing to do with the federal government. The
No, I know,
401k,
I know. I'm just saying, like the way the system is like you put in so much effort and time and value into your work that you would think that it would be more that you would have something to really live the rest of your days out on. And it's not gonna happen. Gen X too, when my brother's working, he ain't gonna have no social security.
there's a lot of senior citizens right now that are, they've worked all their life and they've, qualified for Social Security, or they might have been able to, retire from that job they worked 30 or 40 years at. A lot of them got to fucking go back to work though, because
Yeah,
inflation
Facts.
is a bitch.
Facts.
So
yeah.
when we talk about Social Security, I'm 25. That's just not going to exist when I get old. If this country's still standing, when I get old. So
That, but when your children probably won't see anything like that either.
right.
It's gonna be a whole different type of financial bracket. Like nobody's like those days of nest egg and home and shit like that. That shit is a pipe dream now.
Right, so we can't be like dependent on that anyways, or looking forward to some Social Security. That's probably not going to happen for a lot of people.
I mean, Christ, the simple fact that they've pushed the retirement age back so far that, you're only going to live, by average, estimates 2 to 3 years after you retire to receive Social Security is a crock of shit anyhow. I
Isn't
mean,
it 65?
Social Security when it was set up for you to be able to retire. I believe at either 55 or 60.
Oh, it's
And
65 now, I think.
Mhm.
it's like 68 now.
Yeah,
Oh,
Damn.
And the thing is that money was supposed to be left alone, and with what they drew out, it was supposed to be enough for after you working 20, 30 years and putting this money into this trust fund or whatever it is, and it drawing interest. It was supposed to be enough to give every retired American at minimum $1 million to sit and retire on.
What?
yeah. You remember how
that
people
sounds
were
like a
so
scam,
smart?
anyways. That's not going to happen with all this
Yeah.
inflation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, there was time where people were getting their Social Security, were able to go to move to Florida and live their dreams. Yeah,
Well, I'm just telling you what the original. I'm just telling you what the original idea was and how they had it planned out. Now
yeah,
the reality of it is we have a federal government that doesn't know how to keep their fucking fingers out of other people's money. They seem to
right.
think that's their money, and it's not their money. And see, the thing is American people become entirely too complacent and sit back and just say, "Oh well, if you're not American and you're unpatriotic if you question your government or you
No,
challenge
you're
them."
actually
Yeah,
stupid
nah,
as shit if you don't ask any
you're supposed to
questions.
question
Right.
everything. Everything you're supposed to question everything. Everything's if it sounds too good to be true, it is.
That's because, well, I mean, look,
It's
this is all
done by
done by
design.
design. We did the
Yeah,
same
yeah, yeah,
thing.
for sure. And the other thing too is that, like it's all there. A lot of things are right there, written in plain black and white. And we like, as a society, it really been very, very fucking lazy to just not read what's going on in front of us because they put everything right there in black and white. So like I'll give you an example. Over here, they talk about they go
Why I
gun.
gotta read shit when I got a news pundit that'll read it for me?
Say what?
Right.
I said, why I gotta
Facts.
read shit when there's a news pundit that'll read it for me?
Because they only give you 10%. They're not giving you the whole details. But if you read the bills and the legislation, things like that are right there meant for you to read, they put it all there in black and white. So that you know what's going on. You know what you gotta decipher the fucking word salad of the language.
Bills can be like
Hopefully,
100 pages long, though. Most
yeah,
people aren't reading that shit.
that's terrible because you might
Right.
want to. Things really do affect us.
Yeah, but who
Really
has
do
time to
affect.
read it? Who has time to read it?
What are you talking
I
about?
can't. I can speak
The
for my
CARES
end.
Act.
I'm a speed
The
reader. I
CARES
read.
Act alone was like 1,500 pages.
Yeah,
Well, I just threw out a number because I knew the shit was long as shit.
it
So
is long. It is long.
And there's so
It is
much
long.
pork and bullshit in it that makes it almost impossible
Yes.
to sit and figure out where all this money's being,
they
That's
do that on
funneled
purpose
to.
too.
the design too. Yeah, that's that broad and ambiguous language that can be deciphered however they wanted to work out for when they needed to work out. Yeah, the language in all these bills, and laws and stuff is really ambiguous.
Let me ask you something, Blackson. Do you ever sit back and
Yes, sir.
wonder if this Trump Biden thing that continues to you know be the topic of conversation on the news and on the social media streets, could it be possible that this is nothing more, they're using that as a smoke screen to hide some other shit that's going on,
Yep.
get
I'm
us
gonna be
hyper focused on that rather than paying attention to what
Yeah.
something else.
Actually, yeah. No, you're
I'm
right.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Stone Man. I've pondered that many times, and I still ponder it because it's like some things. It's like I know as a man that the government has a top-notch psychologist, and they know if you take, like, let's just say, like taking Trump off the ballot, they know it's going to be pushback. Like you said, we've already proven that. Oh, you want to indict Trump? You want to take Trump to prison? Well, guess what? We're, and I don't care what you feel about convicted felons. Hell, Jesus was a convicted felon. We're a nation of criminals.
Yeah.
We were built on a nation of criminals. That's just it. So yeah, of course
Oh,
that you indict. Hold on. You indict Trump. People, a majority of people are going to be like, well, damn, I remember. You don't even have to be a convicted felon. I remember I got pulled over, and oh man, they railroaded me. Yeah, it just boosted his numbers up. So they're doing things that are boosting his numbers up. So I'm kind of, it's in the back of my mind, Snowman, to be honest with you. So I'm not, to answer your question, yes.
uh,
Simplify, yes.
to Snowman's point too. I would think this that it's from the start of the him running or him announcing or him just doing whatever. He's not really trying, but he was making it. He's doing it right. So everybody likes him, and my thing was they like him because he speaks to how to placate to us. He's like everything gonna be okay type shit. However, I say that because he everything he does is negative. 91 fucking charges. I mean, fuck. Where did this happen? And you can still do the shit you're doing.
Tell me again, Trump
That's
ain't a black
crazy.
person then, because they stack charges on him like they stack charges on
Yeah,
brothers.
they said charge
Facts.
like 91 motherfucking charges is a lot of charges for one person, and let alone a white person. Like, I mean, goddamn, man, and he's still just out there doing campaigning, he's rallying, other shit. He put his mugshot on a t-shirt and made bank off that. Like, who does this
Hey,
shit? They like the
hey,
villain. They like him.
hey, y'all. I'm driving right now, but I wish I could pull it up. But Trump's black approval rate is now up to 30%.
Yeah, you're right.
I can't pull it
That's
up because I'm
shocking.
driving right now. Yeah,
No,
that's
you're
30.
right. Because right now, those are really the options that are standing out to everybody, on purpose. Like, intentionally. The Democrat, like I told you, like I said, that I had a Democratic forum with the with um Jank and Marianne, came from the Young Turks, right? But it was the only Democratic forum, or like kind of debate, but Democratic forum, that I could find, because they've been telling some of the Democrats that are running, they can't run in certain states, or they're not going to debate in certain states. Excuse me, I apologize. They're not going to debate in certain states, and that's it's kind of challenging for the American people, right? Because I think it's messed up. You're not giving us an option. You're not even letting us know. Like, if you go to Fox News and everything, we don't even know what Democrats are running other than Biden.
Well, see, again, I'm against taking away people's right to vote. Now, I know you, Snowman, and you, China Doll, y'all said, man, fuck voting. But again, I may want to vote.
Hold
And
on, I want to hear. I want to
Well,
hear.
hold on,
Snowman says,
because
"Fuck."
I just looked
I said
I
that.
just looked up what you said, and it said it's also worth noting that a CNN analysis found that Trump had a clear edge among potential Republican primary voters
Mhm.
of color in 2023. Trump was up an average of 55% to 26% over
holy
Florida
shit.
Governor Ron DeSantis.
Yeah. It's true. It's true.
Whoa.
That of color shit is that's ambiguous, but yeah, no, it's true. That is happening. And I think that that's really because the media that we see, is really only promoting this narrative, Trump or Biden.
And
And
According
that's
to
why they
according to
got
the
to,
Washington Post analyst analysis, his approval rating is 20% among black voters and 42% among Hispanic voters.
oh yeah. Black people are leaning in that direction. But again, like that only
And what's he got? And what does the president have to get, like 25 or 26% to have uh the I guess some a group's primary vote or overall vote or whatever, how they say that.
right?
Isn't it like 26 or 27% for them to basically take the majority of the black vote?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
well,
Politico
Oh,
says
go
uh,
ahead. Go ahead.
that's a
Oh,
good.
and not to
Politico
mention,
says Trump's approval rating was slightly worse at 38%, as opposed to Biden's 39%. This was November 8th.
Mhm.
So they got Trump one point below Biden. Politico does, but Politico is a left leaning pundit.
Mhm.
Go ahead. I'm
well,
sorry. I was just looking at this.
No,
oh
no,
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 I'm glad you
right. That
mentioned
was right.
political. Did political also mention that the Muslims of America in every swing state said that Biden will not be president,
Hmm. Yeah, I mean,
and they all met in Dearborn. All the Midwest Muslims, American Muslims, they said they are not voting for Biden because of the whole Palestine situation.
yeah. No, that I don't just. I'm not gonna say I don't believe it. I actually believe it because I mean, Biden really hasn't really won over any real favor anywhere. Really, there's a lot of people, regardless of race. There's a
He's
lot of
he's not he's not trying to.
Well,
He's
who's
not
all the
trying to.
idiots that voted for him then?
right. Bisexuals, bisexuals. I know. I
Well,
would
the most of them were either imaginary or dead or illegal.
have.
Oh, let me ask you this, Snowman, since you said that.
Yeah.
So, based
Um,
off of what you understand about voting, or the election or whatever, so I assume based off what you just said that you just think it's all like planned or something, maybe.
Nah, you with him about that whole man that everybody was patriotic and shit. Yeah, I see you. That's kind of like how they feel, and then it's fixed.
Yeah.
You know, I think that they're showing their ass right now with the Trump witch hunt.
It was a
Sure.
Can you state your question because my daughter was in here and I only caught half of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
we
was
need to.
asking. I said, based off of what you just said about, the people who were imaginary dead or illegal who voted, do you believe that there's a point of voting, or,
No, I
uh,
don't anymore.
and do you believe it's just a show? Because I'm 25. I voted for Trump when I was 18 years old, and that was the first and last time I will ever vote, because I have the exact same belief. It's a fucking show.
No, I believe that the election is nothing more than a shit show now,
Like it's
and it's been that way for a long time, in my
Right,
opinion.
right. And I don't really, let's be honest. As much control, as the government has over the people, and as much as the people depend on, or look to the government for all the, like a lot of people don't think for themselves. They don't ask questions. And I just think it's interesting that, so like, people actually believe that they get to choose who the president is.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sad state we live in right now, honestly.
Like,
But unfortunately, we live in a country where people want to. I honestly believe that we have a say, or that that
but
our
we
voice is
don't.
being
That's
heard,
the
and we really
thing.
don't.
Like, so there's so many factors that point to that we don't fucking have control. Like, let's be honest. If we really had control over this shit, I think we would see. I don't think the country would be how it is. I just think the illusion of choice is perfect. It keeps people. I would say it really keeps them in a mind fuck, pretty much.
Well, I got to give y'all a little pushback. So to the Sister League and to Snowman, I was making $800 more in profit under Trump than I am now. So I don't, like I said, I can only speak for Georgia.
Well, I don't think anybody's disputing whether or not we were making more money under Trump.
Right.
Okay, 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 okay.
She was making more money. Yeah.
No, the only point of contention and the only thing that we're disputing is whether or not we actually have fair and free elections that are determined by the American people.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, okay, I see your point. I see your point. I see your point. Okay. Okay, yeah, I mean,
And,
shit.
and not to go too far off track, but I'm kind of curious about what you guys think about. Okay, of course we've had millions of Mexicans flooding in here for quite some time now, but now we have what the Israel's people flood, whoever the fuck they are, they're coming over here. How,
Right.
like, I don't I don't see, like, I don't know if there's like an uproar with some people saying, oh, we should let them over, and some people saying, no, we shouldn't. I'm just trying to understand. It's like, it's 2023, right? And we live in a time right now where people think that it's absolutely normal to just let random people over your borders. How does that make us safe as a people? It doesn't.
That's-
It puts us in danger. I mean, in my opinion, it makes us look fucking stupid to the world. Like people, like, we're a country that just lets anybody over here. Hey, come on, man. Jump that fence, or swim over here. Whatever the fuck you got to do to get over here. Get your ass over here. Fuck the American people. Fuck everyone who was born here. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And can I add to that, leaked?
Yeah.
Not only do you allow illegal aliens over here, but you allow Chinese spy balloons over here. I'm
That
just
too.
saying.
That
I'm
too.
just saying. I'm just saying.
That
But go
too.
ahead. So I just wanted to add that. Go ahead. I just wanted to add that.
Right, right. And no one's really questioning why were they allowing that over here. Look, I'm a person, you know, that believes that everything happens for a reason. A lot of this it's a shit show, but a lot of this shit isn't done by mistake.
Can I give you my belief?
Yeah.
I believe Xi Jinping, Benjamin Netanyahu, and Zelensky have Biden by the balls. That's what I believe.
Oh wow.
I'd like to throw something in there too. I think it is a bad look. First of all, this is probably like uh, the most people we had breaking, like bombers the border so much, and a lot of it is from the Latin countries right now. But we've had Chinese, we have people coming in all over. It's just about the pass that they're giving. I think that the latest moves that the government is making to ensure, um, not I don't say recently, but to ensure them being okay, and we gotta take care of them, blah blah. Blah. I think that's fucked up shit because if you didn't take care of your own people here and your own people were impoverished, then why you gonna do it for them? And what the fuck have they been doing their whole lives that they gotta come over here knowing they weren't invited and they haven't even started the process in their own country? Come over here and just take over and still push the people that were working on getting the things they need. They can't even get them now. The actual citizens of each state. Especially the sanctuary cities. There's no real benefit to having a sanctuary city, or to offer them sanction, offer them
Actually,
But you got to
actually,
also, but you got to remember, there were a lot of us that were anti-sanctuary city 3, 4, 5 years ago that were getting pushed back by the people on the left, and
facts.
specifically people from the black community trying to say that we were racist and misogynist and all these other ist words
They call anything
because we
race.
were trying to point out
I'm
that,
for not having a
because
sanctuary.
if I can, I'll land my plane in a second,
Yes, sir.
because what we are seeing happening now is what we were trying to warn everybody was going to happen and who it was going to affect. But for some reason, the ones that were pointing it out were being told that they were anti-American, anti-Black America, racist, and this, that, and the third for trying to give you a heads up about what they were doing.
Right.
And real quick, the Joker, I think Leak, I think Joker answered your question. He said the open border is so that the Democrat Party doesn't lose the voters. Ooh, ouch, ouch.
I think that has a minimum of the. I don't think that has much to do with it.
Yeah, I'm
It
with Leaked on this. I
that
think it
doesn't
has
really
less to
make
do with
any
that.
sense because they look. This is the thing.
Okay,
Okay, they want to take our country out from the inside out, which is exactly what's happening. You know, it's just like you let all these foreign people over here.
right.
How let's just be honest. How the fuck does that benefit us? How does it benefit me that let's just throw out a random number. I
It
don't know.
keeps
Let's
your
say
arugula down to 20 cents a pound.
let's just say 50 people,
Wow.
which is probably more than that. Let's say 50, illegal immigrants or whatever came over here a day or some shit. How the fuck does that benefit me? Like it
Right.
doesn't. These people are
No.
doing shit under the table. Not to mention, since they are not documented, we don't really know what they're doing. We we don't know what's going on with these people, and I think it's really really scary to see so many Americans, claim to be American, act like, well, we're supposed to be empathetic. You can be empathetic. That does not mean that they should not have to follow the rules of how to get over here, though.
Well,
You know,
let me throw this theory at you that I have. All right. Most of these illegal immigrants that are coming over here are from a third world nation. All
right?
right. So if you're trying to
Facts.
destabilize and destroy a country and knock it back into the Stone Age, which I believe that's what they're trying to do with America,
Yep.
but yet you still want to be able to keep it functioning to a certain degree and have some kind of revenue stream that you can profit off of as being, part of the whoever's running shit. You, are you not going to want a bunch of people that are already okay with and conditioned to live in third world conditions to
Oh
come
my
to
gosh.
fill in this
Damn.
country? That way they can keep shit moving in
Damn.
a now third world nation.
Wow. Wow.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah,
That makes a whole lot of fucking sense.
I agree. Yeah.
you know, but the thing is, most American people, because they actually truly believe that our country can never fall, nothing bad can ever happen to us, no war will ever take place in our land, and that's fucking stupid type of mindset.
There's wars that take place on our land every day in the inner city.
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
That's a great point.
Mm-hmm. I mean, really, we should really be talking about this. We really talking about what to do in the case of, because a lot of Americans aren't even prepared for that, especially. So we're not prepared for if they shut the lights down. What we're gonna do? How long we're gonna be able to make it? I mean, a lot of people aren't even remotely stocking up or prepping. You know what I mean? I don't even have a plan. So that's becoming a very, very big reality if we're not paying attention to what's happening with our actual shit going on here. People have attacked our power. You know what I mean? Because
Right, which is why it's so it doesn't make any sense to me. Why? Well, I don't want to say it doesn't make any sense. It makes sense, but like the whole idea of the gender war, the race war, it's fucking stupid. Because I always say this: at the end of the fucking day, if this grid goes down, none
We're
of that
all
shit's gonna
fucked.
fucking matter. Everyone's fucked. No one
Right.
likes to hear that, but I don't give a fuck if you're black, white, purple. Doesn't mean a goddamn thing to me. We're all humans, and it's going to be the survival of the fittest. All this race war. Oh my God, you're a man, you're a woman. Women are women in a lot of ways are going to be fucked. The ones that believe that they don't need men for anything. You know, they want men to just disappear, which wouldn't make any sense because you know, we wouldn't be so comfortable anyways if it wasn't for men building shit that they've built. So a lot of women, especially are going to have to you know, they're going to have a reality check, and it's going to be too
Well,
fucking late for a lot of them.
well, you are hitting on something because you got to understand modern women don't understand the realities of hardship.
Oh, I know.
You
Oh,
know,
I know. Very, very,
so so
very privileged.
they're sitting from a stance of not knowing what it is they actually have, and they don't understand the people that fought for them to have the things that they have, so they take that shit advantage. It's like a kid who is given everything, by their
Hmm.
parents. They don't take any pride or have any appreciation because they've never had to actually work for it. It's always been handed to them. So therefore, if they break something because they're mismanaging it as a kid, they don't care. Mommy and daddy will just pay for a new one. That's how a lot of these women act. That's why,
Yep.
shout out to dirty folks. I agree. Most women are toddlers.
Yep. Unfortunately, you know, and it doesn't. And that's the thing people don't realize. It doesn't matter what age they are. It's usually the exact same thing.
But
You know.
now that since you brought up, there's an uptick in people prepping. Now that you bring that up, that actually makes sense as to why inflation is as high as it is now. If you got an uptick in people prepping and trying to prepare, then it would make sense that these places are going to jack the prices up so they can uh, capitalize off of it to their fullest extent.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's still food shortages and stuff too. Um.
So what would you suggest, or what is your suggestion then? I mean, if they're like, so okay, so if you're saying that they're privileged and they don't know about hardship, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, so what's your suggestion? Because given the time scale and the things that we're looking at, what is your suggestion?
The only thing I can
For
suggest is
both
for people to.
parties.
The only thing I can suggest is for people to stop fucking with ratchet ass women.
Agreed.
And men could really set the pace for things. Women outnumber men like 3 to 1. So men are the commodity, not the women.
Oh yeah, but it's funny that you say that because unfortunately, a lot of guys they just say, "Oh well, if all the women change." No, 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 no. Men have always ran shit. If men actually all came together as a collective and said, "Fuck this, we're not taking this shit anymore," every woman would have to fall in line or be on a damn sideline.
Well,
It
you
would be
notice
that
that
fucking simple.
every time there's a state of national emergency because of like a hurricane or an earthquake or a tornado, it's funny how everything falls back to a patriarchy real fast.
Oh yeah, of course, because our biology has not changed. Everyone wants to reinvent the wheel, and the idea, the illusion that the society is progressive is fucking retarded. We're going backwards. It's recess.
Society's become regressive.
Yeah, regressive. I mean, not recessive. Regressive. Yeah, it's just like we're nothing's progressive about our society. It's just like women want to do away with everything it means to be a woman in the first place and say, "Oh yeah, we're so much better than men." How are you better than a man? Explain that to me, please. I have never heard anything or seen anything in my life that makes you better than a man. Why? But what? But this is the thing. If you're a woman, why is that your goal to be better than a man? Why? Like in my opinion, you should want to be better than the next woman. But they're not focused on that shit.
I'm like thoughts. That's a lot. Right. I'm in the comments. I'm like, that's a lot. I wouldn't say women want to be better than men. I mean, you know, I don't know. I don't know what kind of women y'all talking about.
Women as a collective.
Like, no, I can't, because women as a collective, will probably be with uh, make that feminism shit. You know what I mean? I would say there's I separate. I was just I separate. So I can't even get I can't get
Well,
thought process. I don't agree. I know that I need. I know that men. You know, I grew up with a father, single father. So I see a hardworking single father. So I'm still kind of old fashioned in my mindset with how, men that, men are at the top. You know what I mean? I know where my place is supposed to be. You know, in my opinion, in my
right, and that's great, and that's great.
42. You know what I mean? I'm not as young as you. I'm older. So in your age, it's your feelings are are completely different from women my age. From a
I
woman my
disagree.
side. You know what I mean? Not all women are all in this side of the bubble. Some are more likely to be on your end of the spectrum.
Actually, most women are not on my end of the spectrum. Most women do not agree with most things that I say.
Okay, so like, but what you're saying though is that we're trying to be above men, right? Is that what that's your argument?
Are I'm sorry. Repeat that.
Are you saying that right now? Oh, let me pause right there. I'm sorry. Um, that women don't need a man.
No, I didn't say anything like that.
All right, I apologize. I apologize, man. Go ahead. I apologize.
Okay. Okay, what I'm saying
But
is that
out loud.
I'm not saying that women don't
That's
need
on
men.
me. That's on me.
I'm actually fighting against that. The
Yeah,
idea that women perpetuate the idea that we do not need men, and
yeah.
and men should, we'd be better off if men disappeared as a whole. Like it's a
Oh, nah, that'd be
terrible.
a horrible thing. Yeah, I
Right,
apologize. My blood sugar
exactly.
just dropped like that. I apologize. I apologize. That's on me though. I apologize. My shit just dropped. Like right like that. I wasn't making my sense. I wasn't making any sense to myself. I apologize.
Okay.
That's on me though. Carry on. Carry on. What you say though?
Um, it's just like, you know, like for example, I mean, sure, I'm 25, but that has nothing to do with the knowledge that I have. There's plenty of women that are
Hey,
your age and
real
even
quick,
older.
Blackson, I'm gonna have to drop because I got kids crying, so I'll be back if you're still streaming. But I got this a simulcasting on my channel, so you might have people pop up.
What channel's yours? Snowman,
Angry Snowman 2.
Angry Snowman too. Okay, well that's good. Good to know. Yeah. I see Flex tell us to hold on. He's driving. That's what it looked like. He said. Oh, you can't hear us. Okay. Yeah, you can't hear it. Hold on 1 second. Um. Yeah.
You better hurry
Yeah.
up, Blackson. I got screaming baby.
Let's see. Uh. Yeah. I'm in the StreamYard. So if it doubles up on the comment, that I'm typing in the streamer, in the back.
No, we can't hear you.
Can't hear him. We can't hear you, but
There's no audio coming from me, Blackson. No
no,
audio. No audio.
can't
We
hear
can't
you.
hear you. All we see is your mouth moving.
Nope. You
No.
might have to go and come back in. Hmm. What can men do today that women can't? Let me let you again. Um, what can men do today that women can't? I don't know. I mean, like, I think that like for me, in my opinion, if I got to do it myself, I got to do it myself. Like,
Well, that's my the only reason why I addressed that is someone made the comment that someone was watering down feminism, and my question is, you know, can you tell me what plight feminism has to fight in 2023? What can men do today that women
Exactly.
can't? I mean, feminism has literally won the war that they've actually accomplished what they set out to accomplish. So what is the point in it now? If it isn't other than to just try and completely, just take over altogether. At this point, I think it has nothing to do with equality, and it has everything to do with this equity inclusion crap.
Well, right. That was actually the original plan. I'm not sure if anyone's ever read the manifesto of Karl Marx.
Yeah,
About
feminism is part of Marxism.
yeah, it started in the 1800s. So this, that's the this. Oh, we just want equality. We just want to go to work. No, that was not the entire original plan, which is why things have gone as far as they have. Like the illusion of, well, you know, I guess having equal rights to a man, and going to work. I guess going to work makes you so much better as a woman. It doesn't make any sense. Like, it doesn't make any sense at all. The women that really believe that there's still something to fight. It's like, okay, like Angry Snowman said. I mean, everything that the women so-called claim that they wanted over the decades, they've gotten. So at this point, most women who are arguing for this type of thing, they really they have a strong hatred for men, and a lot of them want to get rid of men. Which doesn't even make any sense. And I would say this too: what type of woman are you? A lot of these women have sons. Like, you want to get rid of men?
Well, who said they wanted to get rid of men?
I can't get rid of them.
You can. We know we can't get rid of men.
I can't get rid of men. I need them.
No one said that. No one said that you said that.
What feminists said they wanted to get rid of men though?
There's plenty of feminists that talk about it all the time.
There is plenty of feminists, but there's also plenty of right wingers and Trump supporters that would like to go to war with black people. Right?
What?
So what? Don't they? Ain't this right wingers that's racist as fuck that would want to kill all black people, all Arab people, all that shit? It's extremists in every group though. Mm-hmm. But you have to understand is that without feminism, women would still be getting raped in their marriages.
Oh my
Without
God.
feminism, it would be a pushback to right wingers trying to keep fucking lowering the goddamn child marriage age, because it's like 36 states that still allow child marriage, because a lot of these right winging groups, they are affiliated with Christian nationalist cults that groom little girls. That's why they really don't want sex education in a lot of these schools, right? Because I admit the gender thing, they go too far, like the left. However, they don't want the little girls to know about sex, because it makes the cults it's like grooming. If you don't know anything about sex, you're more liable to get taken advantage of. You understand that? And it's still pushback from motherfuckers that still want it as where women be married and they getting raped. Okay. Another thing is women didn't have no rights to custody. Men would take the fucking kids, and we couldn't share custody. They would kick us out the house and marry somebody else. And they trying to bring that shit back. Well, Ron DeSantis, he did give some benefits to the men or whatever. So it's kind of like tricky because they took away, they making it more strict for abortions and shit like that. It's damn near banned almost. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Like, you got to be mindful of who you talking about, because on the Trump side, it's crazy motherfuckers too. Just like on the feminist side, it's crazy motherfuckers. So you can't just say that's feminism. Feminism goal was really equality, and it was really normal. Hold on, let me talk. It was really normal.
I'm not to bother you. I'm directing the chat because I don't like this. You know what I mean? And I'm in here, so I really don't like these anti-black comments and whatever that you all say. Just be respectful, please, because it
what happened?
Bad.
I can't hear you, Shay.
I was talking about in the chat, talking to the chat members. You know what I mean? I was talking to them to please be respectful. Because it's really anti-black and really anti whatever. And I'm not feeling
Yeah,
it.
so yeah, but I mean to cut you off, Shay, but like, yeah, we gotta make no mistake about it. It's still people that want it back to when women didn't have no rights. People still want it back to black people not non-existent. It's still people like that. It's feminists that don't want men, but the whole goal of feminism in itself, it isn't to say that we don't need men, but at the same time, you have to understand mostly white women is saying that because they didn't have the rights to work. Black women wasn't work, like, black women, we wasn't being housewives. It was illegal for us to be housewives. So when they say they don't need men, that's what they really saying. Black women been saying that because it's the truth. It's the reason why the Black Panthers fell apart. The Black Panthers fell apart because of black patriarchy. Huey P. Newton didn't want to break rank because women was getting raped by men. And it was excuse me, I didn't mean to say the R word. Look, I got so excited because I'm off of TikTok.
No, yeah, I get you. I feel you. See, I understand what you're saying. Go ahead.
Like, so Huey P. Newton didn't want to break rank. So that effed up the movement, yo. And I love the Black Panthers, but learning that how much pain went on, that's messed up. And you got to remember, the Black Panthers gave us WIC, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. It gave public schools free lunches. And there's right wingers that want to take away school lunches. They want to take away what else they said they want to fucking do? Like, you found extremists. Oh yeah, they want to bring back children working. They want to bring back child labor. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of extremists, yo. I study all of this. So don't just say that feminism is just that, because it's not. Mm-hmm. That's all I wanted to say.
No, I hear you. I hear you. What I'm saying, let me just say this real quick about the in the chat. Let me just address that. Like, y'all gotta understand it. Like, well, not understand. You should just be respectful, because you get to say whatever you want, but like when you got somebody like me on me, just on me, I don't know, all black first platform. So what I'm reading in here is really disrespectful. All I'm asking y'all is just to keep it disrespect. Be respectful. You say whatever you want, just be respectful, because it's not a good look, especially when white people are making comments like that. It ain't a good look. But this ain't my platform. This ain't my platform. I'm just guest visiting the same platform that I share with other people. You feel me? So I'm asking to please be respectful to the sister and let her talk. Go ahead, GTO. I'm reading the chat.
No, you good. I can't even focus on the chat right now. I don't know why it's not coming up on my end.
It's in there. It's not. If it distract me to say that, it's because it's disrespectful. And I'm pretty sure if you was reading it, you would see it, that it would be like, oh, like that. The whole energy would change instead of getting off topic. You know what I mean? So I see Black Sun talking, waving it down. Yeah, I see you, Black Sun. We still can't hear you. Okay.
Black Sun, we can't hear you, boo. He muted him, no. He surely is talking. And I see the blue avatar. I see it moving, but I think two people muted. They don't know they muted.
Can y'all hear me now?
No, we can hear you now. You was muted.
Oh, I was muted. Okay. Well, first I want to say, welcome back, GTO. It's been a minute. Goddamn.
Hey, what's up? I couldn't let that fly. Like, hold on, feminism stopped. Like, merge R word. Like.
Hold on. But just like we shouldn't label feminine, we can't lump with every Trump supporter either now. And
that's what I said. Exactly. I said the same thing. I said on both sides, you can't label, like, in feminism, far left, right. Even when it comes to the Trump, I said that's not right. You can't just say what today's feminism is. You don't know that. We still trying to combat a lot of BS,
So GTO, I gotta ask you a question. I gotta ask you a question, GTO. Do you know that it's right-wing extremists that are trying to lock up Trump and take him off the ballot? Are you aware of that?
Oh, I didn't even hear about that one. What?
Oh, I know. Yeah. This guy, his name is Cuba. He's the one that filed in Colorado. It wasn't a Democrat. It was a Republican that filed that shit.
No, I'm not for what they did with Trump. That was fucked up, because my whole thing about it is, if he's okay, all these fucking indictments, if you got something, put the motherfucker in jail. That's what everybody's saying, no matter what political side join. Even the far left is saying that shit. They say this shit is phony because if the man is really a criminal, he would have been in handcuffs by now. Fuck out of here. It's unfair. It's unfair. You know, I don't care about them digging into some old constitution. And then let's be real, I'm tired of motherfuckers fear mongering about Trump. Even if Trump did do that insurrectionist, them motherfuckers was goofy. They wasn't going to take over no fucking government. Let's just keep it real.
GTO, they've already said that it wasn't an insurrection. The FBI said that. They've already established that.
It wasn't. Listen, it wasn't. I don't like Trump, but it wasn't. It was not. I don't like that man, but it's the truth.
Right, and even if and I'm glad you said you didn't like Trump. Even if you don't like Trump, people should still have the right to vote for Trump. True or not?
That's true. A lot of people voted for far leftists voted for Biden. We can't stand that Melton wax figure looking ass bitch. Like we can't stand him. He looked like a fucking Melton wax figure. He looks terrible. Like, but a lot of people voted for his ass. You know, so
right. Same
thing with Trump. You know, a lot of leftists, they end up voting for Trump just out of anger because they was like, bitch, we gonna show you what the fuck can happen to right winger getting office. And ain't nothing major really happened. It was like, you know, same old, you know, same shit, different day.
Well, again, I got to get pushback. When people keep comparing Biden and Trump, saying they were the same, me as a black business owner, I got to get pushback. I got to keep, like I said, I guess I can only speak for Georgia, but again, life was different under Trump than it is under Biden for me. So, you know, and I can speak for Georgia because I know other black business owners as myself. I can't speak for any other states. So if y'all live outside of Georgia, I hear your argument. I guess I can only make the argument for Georgia. Georgia, as far as them, I'm concerned, Trump is the GOAT. I'm speaking for Georgia.
Still, you already know who you voted for. I'm dead.
I'm just saying, I'm one president away from becoming a millionaire, straight up. So yeah, now y'all know why I'm voting for Trump. Let me go on, man. I'm just rambling.
I don't think Trump want to continue being a Zionist because he's trying to give pushback, but I think they will really unalive him. I don't think he a staunch Zionist. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been studying this shit, and I've been studying how Trump been talking about even stuff during his presidency. You know, I can't get the word out. You know, when he was president. But the whole thing about it is, I think Israel really threatened his life because just talking about it, he was scared as fuck. When he was talking about how he had to respond to something going on in Iran or something. You know, but he bombed them people for no reason. He was scared talking about that situation.
Whoa. You saying Trump bombed al-Baghdadi for no reason? Or al-Salmani?
I cannot listen. I want you to hear me. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying I feel like his life was threatened because the way he talked. Y'all got to see this. You got to see this interview. When we get off of here, Blackson, I'm gonna send it to you. Like even the leftists is like, hold on. What the fuck is up with that? Like, and when I went into it and read the article, it kind of seemed like he did it in like a robotic way, like it was something he was supposed to do. Like, and he regretted it. He said he regretted killing over 100 civilians. And he said Iran responded and they had purposely missed one of our landmarks, but he just wanted to show Trump that he can do it. And Trump was like, I respect him. I respect them people. And like he be saying like America need to mind their own fucking business, going the fuck over there fucking with them people. He talked about the hijabi women. He said motherfuckers need to mind their own business with that. You remember that, Black Son? I know you remember that. Come on now.
I'm not disagreeing.
Let's see, Trump know what it is because Trump he woke because he see what the fuck the left is talking about. Leftists, they got a hold of that goddamn letter that Osama bin Laden sent to America talking about Palestine. Okay. They tried to tell Trump, how can you trust Putin? He a killer. He said, hold on, it's a lot of killers in our goddamn government. He said, you think America is so goddamn innocent? I said, oh, what? He said, we not innocent. He said, don't think we innocent. He said, I've been saying that we was dead wrong for going over to Iraq and Afghanistan. What? People don't know Trump in all ways really don't want America in a whole bunch of wars because he see that we fucking greedy and they don't want him on that fucking ballot because he's not really for the war, for him to be a right winger. A lot of people see because George Bush, they like people have such like an extreme like they have a strong perception of what the right wingers is, that they are warmongers. Not Trump. He trying his best to get the fuck out of that Middle East. Like looking at his interviews, you seen that shit, Black Son?
Yeah, I've seen it.
He really don't give a fuck, and I don't blame him because if you really look at how much aid and money is going into Israel, like they is really a socialist state, bro. They got free healthcare, free college, free subsidized housing. The only difference between them and any other socialist state is that they gotta serve in the military for 2 years. So when any of them Islamic groups attack them, it's like, bitch, they not attacking civilians. All of y'all were soldiers, and all y'all get strapped when it's when the Islamic groups get busy. They all get strapped.
Right.
They all get strapped. So I'm like, matter of fact, the Israeli government be handing out pew-pews to everybody. When as soon as Hamas attack, and Biden is stupid, he getting so fucking greedy. They keep coming out with these articles saying that recruitment in the military is low. So the fuck what? You can't bring back the draft, dumb fuck, because people is for Hamas. It's too late. They like America done fell in love with the Hamas spokesperson Abu Abeda.
Right.
What? Love it when he speaks. Because he don't say nothing but the truth about the Zionist state is demonic. And I really do think that I can feel Trump body language. He don't like that shit, yo. He don't deal with that shit. When anytime he plays too much, right? But when he talking about war, like it get real eerie and his body language change.
Right.
That's the only time I could feel Trump, because the humanity and what the fuck America doing too much, yo, and it be getting very unpopular. And I think one of the ladies up here, I think Kelly Ray, she was talking about how we a sleeper cell can go off in America. That's what it is.
Yep.
It can happen because our borders is open, yo. Our borders is open, and America is greedy. I'm gonna be honest.
Wide open. It ain't wide open. What you talking about?
Not wide open, but you know, it's so many people coming in.
Our borders are spread eagle.
We like a Las Vegas whore, you know.
Our borders are spread eagle.
It's too wide. I'm looking at the numbers, like, and them people is suffering. That's what's fucking me up, because the American propaganda that they receive is like so extreme. I feel bad for them people. I'm gonna be honest with you. The right wingers at this point that want them people going, they looking compassionate because they suffering, yo. They don't know what it's like being an American. Like, like I can think about the times where I was homeless and I survived, but they're not gonna make it. They don't know shit about America. You know, like it's just too much. They outside freezing in Chicago. You know, Chicago is a whole nother winter. A whole nother winter.
Hey, but one thing I say about them foreign women, they know how to trick, because they tricking. Tricking.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's the universal labor. Hey, they know how to trick. They know how to get
You ain't never learned. Listen, $200 a pop for that cookie.
Hey, I don't care what language they speak. They know how to walk that stroll. Them women know how to walk that damn stroll. Shit.
Yes. They just getting down. You hear me, Black Son? They just getting down.
Hey, I'm just saying, you ain't gotta speak much English. All you gotta do is goddamn put them heels on. That's
what they don't do. I don't care if you speak English or not.
Yeah.
And even that's fucked up though, Black Son, because the American women, we do that. We still sell coochie, but we at least, put our coochie pics online and we get money for that on OnlyFans. They still going through hardship selling regular coochie.
Right. Yeah, you right. You sure right. Hey, look, if you got a representative that say it's okay and this ain't the struggle's real, this is survival coochie that's being sold from illegal immigrants. I mean, fuck it, they support it. Like, and we over here, the community's like, they don't support it. How they gonna support it now just because it's illegal? Because it's a legal immigrant? It's okay. It's stupid.
They already know the Republicans talk about putting their ass in jail, slavery, or that. Like, come on now, get them people out the country. It's not safe. The Americans, we don't give a fuck.
They've been lying. They said
black men laughing because you already know what it is.
Yeah. I was like, no,
they gonna get enslaved. They rebranded slavery for black people here. Like, no,
right?
It's meant for conservation here.
Yeah, like, you better get it how you live. That's what I was feeling. I was saying that shit. I was like, now it's good for the goose, good for the gander. If they arrest us, man, you better get it how you live. Shit, what's good for us? You gonna arrest us for being homeless?
Okay.
Well, there's like motherfuckers. There's a whole bunch of homeless out there. 30,000 according to the clock. So get your arrested motherfuckers. Get your arrested motherfuckers. That's it. I don't care. What did you bring all your kids here for? You know what I mean? We didn't invite you over here. What you been doing for the last 30 years of your life?
Exactly.
And all of a sudden now you can't make it. With the land of milk and honey, allegedly. Like, come on,
see,
man.
they don't know how hard it is for us, because when people is homeless, it's hard for them to get a job because the job demands for you to have an address. It's like, the bitch, I'm homeless. I need a job to get an address. How you? Yeah. They don't even know about that part. Like, I feel bad.
In the encampment for 5 years. 5 years, sick as hell. So I know exactly how it is. That's what I'm saying. Like, well, you could arrest me every other day, whenever the fuck you felt like it. Take my shit, crush it. I got to start all over and try to get right. This is crazy. But you won't do that to them. You give them everything. They didn't even try. It's not like they applied in their area and then they come over here like on that, what they call it, paroled or some shit like that. I forgot what the
yeah.
You got parole over here and you just go wait it out. Man, there's people waiting to get be legalized for 10 years. They fast tracking this shit like 3 months. When people getting housed, they got brand new stoves. You got motherfuckers they got housed, they live in dives.
Okay, real quick, I got to do a roll call. So, Lady Che, you from Colorado.
Yeah.
GTO, you from Baltimore. Leap, where you from, sister? Where you from, sister?
Ohio.
Oh shit! Oh, so you already know about the Muslims?
You said I know about the Muslims?
Yeah, the Dearborn. You didn't know about in Ohio? Yeah, Dearborn. They said Biden will not be president. Every Muslim from every swing state came to Dearborn. Or is that? Am I talking about the right place, Dearborn, Ohio? Am I right or am I wrong when I'm saying that?
To be honest, I'm not sure.
Is Dearborn in Ohio? I'm sorry.
Yeah, there is a Dearborn, Ohio.
Okay. And Dearborn, they have an all Muslim city council?
I wouldn't know.
Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. Okay, back to y'all. Let me mute out. So y'all get back to what y'all saying. Okay.
All right, what's up, Lee?
What's up?
you jump back on, so I was like, we'll let you.
I know, Biden, man. He don't got that damn Muslim boat. It's like it's a billion of them bitches. It like the Muslim. It's so many people into Islam. He should never did that. Like, he got to lie better or something.
Yeah, that's crazy. I can't fathom the NOI and stand up and say, "Oh yeah," just go along with that program. I can't see it.
They've been calling it NOI.
I'm gonna look it up right now. I'm gonna look it up, Lexa. What you say? The Muslim, somebody got an all Muslim city council, or look it up right now.
It's called. Hold on. It's called. Damn, I did a whole show on it. It's called. Oh God, I forgot the name of it, but it's called something. Get rid of. Something about boycott Biden or something about Biden. Basically, American Muslims are not going to vote for Biden.
We call him Genocide Joe.
Yeah, genocide.
Correct.
Yep.
And
We be
there's
like
no longer called,
primary Joe
no
Biden.
longer called Jim Crow, Joe. You know what I mean? We start calling him that. Now he's just straight for the genocide, right?
Yeah, Genocide Joe, man.
Yeah.
Black people is traumatized watching that because it happened to us. We was
Right.
like seeing them baby feet in that rubble. That shit'll
Yeah, that shit
traumatize
was
you.
hard. Those footage was hard to watch.
Oh
It
my
was just
God!
like
Did you see Motez?
shit is
The
crazy.
body's being torn apart. Like it is demonic. I said, "Oh my God, Joe, get him out the fuck. Get these Zionist bastards the fuck out of our government."
This
What
is
the hell is
crazy.
this for 75 years? And you know, Israel had attacked the USS Liberty. And I think it was
Thank you.
1963 and
Lex and Defy. Thank you. I'm
1967
gonna look it up right now.
for
Yeah.
no apparent reason, killing several of our American soldiers. Like, why?
Mm.
A
I mean,
mess.
and like this whole little section area, he kind of fumbled the ball, no?
And guess what? And guess what? You already know Israel be protecting the adults that touch on kids, and they be up there arresting the Palestinian babies at 2 years old.
Mm-hmm.
It's proven. You can look this up on YouTube. They got whole documentaries on Israeli pedos, and they be
Well, Joe
arresting
Biden's a pedo.
Palestinian babies at 2.
Hold on, but Joe Biden's a pedo. So what you saying?
Exactly. There's
I
pedos
think.
everywhere.
Listen, I
Oh,
think
okay.
our whole government is be planning on doing all types of schemes so they can sex traffic. Don't get me started. Like, come on, Black Son. You already know I be ranting about this all the time. That's all I talk about. I'm like, our whole government is sex trafficking. Foster care system, sex trafficking.
Yeah.
Like that's my extreme opinion. I'm not even gonna
Yeah.
lie.
Yeah. No.
All I want to know is why Joe Biden talked about little kids rubbing up their hands up and down his legs. Can somebody explain that to me?
Oh, you seen that video that I posted,
Women.
Black Son? Joe Biden touching on kids being weird, touching on women being weird. He's creepy.
You're right.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
Right.
you're right about that. I thought y'all, I thought you was lying. I had to look. I said, "Oh hell no, nigga, you crazy? Ew." He creep
Yeah.
out a
Yes.
lot of women.
Dearborn. Thank you, man. Like, so I'm looking at it. It's Dearborn. At least the middle. Oh, God. Well, I'm reading the what you call it captions so I could hear.
Yeah. What's the name of the movie? China, because I know it's something that the Muslims they all came together. They call it something. I forgot the name of it, but yeah, they said Biden will not be the president.
Oh, I'm looking at. Yeah, I'm gonna look that up right now because I was looking at the majority in Dearborn, Dearborn, Michigan, is Muslim or
Yeah.
Arab
Lee,
American Muslim. Yeah.
Lee, how far are you from Dearborn?
I'm not sure. I'm in Columbus.
Oh, okay. Okay.
What's over there? Okay, so you say that they're not that they don't want to that they what do you say oh my God, that they're not gonna vote for Biden, right? Or no, yeah, they're not voting for Biden. Is that what
Yeah.
you
What's
said?
the name? What's the name of the movie? Yeah, the American Muslims came together in Dearborn, and it's a movement that they have. But yeah, they serious about their movement. But it was in Dearborn where they met, and they
Oh,
said every.
I'm wrong, by the way. Dearborn's in Michigan. I don't know what I was thinking
Yeah.
about.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry, Leak.
No,
I'm so
my bad.
sorry.
Because I'm like, hold
My
on,
bad.
what? I'm thinking of something else.
I was too. My
I'm
bad.
looking it up right now. I'm looking it up
I
because
be
I
lumping up the
wasn't hip.
whole Midwest together, man. Please forgive me for that, Leak. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm looking it up because I wasn't hip. I wasn't into it, so I'm
It
looking it up
definitely
right
is
now.
in Michigan. I forgot about that too. She did just remind me. It is in Michigan.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's a deer field here, not a Dearborn though.
yeah.
My
No, I
bad,
got it from
sis.
uh. Let's see where I got it from. Blacks who defy. He gave me the answer. He gave me the answer, so I was looking it up. I was looking it up. Oh, hey, babe, I see you. I was looking it up right now as he spoke, so I trying to see what Blackson was talking about. Yeah, it's heavy. I'm not really hip to it. Black Sun. So I have to really like look into it, like actually look into it.
I actually did a video on it, so yeah, I can't remember. I titled it and everything. Can't even remember the name of it, but yeah,
When
but
did this
I
happen? Oh, yeah, when did this
huh?
happen?
Like 2 weeks ago, if not, what 2 or 3 weeks ago, they
Yeah, I
made a
mean,
whole
like
press
this
conference.
platform has
Yeah.
been burning out videos. I've been burning out lives. I've been going live, so you do a lot of content. Yeah, that's true. I that's true.
Well, like, that's what I said. All you got to do is look up American Muslims voting against Biden or not voting for Biden. That's all you got to pull up.
All
You
right, there
know.
you go. That's helpful.
If they need to leave until they get clean water, I'm gonna be honest with you. They need to get the fuck up out of here.
Right.
They need to get up
They
out of
don't
there.
even want to talk about it. They're like, nobody wants to talk about what's going on in Michigan. How like it's Flint's still bad, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's still bad water. They're still not being taken care of, right? I mean, we just stopped talking
They
about
gotta get
certain
the
things
hell
that
out of there.
happen.
It should just be the population should be damn near at zero. Like
Right,
it's no, they should be. It should be news articles coming out about how they changing the water because everybody done left. Like
man.
I don't give a fuck about your home, none of that. Get the fuck out of there. Like clean water is not nothing to play with.
Damn, is that,
Facts.
you
Facts.
see what we talk about, the no that certain shit is just hidden from people. Like, so that's another thing. Like, man, let me get a pen. You gotta have me looking up shit all afternoon, G. Real shit. I didn't know that they're I mean, I didn't think they was ever gonna get their shit fixed. You know what I mean? Just like the with all the toxins, from the train wreck. And what was that God, was that Ohio? The train when the
No, I believe
train
that was
derailed.
Michigan too.
Yeah, I mean we
Yeah,
shit. And I
leak
want
was
to say
that.
we had like 5
Leak was
derailments.
that. Yeah, leak was that Michigan also with the train wreck, or was that somewhere else? I'm damn. Like I said, I'm lumping the
I'm not
Midwest
familiar
again.
with a lot that's being said, so I would not know.
It's a lot of those though. It seemed like a
Yeah,
lot
no,
of
the
places.
derailments is like the derailments has been happening a lot more frequently. I know in Colorado, just for this year, we had 2 major train derailments. Well, they said it was major, but I think anytime a train derails, it's major. It was dumping off pollutants and whatnot. And they said, "Oh, it's safe now," but clearly it isn't. Clearly it isn't. Some portions of our city is major polluted. The earth has been majorly polluted, and I don't really think that it could ever get right. But they've been building on it, telling the people it's good, everything's great. I don't believe hype personally.
Yep, blogs who what is it? Blacks who defy. Yep, because the whole thing about with the Obama situation, he tried to go back on the news and try to say that our tax dollars is directly funding the what's going on in Palestine. Try to make us feel guilty, try to put everybody back to sleep. It's like
Mm-hmm.
Obama, we woke to you too. We see what you try to do to
Mm-hmm.
Libya. You try to bomb Libya for no reason. Bitch, fuck you.
Right.
Sit your head ass down somewhere. I don't trust no Zionists. I'm like, hold on, bitch. What you say? You Zionist trash? You willing to kill all the people over there? What's wrong with you?
Right, like you're supposed to question everything. When do we start asking the real questions? Like, and it's just like from one minute to the next, is try to disappear shit, and they think that if they distract you with one thing, you ain't gonna remember something that really happened, and really want to know what's going on with that. Because they keep us heavily distracted.
Oh yes, yes, it's real bad because a lot of people on TikTok been arguing. It's like they like, why can't you just vote for Biden because they so scared of Project 2025? And they say, why can't y'all just vote for Biden and get it over with? And they like, no, because this shit got us feeling guilty. We never seen. I think America, they just thought that it was just going to be as business as usual. But the
Mm-hmm.
people been studying so much, they woke to the
I
bullshit.
agree, Black Suit Defy. Yeah, yeah.
Like the fact that the Zionists can't shut the fuck up. Like they keep talking shit about black people in America. They talk so
Correct,
much shit about black
correct.
people.
Yeah,
Exactly. I'm like, what's wrong with y'all?
man. Like, I mean, come on, we haven't really been paying attention. This shit's been anti-black for a long time, and now they just being a little bit more overt. It's still not a rip. It's still fucked up, and they don't want to accept the fact that they have to start really looking at the situation where we're at.
Yup.
You know, we're not getting off their helmet. Go put a. You're gonna start, you know, taking care of things for black people. You know, you but not neglect us. You know, we're gonna neglect you. Simple as that. That shit's fucked up. Like this is all on purpose. Things can be fixed. What like why hasn't the water been fixed? Why has it? Because they don't want to. You know what I mean? And if there's nobody
Mhm.
there, that's even worse than you pushed out your own state. You know what I mean? You're pushed
True.
out.
That's true.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Passionate moment right there. Go ahead, Leak. I'm sorry.
I don't have anything to say.
Okay. Well, go ahead, GTO. Back to the discussion. So, yeah, I knew it was in Ohio. Yes.
No leak, but for Project 2025, what they trying to do is they trying to do basically the same thing that's going on in Florida, and you know they suffering because it's so much going on with that bastard Ron DeSantis. I can't say he do too much. Like I don't
Yeah.
even mind a lot of his policies because I'm not gonna lie, some of them is for when he reformed the child support thing and the custody thing is actually really good. Like, you know, it's actually what men's rights advocates on YouTube should be talking about more so that. That's one good thing he said. But when he said that they can't say period in the classroom, it's just like, bro, like you on to like you taking it like for what?
Yeah,
Like,
you're just nitpicking at this point.
yes, he's
You're just
nitpicking. It's
nitpicking,
like
and
you're
then too,
going too
like
far.
when you go address these motherfucking fictional motherfucking characters, they're getting legislation on the fact of their feelings. You know what I mean? We didn't even go fucking, you know, really address that shit. That the LGBT plus I heart album whatever, but you know what I mean? Like when we go address that, they get the whole legislations and crime bills and shit. Like this is fucking crazy.
And
But you
just
can't
like
write
Black
this
Son
shit
and
in
MD brought out, they was able to protect their drag laws. But I'm kind of happy that they removed the hormone thing because gay people don't need that shit. They don't need hormones and shit. That shit is pressure from the system to try to make them try to feel bad because they got their body parts and they trying to.
Look,
It's
Kevin.
like the left is trying to fund money and trying to profit off that shit. And that's one thing I'm glad the right will not let them do it.
Mm-hmm.
And like y'all gonna be greedy about these people genitals,
Right.
right?
It is it's like a fucking it's another agenda.
So,
Another
listen,
agenda.
listen, like bring back the regular gay. All this other shit,
Yeah.
y'all making the gay people unhappy.
Shh. I'm making straight
They're
people unhappy.
suffering.
And not only that, but like, you know, with this trans shit, you really upsetting the balance. I mean, like, you know,
Yep,
you got a way to slide for a little bit till you start being disrespectful. And
yep,
especially start being disrespectful to black women. It's like, come on now, cause you're doing the most. And you
yep.
know,
They keep adding
it's not
black women to
you
the
let it slide
conversation. Don't got shit to do with it.
right now. You know? It's becoming very disrespectful and like all of a sudden you got you looking at men like, you gay too? You too?
Yeah, because they can
You
switch
too,
over.
my brother?
And
No.
then people suffering, yo. They don't tell them the ins and outs. They genitals don't even work after that surgery, yo. That shit is so intrusive to their bodies, and I feel like they pushing that shit on our youth, and it's
Yep.
ridiculous. They got them upset about a fucking pronoun. I'm like, bro, y'all better be happy y'all got gay marriage because they wasn't going to do that shit. Joe
Right.
Biden just codified gay marriage. Calm down. Like just
Right.
leave it at that. Like
Yeah, like you got something, man. Like some people didn't you can't you can get anything from out the government. You got a little something, you still ain't happy. But being outside promoting stuff that like to the school children, it's just been much. You ain't even giving people a choice to parent their children how they, you know, normally or what's not normal, whatever. I don't know. I take it case by case, but
yeah, they don't even have to have that. They shouldn't even want that
I
shit
can't
in the
do it.
schools
I don't know manners.
because they could vilify the gay community. Because it's like the gays, some certain gays they lost and they don't know where the fuck they don't they forget that they're still people. that want to kill them, and it's so many killings since all this shit happened. Why do you want this shit in the classrooms? This like y'all just came out into hide. Y'all was just in hiding, and then white people came in y'all shit, and then the only reason why y'all had to join a black gay man, Marsha Johnson. You know they saying he was trans, but whatever. But and
trans,
like because of
you're
once again somebody black gave them their freedom, and now they taking it they taking his message and they want to bring it to the classrooms. It's not for that. You feel what I'm saying? Y'all was supposed to get gay marriage, and that was it.
Right. And even then they got in on a loophole on that where, you know, because they was getting reparation for that too. They even got in on a loophole. You know, like if your mate had died or you had from this amount of time to this amount of time, and you were recognized with amongst your friends and peers, she was married, you know, on the low, then you could finally do it, right? All right, cool. But now it's like, they take one thing and then mix it all around and give it back to you. It's just fucked up and stupid. But when it starts to affect black women, children, and people altogether, especially like the family situation, it becomes a problem. It becomes a problem when you got men wearing dresses telling sisters they're real women. And we're like, what? You just spit in your mama's face. What you talking about? What you talking about? You came from a woman. What you talking about? And you gonna be disrespectful. But it's like that all the time. And now you looking at everybody. I'm looking at everybody like they gay or they on a low to be gay. You know what I mean? It's not. They took masculinity out,
Right.
little by little. It's slipping out. What's it called? Just called the what's it called? The gay gender. Jesse. What was it called? It was the Gay Manifesto, something like that. It's been going on for like 37 years plus. The whole manifesto. How they gonna turn men? Real shit. Get the PDF version.
They talking about they trying to so hard to try to see if men can get pregnant. I'm like, bro,
why would you want to?
But
why
thank
would
you.
Want to?
Thank you.
Not only that, but why don't anybody really address the shit that when they do have babies, when I guess girls are turning into men or whatever, like they get pregnant, right? And all that hormonal shit is going through your system. You pass it on to your kid. And anybody
I
really
don't
talk
think
about
that
what's
shit
gonna
is safe
happen.
anyway, because it's already be hell. It already feel like hell when you pregnant anyway. Like even if you wanted the pregnancy, but like you on hormones too, and you already hormonal, like that shit, like birth could really kill you. I don't suggest them do it neither. Like, why can't you wait to do all that weird shit after you have your first baby? Like, what's wrong with that?
Why are you having the baby though? And then breastfeed while you pumping that shit into your kid, so your kid can grow up all confused in the brain. You didn't give your kid a chance to develop an opinion. It's just gonna be weird when they get out mentally. You know what I mean? Not even gonna have a chance because they can't feel. They can't tell what's right wrong because
So like they making gay people unhappy, and then so many of them get killed or whatever because of that shit. Get killed, and they like I don't know. I just feel weird. Like I feel like it's like they don't want to talk about. They don't want to talk about the percentage of people that suffer after they go through transition, and it's weird. It's something that the left cannot admit to, and just kind of like how the right can't, and like the extreme right can't admit that it's women that really need abortions. You feel what I'm saying? Because now they ready to be criminalized if they have a miscarriage, and I'm like, your body can't even help that. Like it's the extremists on both sides. I'm like, y'all both got to compromise because the American people can both have what they want. You feel what I'm saying? But if ain't nobody willing to compromise, like the left, they got to stop lying about what's going on with these trans kids, that they really suffering, and then the extreme right got to stop acting like women who get raped, get all murdered, don't need that abortion. That's messed up. I feel like if they just let go, a lot of people would just be so much happier, both sides.
So where was the black men in the statement that are affected at high numbers by this gay agenda? Are you serious? Really? Did you serious with that question? Where was the black men? Let's talk about where they are now. They're
Wait,
gay.
what question?
Everybody's gay. When you thought motherfuckers were straight, they really weren't straight. They gay, or they were. If they weren't gay, they gay now. They gay now. All the brothers we used to look at thought was fine as fuck. They gay now. Now they're no longer, appealing to the straight woman.
I
Being
don't think
fake,
nobody. I
being
don't think
fake.
nobody can influence nobody to do nothing. I just think that people get more comfortable, and I think people that would be gay is really gay. But you
I
understand
think
what
the
I'm
bag
saying?
is influencing
Like,
the
I need
decision.
people to be honest, so that way people that straight can make a decision. Because I
I
feel
don't
like
even
that's
get a
unfair to
choice.
people that want to be with somebody that's completely straight. You understand what I'm saying? It's
I
unfair
yeah.
to them. And like all the DL brothers, like they end up being abusive because they so mad and insecure. And you don't even know what's going on the whole time. He gay. He really like
Yeah.
he really prefer a peen. And he's sitting up there beating you up, or
Mm-hmm.
you know, financially abusing you, doing whatever because he's gay. It's a lot of that I feel like it's a lot of that goes on in what we know, but we don't understand because the homophobia, it makes people scared to come out because it's still gay people that get killed, for that
Yeah.
because they
I'm,
out and
yeah,
and
I'm
I
gonna
feel
push
like
back on that. I think that too. Like for me personally, I just separated. I'm not, I separated because I see that when it comes to being black and gay, it's different. They don't see themselves black first. They're
it's
scared
not
to
about
go
black
back.
versus that we
You know
everything
what I mean?
all at once because you gotta remember if you gay and you black and you run into it and you run into a racist white person, they're gonna want to vilify you because you black. You know what I'm saying? Once you interacting with a black person and y'all can both relate to racism because y'all black, once they find out you gay, next thing you know, that person becomes the enemy right before that gay black person's eyes. So all these problems can, like it's not that all these problems they coexist with one another in a black gay person's experience. So it's not that
Mm-hmm.
they put one over the other. It's just that they experience it all at once. Even when you had discussions with black people about
Yeah.
us having our own land and our own government, it comes down to, oh, I want to exclude all the black people. If I all the gay black people, or if gay black people is on my
Yeah.
land, I'm going
You
to
sure
kill
right.
them. And it's like that's the same thing we have to deal with racist white people because homophobia
Mm-hmm.
is racism's little sister for real. You
Yeah.
understand what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So we deal with both of them, and then the fact that we have to deal with it from our own people because I'm bisexual and I see it all the time with our people. You understand what I'm saying? So it's traumatizing dealing with that from your own race. So it's not that we don't want to unite with our own people. It's just that our
Mm-hmm.
own people that's homophobic don't want to unite with us.
Yeah, yeah, I think you're right to that point because we that as people we got a lot of shit coming in all directions to what to listen to, what to believe, what to follow. Like you got like it's just a confusion, and it's hard to get on one level with our personal beliefs because it's a lot of what you call it generational beliefs. You know what I mean? And we do this shit to each other on our end, but the real enemy really ultimately is gonna
It's
be
white.
race and white
It's the
supremacy.
race. It's the racist white people. Not even just all white people. The racist white people. And
Race and white
it's it's
supremacy. Yeah.
it's weird because gay black people be looking at straight black people like, hey, they want to kill the both of us. Why don't we just unite? And they be like, you FAG this, all this, and it's just like what? And then like I didn't see some gay black men get down with the police during them
Yeah,
Black
man,
Lives
they got
Matter
them
protests.
hands, dude. They still got them hands.
Listen, gets down. You know what I'm
They don't
saying?
really give a fuck how
The
much
black
they
man,
twerk.
the
They still
gay
got them
black
hands.
man, it's the black
Talking
man. It
about
don't matter what sexual orientation,
exactly.
what lifestyle or whatever.
Yeah,
If the black man redirect their attention to these
yeah,
racist people, we will be free. But they too busy trying to find differences and trying to fight one another because of it.
yeah. I
You
mean, the
know?
black man is the lead. Should be leading much better. And I think like I said, there's a lot of fucking confusion going on, and yeah, I don't mind if they like. I remember when it was old fashioned. my mother is gay, you know. So I remember when it was old fashioned being gay. Now it's not just gay. You got the propaganda with the trans stuff too going on, and
They messed
the
it.
fact
They
that
messed up that. They
yeah,
messed up the whole movement.
they messed it all up. Yeah,
They
now you
did.
got
Thank
tiptoe
you.
like you
Yup.
tiptoe around the little hats.
They
But
made
yeah,
it more extreme, and they scared the f out of homophobic people. And I'm like, bro, they already was loosening up, and then you got to throw this
not
on them,
true, not true.
and then I also blame capitalism, because
Mhm.
capitalism sees the pressure of, like, the gay stud or whatever, or butch trying to attract the same sex. They see the men trying to emulate a woman and don't know that's just them being fluid or whatever in
Mhm.
their expression, because they're not bound down, they're not binded to certain gender roles that patriarchy pushes in our society, right? So because they look at that as different, they preyed on that just to profit, just to have a profit off of it. And I'm like, bro, you really messing with people's lives, and now you're messing with the whole gay community's lives. It's gay people that's not for that and speak out against that. Like, bro, we don't need to be in nobody bathrooms. We don't want to try to get in nobody's sports. And
Mhm.
even people that's actually transitioned and they happy, they say, bro, like, you cannot go in other people's bathrooms. You
Yeah, I
know,
mean, it's not appropriate. I mean, when you see men getting up into what women's sports and pageants and shit, I'm looking at it like this from the outside looking in, but as a woman, I'm like, God damn, man, you couldn't make it in your own shit. You
yep.
gotta
And
come
that's
over
another
here
fear,
with
because
your
these
man
new niggas is
strength.
weak. Hmm.
Yeah, your man strength and your man muscles, and come and dominate over a woman's sport or pageant. You know what I mean? Knowing that you done tucked your shit in, and then you gonna win a pageant and take away from a woman regardless. Like, and then you wanna walk up in women's bathrooms and shit, and little girls and stuff is there. It's like you doing the most, man. You really
And when
are.
they
And you
toy,
know that's why we
and
were
here's
ready
the
to
thing, Shay.
agree.
Here's the crazy thing about that, though. When they started try to bring those laws into play, it really fucked with trans people, or no matter what end of the spectrum you is. Because, like, all right, for instance, let's say a woman transitioned into a man, right? And
Yeah.
so let's
Yeah.
say extremist right wing Republican, they uneducated as fuck sometimes. They don't know shit. They sit up there
Right.
like, oh, y'all trans people, y'all gotta go to y'all original bathrooms, right?
Right.
Right? This is what that would have seemingly what you would want. But whole
Mhm.
time, if they just thinking about a trans woman or a man, a woman, a man that's transitioning to a woman, trying to go into the bathroom and creeping out a bunch of women. They never consider that if anybody go back to their original bathrooms, the sex they was born in, it's going to be a woman that transitioned to a man that really passed as a man going into a fucking woman's bathroom. So and that's
Yeah.
creepy as shit too.
Yeah. It's
That's
definitely
creepy as
uncomfortable.
fuck too. So I'm like, bro, just leave it alone and everybody
Mhm.
mind their own fucking business. But y'all pushing, and you still gonna creep out people. You still gonna get people killed. You still gonna get people. You know what I'm saying? And it's actually a lot of women who's like really a natural born women,
Mhm.
had kids, got a vagina, natural, and they had got killed because somebody assumed black women. Because
Yep.
at a certain point in history, you already know
Mhm.
racist people at a certain point in history, they didn't give black people a gender.
Right.
We were
Right.
genderless.
Exactly. Exactly. They don't even
They looked at
acknowledge
us
black
as
people.
animals, as lower than
Right.
animals, because they give
Right.
animals, gender. They didn't give
Mhm.
us gender. They treated us lower than animals.
Yep.
So because of that, black woman is going to suffer from that. You think about natural women who have PCOS. They grow facial hair
Yep.
naturally because of the hormones. Do
Yep.
they have to suffer too? Because y'all pushing this shit and it's going to get people hurt. You
Yep.
understand? Like, it's dangerous, bro.
Yeah.
And it's sad.
It's that, and then too, to that point, it's like, look, I remember when there was times where you knew there was trans women, motherfuckers that changed into women, and they live in that shit for like decades. You couldn't even tell. You couldn't tell there was a man ever in life. You know what I mean? They walked like it, they talked like it, they lived like it, they lived at home personally like it. They had jobs. They were a woman. on the outside. You couldn't even tell there was a man. I'm not thinking like in my mind. I'm referring to like the motherfuckers that ain't all the way transitioned, looking awkward as fuck. You can still tell that they got that they got that they still managed. You know what I mean?
And mad at everybody, trying to sue
Motherfuckers
people.
fucking it up. You know?
Did you see that man with a whole beard that just take hormones, right? He was going around to different restaurants and he was trying to get people to say the right pronouns right to him. And if they called him sir, then he was telling them, oh, I'm a sue, right? Wrote down the information, try to sue, try to talk to his lawyer, try to get him fucked up. But with a whole beard though, and he had like chest hair, right? And then the fuck what fucked me up though, Shay, was right. Some of these restaurant people really did correct themselves. Or get this, Shay, he went to another one, right? And this restaurant actually was with it, right? They didn't. Okay, so it's this thing that people say in the gay community. They say if you don't know people pronouns, just go by they them, right? Instead of saying she did, what blah blah blah, you say they, right? Because it's general. It's no gender to it. They really told him use the pronouns they them. This motherfucker still tried to sue them. Like you people is scamming with this shit, yo.
Yeah, because you taking away that person's choice. I myself, I'm not even going front. I myself with like I take it as a case by case situation because I got my points. Like I don't agree. I think it's just because I seen the negative towards black women, actual black women. I don't like that shit, So, but I take it as case by case, like right there. My thing is this, like you can't like if you present yourself, if I see you and
I mean some people just won't tell. If you can't tell, they supposed to have it where they not supposed to be able to tell. Where people already give them that respect.
Trouble for that. If you present yourself as a lady, I say yes, ma'am, thank you, ma'am. How am I wrong for that? But then you try to check me and say, nah, I'm a man, or I'm a lesbian, and you're like, come on, man, stop with this confusional fucking it's confusing and it's almost like a force. You must call somebody by their damn pronouns. I'm like, look, I was born in 1980. You can't tell them a lady or a girl. Something really wrong with you. You know what I mean? I can't be, I'm not going to say, yeah, call me this. And my pronouns are such. Like, that shit is stupid. That's extra work. Extra work. But it's fucked up because if I see, like, then I go to the hospital and somebody check me in, I'm like, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. And it immediately pushed back. It's like the opposite. I'm like, oh, fuck. All right. Okay. Then I don't even apologize because it's not my fault. In my mind, you presented yourself the way you dressed, you look like this. How you gonna be blamed and then have to be forced to apologize?
And see what really messed it up too is when some of these teachers, some of these new age teachers, they was up there trying to force not even those pronouns, with the regular trans people. It's some new gender fluid people that try to force their own personal pronouns. Like instead of he, she, or even they, them, they'll take it a step further and be like, no, my pronouns is zer, z, and I made furry pronouns. And if you really don't use it, they will really get mad. And I'm like, bitch, you're not part of the fucking community, bitch. Like,
yeah. Right, yeah.
I be so offended. I'm like these are the people that I'm mad at. And I'm like, you you taking it another step to the point where people have their own individual pronouns, and like it's teachers that try to force it on their fucking students, yo.
Yeah, I'm like, come on, man. Like that's your job. Your job is to give them an education.
Yes.
Parents and let the parents take their course on how they want to, try to address that shit. The school's too socially liberal. Like, I mean, they let the motherfuckers play on the phone and not even read books. So you got all this shit, and you got the kids saying, the kids are doing their own shit. So one kid think it's cool to be a bird this week, And he got a little following, so then everybody's going to be a bird. That shit's stupid. I'm a cat. Yeah, I want to be a cat. What the fuck is that, man? You either a girl.
I seen that one too. I seen the transhumans where they say I'm really a mystical creature. They didn't take it a step further. Say, my
like
pronouns
too,
is
like
wolf.
everybody else. But come on now, this is pushing it. I like Dungeons and Dragons and read fantasy fiction, but why the fantasy fiction got to get legislation over black people?
Listen, because you know why people got the power to do that, right?
Yeah,
put that shit in the in the
yeah,
law.
that's what I'm saying.
Like, you better call me a wolf, motherfucker.
Shit. Yeah, and I'm supposed to submit to that. I'm like, man, you tripping? Fuck no. The way you presenting, and from this version, until I heard you talk, I would have thought you was the girl. But now I recognize that you was born a man. You the man. At the end of the day, you still a man. If you Rocky the Johnson, you still a man. You just a man in a dress. You know, and I'm wrong. I'm wrong for that. No. What you talking about, angry snowman? What you talking about? You don't understand? A man pretending to be a woman and then want us to accept it and badass and submit to it and call him man.
Why is angry snowman down there cussing at us?
It's been going on. They're just chopping it up in the like real disrespectful in the chat. Thank God. Like,
that's what you were talking about earlier, Shay. Because I couldn't see the chat at first.
Oh man, the chat's
StreamYard be acting crazy.
What the hell? I got look. Yeah, I'm glad you're amused, Amy Snowman. I thought you had kids to take care of and shit. That's how you got off the thing. You over there talking shit in the chat.
Why are you talking shit in the chat, angry Snowman?
Let's see. You know what? It's because we on this platform. So we on the censored arena and censored. Excuse me. So we're not on revolutionary agenda or for like black dudes where everything's black. Or everything's just kind of what you would call bigoted. We're on that one side. We over here where there's other opinions, and we got to be respectful. I'm being respectful yet. And still
the BS. I feel you.
Yeah. I'm still reading nonsense. Like, can you see the screen?
We come from the same area, you two, because I love Yanga.
Yeah. And you see, I'm like, look. This is like, in my opinion, I come over here to talk about politics and go somewhere, whatever. But that's
I'm proud of you, Shay. You really been doing
that's
it.
That's the way black people are. Black people start leading in different directions. That's what we do. Okay, like what we do.
You doing good though, Shay, because you really trying to get other perspective. Because it's hard. Yeah. It's hard listening to black
respectful. This ain't my shit. This shit wouldn't be allowed on my shit.
Oh, you? I know.
This shit would not be allowed. I'd have called you a crackhead, all kind of extra shit. You trying to kick you motherfucking off? It wouldn't happen.
We did like if
you was black talking like that, I would have kicked you out and said, "I ain't with it." You know what I mean? Like no.
No, we straight black power. We know that race is a social construct.
Yeah.
But we have to protect ourselves. So we have to understand the ins and outs of race. It's not like we being bigoted. We're not bigots.
No, you just think that over there, but it's up to your interpretation how you perceive it.
It's too many spaces. They already know it's too many white spaces that pick on black people.
I'm like, look at
black people can't have our own is weird.
Yeah, I'm like, come on now. But in my defense, we're not on the B1 side of things over here. But so I'm being respectful on the platform I'm a guest on. And
you're a good
conversationalist
too. You're a good conversationalist, yes.
Y'all gotta show us respect too. I mean, just on general principle on GP, you just should just be respectful with the comments. If you don't agree, you don't have to agree, because I mean, it is a free country when you got the complexion for the protection.
You wanna know something, angry snowman? If you over here on the Arena Uncensored, we probably agree with more than what we disagree with. So I don't even know what you're talking about in the comments. Like, that's weird.
Like, what you gonna what they gonna do about it?
Like, because you'll be surprised that me and Black Son agree with a lot of stuff.
Right.
I kind of feel how with Chicago going through how they feel like they want them migrants out of there. Because migrants, I'm sorry, but people of color, they do us any type of way. And it's just like they piggyback off what we did. And it's just like, bro, like you gonna have to come over here the hard way. Like we came over here the hardest way. Like I don't know why you think you gonna get it. You just not. It's blood, sweat, and tears, baby. Like
Yeah, exactly. And we cry real tears, okay? We don't pretend. You see the
we literally didn't say nothing wrong. Though. We're not going on
a
a rant. We just really just chopping it up.
We're just chopping it up because that's what we would do in person. Black people do in person. You know what I mean? Like we're talking about one thing leading to another. You just thought maybe you're not seeing the connections. But one thing will always lead into another when you talk about race and white supremacy.
Peace, MD. I don't know why, but we like me and Shay could really cut up because we got a lot of the same ideology.
Right.
Like we could really cut up. Like
right.
I can't wait to talk to Shay on a panel. What?
Yeah. Like shit, I thought you got off because you had kids to take care of.
No, that's
why did I say so angry?
And I was just talking to MD yesterday about how I had, me and my baby father, we cool now because I said let this go and give this nigga his son,
Right.
I said I ain't gonna take your baby from you.
Sorry. Not sorry.
You gotta break generational curses, and I want him to be around his son. I was doing everything on my own. It was just getting to be a lot, but we cool now. So I was like, let me see what's going on over here at the arena. Cause
what you hold on, say what you think I'm saying that is disrespectful? Because I mean, I could have already. I just haven't. But what you saying is disrespectful. Like I'm gonna put when you read these comments, you even reading what you type it, because it's not. It's like for what I'm reading, like this. Look. What is this? Let me pull it up. I'll pull it up real quick, and I tell you that it's like seems pretty disrespectful, especially when I'm a guest. You know what I mean? Like I'm a guest. you don't like what we talking about. Then that's cool. You entitled to your own opinion. Like we gotta agree with shit. We cool. It's all right. I mean, I'm okay. I can't
come up. You can get pushed back, angry slow man. Because I just want to know what
you say. I gotta go. Wrong. There's kids. Isn't that what he said? Don't even run that beautiful beam footage back. Yeah, man. Did he say that's why he had to jump off?
You can come back, angry snowman.
Yeah, get up on the panel.
He's trying to live up to his name because he is mad as shit. He is mad as shit in the chat,
man. Calm your nerves. I didn't understand. White fragility is a real thing. Like it really is.
We ain't gonna call him racist. We just gonna say he's misunderstanding.
Yeah. I'm like, you shit. We over there on my platform. I'm like, shit. You saying that because you think you got that? I why not say so fast? Yeah, you got it over here.
Oh, hey, come on here. Preach. Come on now, preach.
Guest. You got it over here. I don't get. We had all my shit. We over here. We get. I gotta be respectful. I mean, but you ain't really respectful, my brother. Seriously. You're really really bad.
MD, like I don't know why the angry snowman. We asking him come up here because he's saying that we being bigots or something in the chat, but we really didn't say nothing. We
if you want to call it bigotry, define bigot.
We really didn't say nothing wrong. Exactly.
But you ain't us though, sir. Like you ain't us. Like of course it's gonna be offensive to your ears, but when you hearing it this way. What I'm saying ain't really wrong, but I guess you got to be on this side of things.
We ain't gonna kiss your ass now. Now wait a minute.
Yeah, no. I don't agree with that.
If we say racist white people and not all white people, I don't know why you jumping bad because we didn't call you. But a hit dog will holler. That's all we saying.
I'm acting like why you acting like that? Like why you acting like that?
We just teasing angry snowman. Come up here. I'm just trying to see what he about because I ain't never get to watch him on the panel because y'all been getting it in. Y'all been doing like 6-hour shows and.
Well, yeah. With me, I did a 7-hour. Well, I did on my own shit. And I'm not on the same platform. My Jesse, Jesse shares the Arena Uncensored fucking platform. There's a lot of us out here. I just haven't got on the same on the thing on the StreamYard to do it. I just said I separate. I'm not shit because I I do my own thing.
I like Lex will be trying to get me to hook it up to the simulcast, and I'm like,
that's what's happening. Simulcast.
that's what I need to do though, only because I like using the graphics and stuff
You
like
said
that.
who
I have a
raised
lot of
all
graphics
these
on my channel.
gay and black trans men? I don't know, but real quick, that's a good question, and I would like to just say this: do you like? I was just going to talk to GTO. I really don't have conversations with those that ain't us. Okay, so I really don't. So it's a fact. GTO, do you think that all this trans shit, especially when it comes to us as black women, right? As black women, right? Do you think that this is like propaganda from white women?
Propaganda.
Like they pushed on his head. They did a lot of shit. They just crept back.
I think it's propaganda for people that's really money hungry who want to prey on like I think it's people that's greedy. But what made you say white woman?
Well, let's tell you, man, because they crept out the cut. They fucked everything up, right? And they crept out the cut, and then still want to hit on our, available straight black men. And then after that, they'll push a narrative like it's okay to be you. It's okay here. Try this dress. I help you do this. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, and then they creep back out the cut. So
but you gotta keep in mind, even when it's a white, even when a white woman was like adopting the African children and then saying that they trans and shit. Guess what? Like Gabrielle Union stole that baby.
Bitch is weird, right?
Yo,
that bitch is weird, guys. She is so fucking weird. And then she crept
like
back
a white
she didn't
woman.
Involve me. Like she didn't do nothing wrong. You know you're complicit. She acted like everything. It was all on him. It was all. I remember when he was with his first old lady. He wasn't doing all that.
This nigga be polishing his toenails and
look what he did to his son. His son wasn't even ready. His son didn't even have a chance to experience being a man, and then make his mind up and say, "Nah, I don't really like it like this."
Because I'm gonna say something controversial. It shouldn't even be too much homophobia in the hip hop community, because you done seen Drake polish his nails, wear bow wraps in his hair.
He wasn't doing that until the movement started making it real live. None of these fools was acting all gay and weird. Now that it's doing the most.
And like it started with the skinny jeans, and when they was doing, and then it just started like black men is getting more comfortable. They getting more in their skin. Like you see, it's coming out. So black women now that black men feel more comfortable, straight black women, they can make more of a choice. You feel what I'm saying? And we feel it the most because our men get so mass incarcerated.
Mm-hmm.
So many of our men.
It's starting to become a lack of straight. Well, I can't really speak to
You're right.
I gotta do, but it's becoming, for the single black woman, it's becoming very difficult for her to find a single black man amongst the straight, without any bisexual activity. Because I know, as me being a woman, I never wanted a man that ever was with another man, or even had tendencies of looking at another man. Let's welcome MD on the stage, though. Hello, brother. Glad to see you.
Peace, Queen. How you doing?
MD.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I'm just chopping up. I don't know what's going on. I just hopped on. I'm assuming y'all talking about the hierarchy struggle between the black man and the black. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, not really.
We were talking about the lack of straight black men, because they getting more comfortable, and straight black women, they feeling like
getting more comfortable doing what?
Like wearing nail polish, being bisexual, and it's got straight women.
The divine feminine, but it's another thing to just be totally gay, though.
They being gay, but I look at it as a positive, because now you have a choice. Whereas when it was more popular to hide that stuff, now you can see, nigga, you wearing nail polish, you're not just in touch with your feminine side. You're gay, and now you can move on. So it's also I like to be optimistic and look at the positive stuff and stuff. So now you can make more of a decision, because if they could be influenced like that, it's not that they was influenced and they brainwashed. Motherfucker, you just been wanting to do that. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You've been wanting to do that.
It's 2023, 2023.
Well,
You're just
Go
comfortable.
ahead and be yourself. Yeah.
well, in my personal opinion, I don't think it's more or less about making a choice. It's more or less about just outright being a participant in sexual debauchery, which you free to be because it's America.
Yeah, that's what I'm
You're
saying.
right.
Yeah.
In that aspect, I don't too much really give a damn. You know what I'm saying? You know,
And
whatever get your rocks off is the most important thing, I guess, to you. I guess I don't know, but
Right.
the issue with it is that people try to pigeonhole it in this hierarchical paternal traditionalist system that don't exist.
What you mean?
But
What you
because,
mean?
huh?
What you say? What was that word that you said? The hierarchy. What?
I said in hierarchical paternalistic patriarchal system that don't exist.
Oh, well.
But there's a certain demographic that are traditionalists that want it to exist, but it don't.
Yeah.
But that, like both
Humanity,
sides can't force it on one another. I think that's wrong. You know.
well, you got to understand humanity by its nature is a progressive people. We
Yeah.
always move forward. We don't like hold on to traditions for that long of a time. I mean, you can say maybe a century or two, but in the eyes of time, that ain't no long ass time. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Humanity is naturally going forward based on how governments and social norms go, like we go. So when you
Yeah.
talk about homosexuality is a thing that's inevitable. You can't stop it.
Yeah.
What the conservatives try to do is to try to maintain a traditionalistic culture based on the government, which you just can't do. At some point in time, you have to realize what's going on, whether you agree with it or not, and prioritize your government, prioritize your policy based on it. That's why I don't like getting into the same sex marriage and the gay books in school because all that shit goes with somebody.
I was telling Shay that them trying to push it in schools, like gay people trying to push that shit in schools, actually put gay people in danger. It's dangerous.
But nobody's pushing no gay shit in school. That's a falsehood. That's a lie.
Oh yeah, I agree.
A book.
But I'm just saying it should like it's weird because it should be pushed back because then it goes to the Black History books being taken out of school and stuff like that.
That's my point. You allow the traditionalists to be reactionary and actually fuck up your culture based on a falsehood.
Yeah.
I.e., taking black shit out of school in response to quote unquote taking gay shit out of school. You know what I'm saying?
And they Zionists.
They got you in the 3-card money is what they did.
They Zionists and they took out the Holocaust school, and they Christians and they had to take out the Bible. It went so far. I'm like, you fucking up your own shit. Y'all really planning on really changing the system to where y'all want priests in this motherfucker. How y'all supposed to do that and the Bible not even allowed? Because y'all so stupid, you know?
There's no curriculum in any public school anywhere in America that teach gay shit. Nowhere. Now there may be literature in gay schools, but that's optional. Any kid can go what you call that shit when you go to the library? I ain't been in the library in so long.
Check out a book.
Check out a book, and it's got some gay shit in it. Guess what? As the quote unquote custodian or guardian of that minor that don't got no rights, by the way, minors don't have rights. The guardian exudes the rights on the minor. You got every right to say you're not reading that gay shit. That's not up for the government to decide. But because you got conspiracy theorists, narratives getting put into place, they want you to believe that the government is teaching gay shit to the public schools when in fact that's not the case. And you get caught up and in turn while you fighting something that you think is righteous, they taking your black ass out of the curriculum altogether.
Yeah, and then they showed on the media. They showed on the media to go to your point. They showed on the media that what books they were banning, but the media, the way the message was handled was they were only showing the LGBTQ books that they didn't want in their schools or on their bookshelves or book reading lists, and they would casually move the camera to say a black book that they decided deemed was inappropriate. Yeah, that they deemed it, but it's casual, But the main point when they showed it on media was pointing at the narrative of the LGBTQ plus size books not being allowed in the libraries and whatnot. And I was like, there's so many books. Why are you banning books? Like, you should be trying to incorporate
Yeah,
reading and stuff in.
you can't stop that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just like you can't stop another parent from teaching their child or gender reaffirming their child. That's not your right to do
Mm-hmm.
that.
Right.
Because that parent is gonna suffer in the long run with all the scientific or the mental torment that person may go through later. Let them worry about that. That ain't got shit to do with the government. So we gotta stop. We gotta stop with this traditionalist mindset, and black folks specifically gotta stop with it because they undermining you just as much as they undermining anything else that they consider quote unquote leftist in the society. It's
I
stupid.
think that we shouldn't even allow it. Like maybe we should just go ahead and just homeschool your children. That way you don't have to deal with this shit. Because even if your kid is, on some sort of feeling, gay or different or whatever, whatnot, that's for the family. That's for the family. That shouldn't be left in the hands of, public opinion. They think they let mental health. A lot of this shit, like we watched this documentary, me and Jesse. A lot of this shit is just a propaganda. It's like it's meant for the money. It's meant for the insurance. It keeps a sick a level of sickness going on. Now, I'm not saying that they sick. I'm just saying that
No, you're
the
right.
mental health shit and they threw that in there with it is keeping that funded. That's what I'm saying. I might not have worded that correctly, but for everybody else. But I'm just saying, we watched the whole documentary. Where it's just like a fixed thing. It's like a planned thing to,
But then you gotta keep in mind, like
money going.
even intersex people, they need gender affirming care too.
It's a
That's
lot of
another
it's a
thing.
lot of little
It's a
acronyms I gotta
percentage
look
of
up. What
intersex people.
intersex? Oh yeah, okay, intersex.
Intersex, yeah, like they still need, and it's a lot of people suffering that need that, and like you can't interfere with that because you don't know what happened when they gave birth. You don't know what's down there, and it gets
Yeah.
into like you want to know what's going on with people's genitals. A lot of some of these Christian nationalists in certain states, I forgot what state it was, but they try to make a law stating that the preschoolers got to look at the child genitals or whatever, see what they like. No, that's sick. Y'all be the
Mhm.
same ones don't want to teach the girls about sex because y'all want to groom them little girls in them goddamn Christian cults. Like shit sick. MD was pissed about Ron DeSantis' law about don't say period. He was pissed. MD was mad as shit. He was like, "What the fuck?"
You know why? Because it was too animated.
Like you
Like
nitpicking
all
with
this
people,
animation.
and
You gotta
and
calm down.
that's why we gotta stop the MD right because they like to take it to the max.
Yeah.
Like you can't take it to the max. Like people gotta stop being so extreme.
Yeah, there's a lot of reactionary shit going on. I can't even lie. I can't even lie. There's a lot
Ron
of
DeSantis and his
reactionary.
goddamn. Did you see that this nigga wear some shit that
Real
make
quick,
his height taller?
what is
That
this? What is
make-
Angry Snowman? What is this link right here, brother? What do you got right here? So I don't know what it is. So we can just
we
mention this.
can't. You gotta go in a
What is
private
that?
chat, angry man.
Nah, yeah. I just want to know
I'm
what just
calling him
posted
angry
for
man. You
everybody.
know it's a black man in the
Nah,
manosphere named
yeah,
Angry Man.
he's in the chat, so everybody and their mama can see what's in the chat. So he put it in the chat for a reason. That's like what it is. But Andy, how you doing? How's life? How's everything going?
Oh, Shay, you
Oh,
ain't never lied because the
I just
CIA
been kicking it,
operations
man.
is crazy.
I just been kicking it, working pretty much as
Yeah.
I'm doing right now.
Oh yeah. You take some time
You
out
know
to
what
come and
I'm
kick
saying?
it out.
Yeah, pretty much, man. He works hard for the money.
Okay. Oh, we got another guest coming up. Welcome, Hood Secretary. How you doing? Go ahead. Welcome. Yeah, you're available to talk. Hood Conservative.
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you for a second there.
How
Hello. Thanks for having me up, y'all.
you doing, brother? Good.
Peace.
peace. Now, I mean, I clicked the link honestly because I'm hearing what's being said, and it's all kind of just being accepted without pushback, and I don't see the
I don't
point
know.
of even going for that. I
What's
don't see
which,
nothing.
which part, brother?
No, I'm
Yeah, yeah.
talking
You
about.
said being accepted. What am I being accepted, or anybody on the panel? What are they being
Well,
accepted of?
bro, you literally said homosexuality is unavoidable to something like that,
Yeah,
and I'm
yeah.
kind of
So what it
unsure
got to
what
do
you
with me?
mean. I'm unsure what you mean by that,
It's
and
so
why is it
What
unavoidable?
does homosexuality got to do with you?
Well, what does it have to do with anybody? It was the conversation you were having,
I agree, and that's why I made my point. It ain't got
and
nothing to do with me.
no, well, yeah, but then it is evitable, right? You can avoid it if that's how you look
Hold
at
on,
it,
hold on.
right?
Let me say
I mean,
this.
I
Let
can
me
make
say
that
that.
conversation.
Meaning you can control it. Is what you're
It's
saying.
so uncontrollable that straight men that's homophobic as fuck, they'll try to make a case that gay men can't do something, but it's normal for women to get down. And
in
niggas
in the in the realm of
I'm not sure
sexuality.
what you mean
Exactly, you're exactly
specifically.
right.
I'm not
Meaning
sure
that
what you mean.
in the realm of sexuality, it's cool to be sexually debaucherous with a woman, and yet two men can't do it. If we thinking about it in the realm of morality,
Well, I mean, if you really want to frame it that way, when it comes to morality and debauchery, the moral thing to do is get married and have a
oh,
one
you're
partner
pulling history, y'all
relationship.
Wait, wait,
lesbians
so
in it.
wait, wait, wait,
so where's the fight for
wait.
that?
Yeah, being conservative. That is the word of morality. Yeah.
I
You
mean,
know,
no,
your
because
porn
if you're going to
history
bring
look
up
like
morality,
ow,
I don't understand
ow.
what's the point.
Well, because that's what the political fight is. It's a fight for the moral majority, and I
But
say that's bullshit.
is there a such thing as morality? First off, because I think we got to move the
No,
ball back to the beginning of the conversation. Like, so if there's no such thing as morality, then how do you know who's doing right and who's doing wrong?
because you've been taught that through a political hierarchy.
Yeah, that's true.
No,
That's true. He not lying about
and
that.
through home training though, MD.
He
And through
not
home
lying about
training.
that.
We were taught that
So
from
Yeah,
the
and you
start.
you called a conservative, ain't you? I mean, hell, you just basically gave it away.
I mean, that's in my name. It's nothing I'm running from, but I'm still kind of walking through the arguments here because I'm trying to. We've never met. We've never spoke to each other before. So I'm giving people the benefit of the doubt by asking questions instead of assuming something about you.
Hmm.
I mean, hell, calling you a conservative when your name is conservative is a hell of a assumption. But hey, I could be wrong.
I don't know.
I said
I'm
I'm
gonna
not
start
making
addressing.
assumptions about y'all. You can assume if you like. That's your thing.
No, I'll just say this really,
I
Nobody's
agree.
assuming anything about
just
anybody
off
on the
just off
channel
the
right now.
comment, just on the topic on the comment. Like you probably, I'm not gonna say that women is hypocritical. I would say that we let a lot of things. I was just gonna refer to it as black women. I won't say I'm not gonna speak for all black women. I'm just gonna speak for the black women I know. Okay. And I'm gonna say it like this, and some of them think I'm the same wavelength. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, yeah. So I'm gonna say it's like, look, as far as being hypocritical with the gay shit, I would say we let as black women, if we're gonna be nice and comforting, and welcoming, whatever, because that's just not nature. But some things come to a point where it becomes too much. It's not hypocritical to say enough's enough when you got some gay shit being thrown in your face and disrespecting your divine femininity. That's in the realm of what I'm speaking
My
to
femininity can't.
towards
My
that.
femininity is strong and it can't be
Yeah, my
destroyed by
shit's
gay
good, man.
shit.
I'm a high vibrational people.
Like you got, if you really high vibe, then that shit can't affect you.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm just saying that
And then
I don't like
another
disrespect.
point to your point, Shay,
I don't like
about the
disrespect.
GMOs and food, right? Making
Mm-hmm.
people gay. I wanted to say that there's natural teas, right? That's in nature that men can take, and it lowers their estrogen, and it's so strong, right? It's actually good for them because I'm gonna tell
And
you
then
why. Even though
men
it
are
low,
supposed to have that divine feminine.
hold on, let me say this. It lowers their testosterone. My fault. And it naturally does this. And when it does it, they actually can it actually opens their color receptors and it opens their hearing because women statistically have better hearing than men. Like if we listen to music, we can hear every string, all the instruments and shit like that, and we can tell it apart. You feel what I'm saying? It just you feel what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know why people make that point because it's stuff that's natural that can also lower a man's testosterone.
Wait, hold on. Did you say that the gay tea opens a man's
I
esophagus?
never
Is that
said
what
nothing
you
about no
said?
gay tea. I ain't say
Lower
shit about no gay tea.
testosterone, brother.
Don't do that, hood conservative. Come on now. I
Lower
ain't say no gay
testosterone,
tea.
brother.
Did I say gay T? Or did I
This
say
is what I
nasty
mean
man?
about y'all being hypocritical. This is what I mean about y'all being hypocritical. Let me make my point because she called me out on it. She called me out on it. Let me explain what I mean.
Wait,
On the
what?
one hand,
I
on
ain't
the
say
one
shit. I
hand,
say
you
gay
girls.
T.
I'm saying that. You know exactly what that shit. Yeah, if it lowers your testosterone, it sounds like it's trying to turn you into a chick. But
So
on the
tea
one
that
hand,
people
y'all.
take for their health. Hold
No, it
on.
lowers your
That's the natural
testosterone,
herb.
sweetie. It
It's
lowers your
natural herb that's
testosterone. That is a drug.
it's
That's the
natural
same
herb.
thing that
Like, hold on.
transgenders are
It's
doing.
teas that will lower your chance of having cancer. What are you talking about, sir?
But
This
that's
is
a
You
different
see,
kind
this
of tea.
what happens when you bring up the
that will lower your
heebie-jeebies. This is
chance of
exactly what
having
happened.
cancer. It's tea that help you with a lot of shit.
Y'all are
Okay,
echoing. Y'all
You can
Why do
turn
y'all
weed
support
into
this
you can
stuff?
turn marijuana into a tea.
one
You
at a
getting
time.
stuck on the
It's
fact
stuff
that it's
that's
tea.
I don't support that, sir.
grows in nature. Hold on.
Sweetie, stop
It's
it.
stuff that grows naturally in nature that will lower a man's
Okay,
testosterone.
hold on. One at a time, please.
Okay,
Go
okay.
ahead, G.
Hey,
Listen,
somebody got a bad echo.
Yeah,
the,
I think
the, the,
one of y'all are echoing.
I'm just saying the thing about women and this hypocrisy, you support all this stuff. You think it's cute and totally fine, but you don't want your man to be that way. If you find out your man was having sex with some other man, you're not gonna look at him like the same kind of man no more. And that's just
Okay,
a fact.
Don't speak for me.
No. I think he's talking to me. It's okay. That's
Oh,
good.
my
Let's
fault.
talk about it. I
That's the
apologize. Let's
majority
talk
of
about
y'all.
it.
It's not just you. It's not just you. Most
You're
women are
right.
like that.
All
Most
right, but
women
stop
who
speaking
promote
for
that
all
stuff,
women though.
most women
No,
who are
I think
promoting
he's referring to me too,
transgenderism
though.
are not sleeping with a transgender and
I
calling
just
them
got
her
up here.
man.
And told you that I'm not with that. So I don't even know why you mixing up my argument. You
No,
see
I think
that.
he's just referring to me. I think it's just a mistake.
But Shay not for it neither, so I don't even know why he's talking to
But
you.
he did
I'm
make a
going
good
mute. I'm
point.
sorry.
If my dude was doing that, yeah, no, hell no, I wouldn't be with it. But I'm not with it anyway because I'm a straight woman, and I want a straight man. You know what I mean? What I think is the difference is that when they come out the closet while you're with them.
So why
That's
be upset with straight men who try to tamp down on that behavior that you say you don't like to see in men? This is what I
one more
mean
time,
about
brother. I'm sorry.
hypocrisy.
One more time, brother. I didn't understand. I didn't hear what you said. One more time. I'm sorry.
Okay, why get upset with straight men who try to tamp down that behavior that you say you don't like to see in men? That's what I mean is a hypocrisy. On the
Because
one
men
hand,
was pushing
women
back
will
on that.
promote and protect homosexuality, but you don't want your man to be gay.
She's the main one not doing that.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that, brother. I'm not really sure if I understand you correctly. I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm not sure if I understand you correctly, just because I don't support that. Even though I recognize that homosexuality exists, I don't accept it in my personal life like that. You know what I mean? Just for me, what I'm gonna lay with. I don't push that shit because I see that what's happening is the if you was gay, you're gay, then fuck it, you're gay. You know what I mean? If you feel like this and then fuck it, you've been living in your truth forever. Okay, cool. But I'm not with trying to convert a man to wear a dress so he can elevate in his life and disrespect me. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not sure if I understand what you're saying
Well,
though.
I was listening
I
to the
apologize.
conversation for a little while before I took the link, and you both when it was just the two of you ladies up here, you were
Yeah.
talking in a way where like this patriarchal culture, as if patriarchal culture is a bad thing. And I'm like,
No,
no, you can't be mad at patriarchy and then want all the things that patriarchy produces, and then on the other hand, you can't promote all this dysfunction and then
Patriarchy
be
only
unhappy.
produce slaves though. When
Bullshit.
y'all say men built the world, not talking about slaves. Hold on, y'all. I'm
Well, you
echoing.
know what? Listen, yeah, you know what? Most of the world was built by slavery for most of history. I mean, I'm not going to argue with that. Most men throughout history were probably slaves.
But white people was women into slavery too.
And I mean, listen, if you want
But
to make an
we
omelet,
didn't help
somebody's
get
got to
cotton.
break the eggs,
We didn't help
baby.
get
Somebody got to
cotton.
break the eggs.
That brother got a, you got an echo, bro.
Do I? All right, let me try to switch it up.
Yeah.
I think that's me.
I don't. And I'm not really seeing that we was having a dysfunctional conversation about men men are transitioning doing women shit as
Che,
dysfunction. I was like, I
lady
don't
Che,
promote it, but it just show me where I said it, and then let me see the error of my ways, brother. You know what I mean?
lady
Let me
Che,
see the
what
error of
did
my
I tell
ways.
you when I first came on? I told you this is a defense mechanism
Go ahead, baby.
to maintain and to defend at all costs the hierarchical system, the paternalistic nature of this government and how it should be ran. This shit ain't freedom.
What's wrong with order and hierarchy? Where can you go and have nice
It's
things without
non-freedom,
order
it's
and hierarchy?
non-American. That's what's wrong with it.
I mean, freedom is an abstraction, bro. Nobody is
Oh
totally
my
free.
God.
That's chaos. That's. I
Ladies
mean,
and
you want
gentlemen, here you
freedom,
have a Christian
bro.
nationalist
Pure
live
freedom
on
is
radio.
pure freedom is living in the jungle with no clothes on. That's pure freedom. If you
Within the
want better
confines
than
of
that,
America.
if you want better than that, you're gonna have to have rules and order.
I do have rules and orders. It's called the Constitution.
No, but so what's I don't get the complaining against the
Constitution ain't got nothing to do with patriarchy.
let me finish my sentence, bro. I don't understand your gripe with having order and structure.
The gripe is the people that's trying to constitute the order and structure that have no right to.
So it's not order that you're against. You just don't like the people running shit, because that's a different argument totally.
Because the people don't support shit. This is a republic.
Well, yeah, we're getting into a political argument now. It's supposed to be a republic.
What I do.
We kind of stopped being a republic probably recently, but still.
Oh my God, yeah.
That's why
label it.
When you kind of made this comment about patriarchal order, I'm like, well, paternal order. I'm like, bro, paternalism is kind of the beginning of all civilized society. Like the father having rights over
you're a
the family.
traditionalist then.
There you go. What's wrong with tradition?
So I was right by assuming that you was a conservative.
I never said I was running from it. I never said you were wrong. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you said I made an assumption.
I said I'm asking y'all questions so I don't assume about y'all because I don't know you. I literally explained myself. I never said anything about you doing anything.
Well, I'm not talking about in regards to me. I'm talking about in regards to you.
My name is Hood Conservative. I don't understand why this is a sticking point.
Because we're talking politics.
Right. So
I'm the politics guy.
I'm already saying where I'm coming from in my name. I don't get the hang up.
Well, the hang up is that your conservatism is what's fucked up with America.
America hasn't become more conservative over the last 50 years. It's become more liberal, and now everything is on the verge of collapse.
What's liberalism?
Liberalism, I mean, in a political sense, is basically loosening up the culture. We're moving away from tradition. We're actually moving away from tradition and allowing more and more people to kind of take over the structure so that we don't have the same structure that we used to have. We're liberalizing the structure by expanding the rules so that we almost have no rules that are recognizable to the ones we started out with.
That's not true.
That's where we're going now. Everything that you can describe America in like 1920, we're moved well past from that shit now.
As we should have.
Right. So we're not conservative. This isn't a conservative country.
It wasn't supposed to be a conservative country.
But conservatism is what built the country, though.
That's a lie.
But you weren't liberal back then, were you? Nobody was being all free and careless.
Americans was class. Do you know what classic liberalism is?
Classical liberalism is kind of modern day conservatism almost.
Jeopardy.
It almost is.
You just made my point.
That's how far the country's moved, though. See, we kind of started out with classical liberal ideas. The word conservative that we're throwing around kind of has a Christian base to it that most people didn't really think of until probably in the last 2 or 3 generations. But the values and the traditions of the country were relatively stable up until, I don't know, the 60s or some shit.
And what happened in the 60s?
The Cultural Revolution. The gay communists got power.
Is that all?
That's a the long story short.
Are you
Yeah.
hearing this, Lady J?
Yeah, I'm like, oh my goodness, this is like, no, brother.
I
Hey,
mean, you can
he
laugh,
said
but
communism.
tell me where I'm
He
tell me where I'm
he threw
wrong.
civil rights under the rug like a motherfucker.
Yeah, like it didn't happen.
Listen, you asked me when. You
Come
asked
on,
me
now.
when. So they weren't gay and they weren't communists. Prove me wrong.
You had several different leftist ideologies in the '60s. That's why I asked you. But
Yeah,
you
but the
chose to pick
question,
one because it facilitates your ideology.
the answer was when did the culture change? And I mean, the question was when did the culture change? So the most direct answer to that is when the gay communists got more power.
What about? So we just gonna skip over racial white supremacy and little ass.
Say
Hey,
that
give me
again.
1 second.
Hold on. Say
Stop
that
the flow. I'll
again.
be right back.
Say that again. We just gonna skip over what?
We're gonna skip over racial white supremacy, feminism, the little hats.
How are we
Yeah,
skipping?
all
He
that
asked me
stuff.
for
All
one.
that just go straight to gay.
He asked me
Gay
for
and
one
liberal.
mark. He asked me for one marker in time. I'm not skipping anything. I'm pinpointing a spot on the map. That's kind of just where. That's the timeline. That's a great place to mark the timeline for the cultural change. The '60s with the rat.
Whose
And it
culture
wasn't
though?
just the
Whose culture
civic.
came?
It wasn't just the civil rights movement. It was more specifically like the radicals that came after. So like you got like Dr. King and them, and they were like suited, suit tie kind of guys. They were coming out of church. They wanted their kids to go to college and learn how to be doctors and lawyers. Then King dies, X dies, and now the radicals come and take over. And now you got a bunch of feminists who are heavily gay. And then so you got a bunch of feminist gay women finally getting some shine. And then the radical movement, it was a very militant movement. It wasn't anything like the original civil rights movement where guys in suits trying to represent a clean cut black image. These were black men that were like, fuck it all, I want to tear it down. So they're in their mind, they associated with homosexuality with some kind of revolutionary behavior. So you could actually listen to guys like Huey P. Newton and describe that as homosexuals as the most revolutionary. Because in the revolutionary's mind, being like straight and having a family is like white people shit.
Yeah, I'm just let me sit that. Let me sit with that, brother. Let me sit with that because that's a lot. Welcome, dirty folks. How you doing? Just let me sit with that because let me absorb that for a second because that's a lot right there. Of like, what books are we reading? What are we reading, brother? Like I got lost.
Read their own books. Read Huey's own work. Read the work of. Go back and watch their own documentaries. They weren't shy about it. It's just that if you watch like the Malcolm X movie that Spike Lee produced, he's not going to tell you about all that dumb shit they was up to. He's not going to tell you the backstory. He's going to make them look as heroic as possible because that's what Hollywood does.
Okay. We'll pause right there for a second. Let's pause that for a second. Let's welcome our other guest. Let's how you doing, dirty folks?
I'm all
How you
right.
doing?
I'm okay, man. I just came to visit.
God, we can't hear you, brother.
Hold on, let me see what I can do.
That's a lot. Look, serious. I gotta sit with that for a second. Let that absorb. That's a lot of information right there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I just came to slum real quick, man. Okay. Number one, somebody has a bad reverb. Like y'all got YouTube.
You gotta come closer to your mic, brother.
Say somebody has a bad reverb, like they playing YouTube in the background while they on StreamYard. But besides that, though, I'm trying to catch up with what the original premise was. You guys start talking about political ideologies and social designations, but how did we get here?
Well, that's easy. Me and GTO were talking about, what they led to another. One conversation went to another. That's how we got here. And then whatever was said, I don't know what we said, but whatever was said, because I'd have to rewind the track because we've been all over the place. It led us to this point, and then MD's back, so MD can talk about how he got to this conversation right now with Hood Conservative. And then you jumped on, so I figured that when you jumped on,
when I jumped on, it was the part that I came in on when I had the opportunity to support my trailer park brethren.
Hey, nah, Lady Che, I was just acquiescing when y'all was talking about the whole gay situation. That's
Oh
all,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
and it sprouted to something different.
What
You know what I mean?
Man, no,
about the
no
gay?
worries. Me and GTO were just having a whole. We should chop it up. Like that's what ladies do.
I get you know
What
what?
conversation lead to another?
That's bars. She said that's what ladies do. I'm with you on that.
Mhm.
Look, that makes all the sense in the world. So check this out, because I don't. All right, check this out.
You need the
To
link.
to
Oh,
to hood no no to
oh,
hood server
but
this point. To hood server this point. The culture change happened in the 1950s. To his point, when everybody decided to be a communist and an anarchist, that's when things changed. So this is not the Leave It to Beaver country that it was. It's the Brady Bunch country. You know what I mean? Um, and I'm not necessarily saying it's a bad thing. I think here's the issue. I
which
think
culture change, brother? What? Well, you said a
America,
culture change. Which culture?
America, America's culture changed. I remember, man. I'm 40, man. I remember when
Yeah.
my parents bought their house. It was called White Flight. It wasn't called Black Gentrification. It was called White Flight. Grew up
Hmm.
in a place that was a mile away from Marquette Park, where Martin Luther King got his head hit with a brick, and he said Chicago's the most racist city in America.
Yeah.
Right? I remember being a child, and the white boys would chase us to the other side of the literally the other side of the tracks, and we have to grab our guys and go back and chase them. We had race wars as
Hmm.
kids in the
Yeah.
1980s.
Yeah. I'm 43. I
I,
know.
I tell people all the time, I say, man, I think that Magic Johnson and Larry Bird did more for race relations than Martin Luther King as far
Hmm.
as humanizing people. The change between 1980 and 1990 and 2000 is totally different. What
Yeah.
what we what we have right now is too much comfort. We have
Yeah.
we're comfortable enough for people to worry about sex and outside identifications. That's when you know you're comfortable. When you have to be with somebody in order to survive, you're way more accepting of their idiocracies, right? You know what I'm saying? Even if you don't like your husband or wife, you just sleep in a different bedroom and you wait until you fall in love again. We're way too comfortable. We've come to way such a point that people let girls talk with clothes on, guys, you know what I'm saying, talk about sexuality more than they talk about prominence and making their name. As a matter of fact, we're in a culture where your name doesn't mean anything anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. I
So
mean, I'm speaking to I'm Gen Xer too. I'm 1980. I'm like, it has changed. It has
You
changed.
know, well, another thing too, dirty folks, and this is to the point about tradition that the other gentleman brought up. We sacrificed tradition that back in the 60s, or you say in the 50s. That was basically when we said, everything that we used to do is bad, so we're going to invent some new shit. We're going to invent new blackness, and we're going to do all kind of radical new things that were never done before. And I don't think that most people really understood the trade-off. Like, if we could look at what we've gained versus what we had back then, like the trade-offs versus then and now, I don't know if it was all worth it. I don't know if we actually gained what we were supposed to gain from the civil rights movement and then the revolutionary period, because everything changed so much. It's starting to be like not worth the ride anymore.
Hey, let me, because I'm working and doing this at the same time. You just said another falsehood. You tried to proclaim that the new generations are looking at the traditionalists as bad. That's not true.
that is true.
I know that because of the foundation of what the conservatives have built their reputation on. Go
Well,
read the mandate for the Freedom Project. Go read Project 2025. They specifically say that it's not the new generation is looking at the old generation as bad. It's opposite.
the
So I'm
idea
telling you,
that
conservatism as it is today is a reactionary form of a political movement that's taken away from the progression of the country. Period.
That's not true.
I'm not saying it's right, wrong, or indifferent. I don't give a damn either
T-
way. What I'm
today's
saying is I
conservative
understand it.
today's no you don't, because today's conservatism is Ronald Reagan's liberalism. So
Whoa.
so what you're calling conservative now was called liberal in 1986, 88 when he was doing the crime bills. It's just
I,
not true.
I totally agree with that. What I'm telling you is the conservatism that's built upon today, based on what Reagan and all them put as the moral majority, has turned into the moral minority because don't
Here's the
nobody give a
problem,
damn
bro.
about that no more.
Here's the problem with your constant progression idea, right? Because this idea that the country is always progressing and the conservatives are in the way. Progressing to what? Look at where things are, and you tell me
Depending
the
on how you look
trajectory
at
we're
it.
going. No, but look at where we are, and look at the trajectory we're going on, and tell me why we need to keep progressing.
Y'all can't
What's
hear
the
me?
trajectory?
Y'all still can't hear me? That's crazy.
No, brother.
I can hear you.
Turn it up a little bit, please.
What's the trajectory? I'm intrigued.
Well, all right. Listen, we started out with the whole LGBT conversation. I know there was a moment that just went viral. It was a gay black dude who's like a Republican or whatever, and he got harassed by like
I saw that.
the Christian nationalists. And listen, I know he did look bad or whatever, but listen. Nobody. He said they called him a nigger. The two tapes that came out, nobody heard the N bomb. So I think he making that shit up because niggas be lying. But underneath that all, nobody wants to answer this fundamental question. What is the value of his homosexuality? Like, why do we need that shit? So why
It's
progress?
known to you, and it
Why?
shouldn't be known to you. Why does LGBTQ have to be a value to society? That's not how. Why do we always go back to collective shit? That's
But
the
that's
issue with
exactly
y'all
where we're
conservatives.
going.
Whoa, whoa.
That's exactly where we're going right
America
now.
is
Hold on,
not a
hold on.
collectivist country.
But that's what we're doing right now.
Wait, stop.
Well, how we just gonna go with niggas just be lying? Like,
Hold on. So stop. Check this out. To call it alphabet anything, and every letter of that alphabet is a collective group. You can't say how do we go to collective?
It's not.
Fighting as a collective
It's
group.
not.
It is. What does the L stand for? Lesbian, right?
Say what? You real low,
I'm
bro.
saying,
he's talking about. Go ahead, brother.
I'm saying you can't argue against collectivism while you're working as a well. I know colors are anarchists, but while everybody else is working as a collective, you can't go against the collectivism. That's the reason that people get what they have is because of that collectivism.
It's a difference between collectivism in regards to social norms and special interests with groups. This country, when you deal with lobbyists, political action, stuff like that, that's not collectivism at
Well, hold
all.
on, hold on.
Do you know what collectivism is?
When you describe the LGBT, that's a collective movement, though.
It's not.
It is, and you know what?
And the reason
It's
I
a
know it's not
collective,
because they're fighting.
authoritative movement
What are gay people fighting for? You tell me what they're fighting
to turn
for
all
dominance.
gay. That's what.
They're
No.
you're
For
right.
what?
No.
Right.
They're fighting to make everybody gay because the fight
Yes.
to be with who you want to be with has already been won in the 1980s. I grew up around house music.
So the objective is to create more gay people, is what you're saying.
Yes. Why you think they're in school, bro? Why you think they read books to kids? Why do you think the transgenders want to read books to kids but not old people who are sick?
Do you have a right as a parent not to have your child
Answer my question, bro. No. Answer my question. Why do you think they only want to read to kids?
They don't only want to read. What the fuck?
Why?
They don't only want to read to no kids.
Who else are they reading to? Do they go to hospitals and read to the sick?
I would have guessed so, yeah, and also hospices and adult daycare center. I would assume.
So you assume because you got faith in them. I don't have faith in them. I don't got
faith in no fucking body. I'm an individual.
You believe
I don't
it
got
on
faith in you.
You literally, bro. An assumption is faith. Stop that shit. You got faith in that shit. I don't.
Listen. Again,
your assumption is
what are gay people fighting for in this country?
Why do they want to read to kids, bro? Why do they want to read to kids?
You can't answer. So is it quote unquote gay right?
Both questions have the same answer. Both questions literally are the same answer, bro.
Is it gay rights? I'm asking. I mean, I'm trying to figure it out.
What is a gay right, my nigga? What is a gay right? Tell me what a gay right is.
An individual right to a gay person.
What is a gay right?
Gay marriage, as far as consumer contracts, social contracts, all the shit that anybody else would be, or anybody else would do.
Any two adult men can enter into a private contract. Any two adult women can enter into a private contract. Any man and woman can marry.
They had to fight for that, though, correct?
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
My God.
No.
So who did it? And don't use the Obama excuse because Obama was pressured into it through the activity of the group.
I'm a
Pressured.
part of the group, but that's not the point. The point is San Francisco existed way before Obama. Everybody already
I
had the
agree.
right to do such. What you're making a felonious argument based on a fallacious point. Check this out. This is what the gay movement is. Because anytime you have a movement, the movement goes in a direction. That's why it's called a movement. I don't care if it's
But yeah, I agree with that part.
Okay, cool.
But they moving toward an individual right of that person.
They are not. Please stop.
How else can you achieve gay rights or any type of right? The right is bestowed upon the individual.
No.
Bro, they already had the right to be gay. They already had the right to be gay. I don't understand what you keep saying.
I'm not talking about the right to be gay. I'm talking about all the other shit that they've achieved after that.
This is like talking to a girl with clothes on. Listen what I'm saying.
And that's what it's gonna be.
No. You can't have a movement that includes a multitudes of people on a multitudes of layers and say they're.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
No. Listen what I'm saying. I'm repeating what you're saying. You can't have a movement based on a multitude of people, have laws in place for hiring rights and housing and all type of shit. They say the movement is based on individuality because it's a movement based on the collective.
The collective is the one aspiring the movement for the individual right.
No, that's not how that shit works at
all. You work a job by your damn self. You get married to another person. It's an individual contract to another person. Once you understand what rights are in the country, you can't say it's collective. You do things as a group based on your individual right as it. Do you not understand that?
A man can only give you a penalty. No man can give you a right. Rights are inalienable.
I agree, but somehow they weren't inalienable for gay people at a certain point in time. Somehow they weren't inalienable to black people at a certain point in time.
I'm a Scottish right Mason because all the Prince Charles want to suck my dick to bring me in. They've been sucking dicks, dog. And nobody did.
I can't hear what he's way too low. I can't hear what he's saying.
Beat him up or nothing. Look. Let's see if I can turn this shit up.
Bring it, brother. It's all right.
No, I don't think we've actually had, like, as a culture, as a community, I don't think we've actually had a conversation about the value and the necessity of certain things. Once a concept gets wrapped up under the idea of oppression or racism, black people just tend to go with it without thinking about it. And I think that's what happened with this whole LGBT stuff. Like the very idea of the gay rights. Again, what is a gay right? Like, what specific thing are they asking for?
Am I louder now? Can y'all hear me better?
No, not you're speech louder. We're just gonna be quiet so we can.
That's crazy.
Go ahead, brother. No, go ahead. Dirty folks, go ahead. Speak your mind.
No. I'm just asking, man. I'm sitting here trying to adjust every value knob I have.
You had just had to come back right back in, sir. I'm sorry, that was funny as hell. You just have to go and come right back in.
That might work.
Yeah, that might work. That might work out better. All right. Okay, go ahead. MD. Go ahead. MD.
Well, the question I'm still kind of looking for an answer in terms of end game, and this is like the difference between conservatism and this liberalism, which is not even liberalism. This is progressivism, which was always a kind of social engineering movement. But basically, what is the end goal of progressivism? Like, what more rights do people need? This is what I don't really understand. Like, so if you're representing the gay community, you can get married. There's laws against discrimination. And so because you have all that stuff, they had to come up with multiple genders and stuff so they can keep grabbing for more and more. And this is where people are wondering, like, well, where does it end? Like, what is the point of all this? Where is the happy end point for all this? And it's impossible to see a happy end point.
I know exactly where it ends. And I found out what's wrong with my mic. I know exactly where it. Thank you. I know exactly where it ends. It ends in slavery and oppression because they must be stopped. And this is why I say this. There's a valuable reason for me to say this, because the premise of being a gay black, not even a gay man, because I don't have a problem with white gays. Black gays act like black women, so I understand the philosophy. Is that you can't stop until you lose it all. 90% is not enough. It's never over until it's over. until everything's destroyed, you can come back and beg for the same things that you already have. So what's going to end up happening is you're going to annoy people to the point that they're going to push back. Nobody's pushing back now. People are just asking questions. That's what I say about the gender war. There's no gender wars. Girls attacking guys and guys saying, why don't you love me? Guys aren't attacking back. The moment that people start attacking back, all of that will crumble because nobody knows when they're winning. Nobody knows how to get 80% of what they want from the table. The other side get 80%, and y'all just agree on that.
That's like the girl. The girl who was on the panel earlier, Dirty Folks, when it was just the two ladies speaking, and they were talking about Florida, and she actually made a point that, you know, the gays would have been cool if they would have stayed out the schools with all these books and all this extra stuff, all these displays of homosexuality around children. Because before, I want to say before Trump, I don't remember gay pride, like whatever month gay pride is. Now I think gay pride is like 3 times a year, by the way. But before Trump, yeah, so it's like this thing just kind of exploded, and nobody was really looking to like restrict the homosexual movement, or nobody was really trying to take rights away from the gay people. But now when you start looking at, there is essentially pornography in the libraries now. If there's an image of little boys giving oral sex to each other, and that's supposed to be booked as some kind of gay coming of age story, that's bullshit. You have pornography in these libraries. And so when we see the gay movement encouraging that shit, people start to think, you know what, maybe we let the gays too far out of the closet.
No, here's what happened. There is a culture to gays, which is a culture of minstrelsy, right?
Right.
And say the same thing for the blacks. Everybody know how to rap and how to bounce a ball, right? You see the minstrels first because they're the outward people of your movement, right? And that's fine. That's absolutely fine, but here's what happens. It stops getting cute, right? Mm-hmm. Rap stops getting cute when instead of like, I'm gonna kill this MC on the mic, you actually start going outside and killing people and then making songs about it. It no longer is cute, right? Gay stops being cute when you start making disco music in the coldest clothes, because most clothes are made by gay men. You make the freshest outfits, the coolest music, you come out with the freshest hairstyles, you know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden it becomes oppressing you in order to feel empowered.
I remember we was having this conversation before about back in the day, like the gays back in the day were fucking respectable compared to these niggas now. And like I remember
too, brothers. I mean, that's what I was referring to when I was talking about the gay manifesto. That was real life rating propaganda that was on an agenda. You know, that's what I was talking about. That shit has been a 38-year agenda in the making, you know, to do this, you know, and it's a funded thing. It's not just them being them, it's them being them with legislation and real shit that they you know, that I'm gonna say black people don't really get.
Nobody really weighs this reality, but what does it mean to have homosexuals as a class write your laws, right? Because so in California, when they start lowering the age of consent between adults and minors, that's not because the straights are running things. That's because the gays are writing your laws, right? That's literally what's going on there. And so this whole thing, it's gone so far. So when we were having this conversation with the other guy on the panel about what do I think they want, I'm telling you, I've read the manifesto. I read chunks of it. They've said in plain English what they want. Most people refuse to look and see, or they just can't fathom that this is how dark it is.
Here's the thing, bro. I don't even care what they want. I care about what I want. And when I say that, I say that to the auspice, and I always say travel. I say that in the auspice of color's been marching for 70 years because they can't follow a 7-year plan. Because they want to be individualistic, but they're controlled by a group, right? Even as LGBT is a movement, you get the colors to say, but it's about me. Because that's what colors do. I remember during the pandemic, right? During the pandemic, we all were binge watching YouTube and all type of stuff. Mm-hmm. And I thought about a childhood cartoon that I liked. I had the toys. My dad bought me the toys. It was called Robotech.
Yeah.
And it was like Rick Hunter. He had this plane that turned to a robot and it came with a gun. It was cool. That's what my childhood memory was of this cartoon. When I when I binged watched it in 2020, I was shocked to believe that there were very few fight scenes. The whole show was about Ming Lee, which was a 15-year-old girl that was talking to a 24-year-old fighter pilot. This is what I grew up on, right? The Brady Bunch about blended families. Three's Company, Who's the Boss?
We're different when we get older.
All of these, but that's all of the programming was getting us to this place. Then when you pop up one day, it was like, oh, queer ass folk, like, oh my God, two guys naked in the bed. They had been grooming, for lack of a better word, the programming for this since the 1960s.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. It's not fine. It's fucked up. But when what happens is, as all things happen, there's a gradual push and then there's an explosion, right? You grind every day, you save $100 out your check every week for a multitude of years, and then you stack up however much, and then you flip it, and now you're rich. And everybody, he came up overnight. He didn't come up overnight. He stacked for 4 years for this day. He planned for this day. There's no overnight celebrity. That's what the gay is. It's 30 years of grooming for, bam, here I am, nigga, and then fight me, and they'll fight. The gay dude, they strong as shit, bro. If I had to fight my way out.
Yeah.
So
that's what we're talking about. We say the same shit, y'all. Y'all just don't understand. Y'all don't see it, but we say the same shit. That's what me and her were talking about. And and it would look at it like we just talking nonsense, but that's exactly what we're talking about. It's just ahead.
Gynocracy take over. Nobody's trying to stop the gays. The gays are trying to infringe on others. There's a boys' town in every city. Straight guys don't go to boys' town. We don't go to the gay club.
Right.
Even though the music is slow, we drive past like, I wish I could go on there. They playing some good ass music. But we keep driving.
This is what kills me about the whole LGBT thing. Why do straight people feel compelled? Why must straight people be compelled to ally with gays in their cause? Gays don't care about what straight people want. Gays don't want to help us. Gays want to destroy straight life. Gays look at the world that straight people live in, and they want to infiltrate that shit and add their thing to it. Gay people are infringing on everyone else. It's not that other people are trying to crush the gays.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. I'm like I said, I'm not with it. We said the same shit. We have the same page.
And I don't even want to say the gays. I want to say that, because here's the thing. Gay in itself, in its base form, gay is a sexual preference. We all have sexual preferences, right? We all have fetishes. I'm not saying gay is a fetish. I'm saying it's a preference. But we all have fetishes. We all have preferences, right? So that in itself means nothing, right? You can still play basketball. You can still manage a team at work. You can still do whatever you want to do as an American and still suck a swiller. That's not the issue. Girls flip in and out of gay whenever they get mad at a man. They be gay for 2 years, spit on each other, and then come back pregnant. I think lesbians are just rude. So none of the sexual part doesn't matter. What matters is the infringement upon others based on the fact that you want others to be part of shit they don't give a fuck about.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why can't I just not give a fuck about you? You know what I'm saying? Why can't I be apathetic toward a person? You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what I mean about you're like forced to be an ally. That's why when we're bringing up the stuff about schools and like the flags in the schools, and they're having their literature in the school library, they're inducting the kids into being political allies. And that's the other thing that the parents are kind of fighting against, because that's like dirty tricks, right? It's one thing if you want to stand out in a public square and make your point to whoever want to listen to you. But it's another thing when you got kids who are literally by law trapped in this room with you for like 8 to 12 hours a day, and you're just filling their head with all the shit that you want to do, not necessarily the stuff that's going to educate them to be productive adults, but the stuff that feels good to you. And that's where the drama comes from. And this is the other thing too. Speaking of the Christian conservatives to the gynocracy takeover, I like Christian nationalism as a concept. I don't trust these Christians. I like old school pre-1900 Christians before all this we Israel shit. I'm not with the Israel thing. But that being said, you think you're being cool by being anti-Christianity, but you're just forming a counter religion. This whole thing is making its own religion. And so no matter what you do, you're going to have to choose.
Or someone to choose for you. And I'm not going to let somebody choose for me something that's not for me. The person who chooses for you is your daddy. I got it, daddy. He get on my nerves. I don't need to. That's why I don't take bank money. That's why I sell penny stocks instead of taking the small business loans. Because then that's another daddy telling me how to spend the money, how not to spend the money, how to report it. I don't want that shit. I want to pay you back when I got it. You know what I'm saying? Get these dividends when we earn. That's the module I choose to live my life, because I don't need another daddy. And my daddy a boomer, so it's damn near like he gay. So you go through all of this just to say my identity is sex. But everybody has it. I've been having sex before I could bust a nut. We was playing house, catch a girl, freak a girl, doctor. Motherfuckers having sex every day, B. You can't make your identity based on busting a nut. That is some low vibration shit.
I got a question. You talking about old school Christianity?
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Am I okay? I want to talk to the old school Christian nationalists here. Did I hear something about Christian nationalism? Oh, everybody quiet now. Everybody quiet now.
You making a point. You making a point. You making your point. We want to argue with you?
No, I want to know what this old school. That was a question. I want to know what this old school Christian nationalism is, sir.
Oh, all right. I thought you were making a point. I didn't realize that was a question.
No. Black Sun always asks questions. I don't. No, fuck the points. I'm asking questions.
Got you. I got you. No, what I'm saying is, I know Christian nationalism has like a racist connotation right now, and a lot of black folk are jittery. They get shook about that idea. But as a concept, Black people will be much better served living in a nation that is openly more Christian, as opposed to this direction that we're sliding into now. The rules and the structure of Christianity are way more productive than whatever this shit is. I mean, we don't believe in shit right now. Believing in something is always better than believing in nothing.
So then let me ask another question. Do you believe we should be under a theocratic rule? Because that's what it sounds like you're preaching there, sir.
No, I don't want a pure theocracy. I want the Christian population to democratically elect moral leadership, and they will serve their term.
Well, you're violating within the Constitution when they talk about separation of church and state, sir.
No, actually, I'm not. Listen, if the entire nation is Christian, how is it a violation? Everybody, no matter who you vote for.
It's a violation because the founding fathers couldn't agree on the whole this being a Christian nation.
Oh, I'm back. My bad.
Actually, it's not a violation, because a violation would be a theocracy or something.
This is what I'm trying. Right. I know the point.
Right.
I literally said I'm not. No, a theocracy is leaders elected by the religious committee. I'm saying I want a Christian population to vote. And if you're Christian, if you're moral and you're intelligent, I will respect your vote way more than this shit we got right now. Because any bitch with titties can vote. And I don't like the fact that anybody who can just vote.
He wants fascism under Christian nationalhood. That's what he wants.
How is it fascism? No. How is it fascism if we all have the same culture?
We don't have all the same culture.
But that's what I'm describing. If we were a Christian nation, Christianity would be at least one of the anchors of the culture.
Who's going to facilitate us being a Christian nation? Who's going to do that?
Bro, stop that. Now you're sandbagging because you asked me to describe it. I'm not saying it's possible. I'm not saying I'm going to make it happen. I'm describing what it means.
You wishing upon a Christian star, huh?
You asked me what it looked like, my nigga. Shit.
Whoa, because I'm not even a Christian, man. I believe in polytheism. But it doesn't matter. I still have a belief, right? And that's what he's saying. The religion, regis means again, legion means to come together. So to come together again in fellowship Fellowship meaning two or more people agreeing on the same ideology. So gangs can be their own religion, honestly. The whole thing is you got to believe in something. To believe in nothing is nihilism.
Well, I do believe in something. It's called the Constitution.
If you believe in the Constitution, then you wouldn't ask that question because the Constitution gives you freedom of religion. It's right there in the top 10.
I agree.
Right, but not only do you have freedom of religion, but you have freedom to not have a religion, thanks to Benjamin Franklin, who was an atheist. Thank you very much.
You do have
Well, that's a tricky thing, bro.
Wait.
It's not tricky. It's not tricky.
Okay, and he was a pedo and he was gay. So and he was bi because he had a bunch of chicks too, and he found a bunch of 9-year-olds.
Did that affect the founding of the nation?
No, what I'm saying is that's why he was an atheist. To believe in nothing is nihilism. And he was a traitor. Whoever would have won, he would have been on their side.
No, sir. No, sir. If it wasn't for Benjamin Franklin, we wouldn't have had the goddamn funding for the goddamn revolution. So there would be no America without Benjamin Franklin, sir.
He put France on the table for them to fight for us during the revolution.
And had a crib in Britain, chopping up with Britain, and had a crib in America. Whatever.
No, sir. What was the original topic?
Oh, man, it's been all over the place.
I mean, yeah, 2 minutes ago, the original question was like Christian nationalism. Before that, we were talking about the gay culture trying to take over. This has been a rolling conversation.
We're talking about bullies. Here's the thing about a bully. Everybody got a plan till they get hit in the face, right? Shout out to Mike Tyson. The thing about bullies is you can only bully a person that doesn't fight back. Right now, nobody is fighting back. This very concept of people saying, you know what, I understand your belief. I understand your beliefs. I understand what you on. This is what we on. And you being offended by what another motherfucker on is crazy to me. It's crazy to me. I can't even.
Wouldn't Sweden be an example of an atheist nation?
No, sir. No, sir.
Sweden?
No, sir.
What is it? Is it Denmark or Norway?
The best example of an atheist
nation.
No, there is no atheist nation, sir.
The closest thing to an atheist nation. No. I tell you what.
Any communist nation, bro.
Name bullshit. China. No, bullshit. That's bullshit.
China is pretty much an atheist country, yeah.
Based on what? That's bullshit. Based on the guy, that's bullshit.
Russia. The Russia we know now is an atheist country.
Russia are Orthodox.
South Korea
Orthodox Christians. Russia are Christians.
Now they're Orthodox. Before the fall, the church was suppressed. When it was a communist country, they suppressed all the religions except for one. But you're typically atheist when you're communist.
Cuba was an atheist nation as well. They actually outlawed all religions for a long time.
Oh boy, okay.
They said Russia was an atheist nation.
Wow.
I said communist Russia was atheist. Yeah, communist Russia was not overtly Christian. It wasn't. Communism suppresses religion because religion is a threat to the communist ideology.
It suppresses the nationalistic nature of religion, not the religion itself. The very thing that you're talking about.
Okay, either way, that still makes it an atheist nation under communism.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
I'm trying to tell you.
Explain it. Wait. Excuse me. Stop yelling at me. And the gentleman, please explain it to me. What do you mean, Brother Black?
What do I mean is that Russia has the largest Orthodox Christian and Muslim population, sir. And this is under Stalin, sir.
And under the Russian Revolution, they had one of the largest Jewish populations.
Oh, damn. Get him, MD. Get him.
And Slavic, what do you call them? The nomadic people, what they call blacks, gypsies.
Right. And the nation itself was beyond secular. It was beyond secular that it was actually,
as well as the United States of America.
If you look in the Constitution of the United States, it actually mentions God. Does it not say? I mean,
in what form and what factor?
And what?
You know what? Let me go pull up the Constitution.
So God is
Declaration
all
of
exclusive to
Independence.
Christianity, is what you're
Hold on.
saying.
And the Declaration of Independence is saying your rights as a nation, as an individual, come from God.
Sir,
And in the
to
Constitution,
the
it gives you the freedom to worship whatever God you choose.
Right. Okay.
exactly, and to
So
the
there you go. So I agree 100% what you just said.
but and however, under communism like is like the definition is a clear definition of an atheist style nation. Now
No.
there are secular nations, but there are nations that do not mention God whatsoever. And
Well,
to what Hood
secular don't
Conservative is
mean
saying, to what Hood Conservative says is that like there's absolutely in communism there are there are just the oligarchs, and any threat to any power to the oligarchs is not allowed to be organized. There are that's why there were no what do you call them, unions or anything like that within within the communism, because they are deemed illegal. Now if you want to practice any particular religion, that's fine, as long as it's not organized to have any type of political power, because they will not have any political power, and they do not and the moral code of the religion does not go necessarily go into play
So the
within the
Chechens, so the Chechens
laws.
and so the Chechens had no control over their religious political standing in Russia,
That brings me back to an interesting
because
point.
the
Yeah,
Chechens are
you're kind of
Muslims.
conflating. You're kind of conflating things, though. The
How?
leadership doesn't. The leadership wasn't grounded in any religious principle, and in the same way in the
The
Constitution
Chechens,
and the
the
founding
Chechens
documents
have
of this
always
country,
been
we lean
Muslim,
to
sir.
God. Yeah, but the
but
leadership
God in
of the
what
country, they were
context though?
dominated by communism. So
In
you
what
can be a
context
God
does
Muslim.
God in what context are they
exactly.
talking about God in terms of the Declaration of Independence?
They are
That your
talking about
rights
the
come from
context
God.
of God. They are talking about the context of God, the same context which actually what is that, the article of 1500, what is it called, when basically the Catholic Church gave the clearance for any lands that are found, especially within from Spain or whatnot, to conquer those lands in the name of God, because all of those people that are not Christian are actually heathens, and they deserve to either die or be enslaved. That is the Christian
So
context of which that they mean by you have the in the Constitution is that there's a separation between church and state. Why? To get the Catholic Church out of our business, or out of the business of governance, and also to try to allow
it
for
wasn't the case with
people.
the Anglican Church actually, but you're right on that.
Right, right. And so also for people to actually as a marketing tool to get more people to come over, i.e. the Islamic, the so-called Moors, i.e. the Anglicans,
Oh my God.
i.e. the other Protestants and the so-called Puritans and whatnot. You know,
You know, when you
So
call
so
that a marketing tool is interesting, because most people look at Christianity as Christians conquered the world in the name of God, when technically there is no call to do that. Like other religions want you to do that for their God, but Christianity doesn't say that. That was like the leaders of that at that time using Christianity to like gin the people up to do some big shit.
Shout out to them. Here's the thing, man. The blending of church and state in America is historically a colored thing, right? Like anytime you have a revolt, whether it's during slavery, whether it's during the civil rights movement, whether it's on MSNBC today, they normally show a clergyman and let him represent the colors. So even today, the thought of church and state being separate isn't necessarily pushed on black, because they don't really see blacks as a threat, right? The feminist manifesto excludes black men by name. Say, yo, we're down here to take down the patriarchy. We're not even counting black men. It's in a brochure. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, that was a psyop too, by the way. That was a psyop. That's why I always tell niggas, when you destroy the patriarchy, you don't give yourself a house to sleep in.
Everything that to be counterculture just for the sake of being counterculture until the counterculture becomes the culture is slavery. Strong body, weak mind is slavery. Matriarchy is slavery. As a matter of fact, slavery doesn't work unless women are on top. The feminist movement was based on watching how black women moved through Jim Crow. Everything about what it is you guys are talking about, it's cool, bust a nut, but it's not sustainable. Even being a gay couple isn't sustainable if you want kids. Then you got to find a surrogate or something. None of that goes outside of natural law. It's sustainable. The thing about liberalism in America as currently constructed is y'all don't have a belief system. Y'all have a marketing program. And whatever the fuck they market, every 3 years, your whole belief system will change based on the common, whatever the new current trend is.
It's not liberalism. It's progressivism. That's why they keep moving the goalposts.
Because I could have swore Red Monkey Jeans was on style just yesterday, and not today ain't not. You feel what I'm saying?
Progress. That was progress.
To the point that you have companies that say they don't even want to, and I'm just using fashion because I know gays and women like fashion, that there's certain companies that say they don't even want black people to buy their products because then they'll go out of style too quick, and they'd rather have a consistent buyer base. They'd rather have a dime every day than $1 for one day and be broke tomorrow.
Jesus.
Nobody in this country is a progressive. Progressive means egalitarian. Ain't nobody pushing egalitarianism.
Bullshit. Progressivism has deep ties in this country. You got Democrats.
So who's pushing egalitarianism here?
No, nobody's pushing egalitarianism. You're defining that incorrectly because nobody wants to be egalitarian. Everybody, you're defining what's
all you gotta
happening
do is look
incorrectly.
up what progressive is.
The modern progressives are not pushing egalitarianism.
Literally, the scale, literally, the governmental scale is left. The far left that you can go is egalitarianism. Up under that is progressive. The far right that you can go is fascism. Under that is nationalism. That's literally what,
egalitarianism is authoritarian by nature because you need the force
as well
of
as
law.
fascism.
Right. So the progressives are egalitarian fascists because you need the force of law to make something equal that which is naturally unequal.
I don't think that's what that means. Hey, ladies, I gotta go real quick. I gotta go secure this load. If y'all still be on in maybe like 30 minutes, I'll be back.
Okay, brother. Thank you for coming out.
All right, y'all. Peace.
All right, bro. That's kind of what's happening though. Like this whole thing of equality is one thing to have equality amongst citizens or whatever across racial lines, but the whole like gender equality thing, that's total fascism right there. Like you're forcing women to be equal at the point of a gun.
Here's the thing about gender equality. I don't believe in it. I think that girls should, not be. I think they would be happier being toddlers. I provide housing, clothes, entertainment, all the shit they want anyway, while they say they're independent. I believe in toddlerism, not feminism. But this is why. Because essentially, in order for women to be equal to men have to dumb down. You have to empower women. You have to give her your power in order for her to have power, which depowers you, which makes no sense for a group that feels like they are already at the bottom of the power totem pole. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't.
You just explained the whole destroy the patriarchy problem in a nutshell.
So I don't want to empower anybody. What women should do is they should learn how to season chicken, and then they can control their men. There's a great analogy.
Oh shit!
There's a great analogy.
That was funny. I was laughing.
Men want power. Women want control. Blacks, they don't want either, because the women want control, but the black men don't want power. They just want love. The hug they never got from their mom. But I digress. But generally speaking, natural law, men want power. Women want control. But I want y'all to focus on it like this. Let's say electricity is power, right? Electricity is power. But you can control that power with a $1 light switch. So it's not that women couldn't control the power if they just stayed in a lane. They can still get whatever they want to get. The problem is that women's version of power is masculine. but they still think like girls. So now they have the power, but they naturally want control. And what do you do when you have power and control in the same place? You short circuit. That's why everybody has a fuse box, right? Because you'll short circuit if your power and your controls in the same place, even though you call control power. Because if I tell you to turn on the lights, I'm like, yo, turn on the power. You're really hitting a control switch. You're hitting a circuit
You
breaker.
know, you're kind of describing like an archetype, what they call like the smothering mother. Like
That doesn't make sense. What he's
most
saying.
single moms are like authoritarian figures, and that's kind of what happens right there. The power and the control, you kind of go crazy with it.
Yeah, what you said makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. Um, I think that actually that makes sense. I mean, I understand it. I think that some people would be, some would be reactionary towards it and be dysfunctional with it. But what you said makes sense.
And you know what? And that's why I'll talk to girls who close one. I didn't lose talking feminine and masculine. You know, when you have electrical thing, the plug is called the feminine part and the
Yeah, yeah.
masculine part. Everything is based on natural law. Everything being unnatural just makes you counter nature. It doesn't mean shit. Like
Right.
it don't. You can do it. Nobody will say anything. But once again, we're back on pressing. For instance, there's no mammal in nature that has pink or purple hair. Not one. There's some birds, but they're not mammals. There's no. So if you see anybody with pink or purple hair, you like, yo, I know what type of culture, what type of vibe they own, what they own right now. Because it's not like you can't shock me like, oh my God, somebody got pink hair. It doesn't grow like that. Not in a monkey, not in a rabbit. It doesn't happen in nature, right? So
I
when
mean,
something outside of nature, you notice it, but it doesn't mean it. Now you can do that, but now once you say, yo, everybody should have pink hair because I like pink hair. Now you're trying to normalize abnormal things, and then when people push back, like, yo, I like my hair, then all of a sudden we should cancel them because they don't want pink hair, and that's what's happening.
that's really the answer to Gynocracy's question when she says, "Why can't we have control?" Because that in and of itself is normalizing something that's inherently abnormal. Like women having mass control over men. Women are made to control children by and large, but having mass control over men is it's an inversion. And so within that abnormality, you can only produce further abnormality. And so that's where things start to just you start to see more and more in chaos, more and more dysfunction. And it's not so much that it's not born of a place of like, women are bad or something like that. But if you put the wrong person in the job position, you can't expect the job to get done properly.
Yeah. No, I understand what he's saying. I mean, it's basically like going against nature. I mean, everything has a masculine or feminine. You know what I mean?
So
In the
so
energy. So I understand what you're saying. I get what you're
Plus,
saying.
so I would like to ask a question. How
Mhm.
long do you think as a society can continue when if it is denying nature with nature and natural law and causing it to be punishable by law if you do not agree with that which is not in congruence with all of the examples of natural law that we have? How long can this continue and where does it end?
Time frames are tricky, but it's more of a cyclical issue. So it's a cyclical inevitability. Think of it that way, right? So
Well,
your time frame can stretch out for decades or 100 years or so, but if you become weak enough, the strong will kill you. That is a truism that never stops in nature.
I'll
yeah.
say it like
How,
this:
how many generations can continue like this
two,
before we're
two, two, or three,
walking backwards into a cave?
two or three.
Not
Right?
many. Yeah.
Because wherever you have like a strong matriarchal presence, you will always find uh
Slave. You'll always find,
uh poverty and you'll find a lack of development.
and you'll find people that get colonized. The difference between being colonized and being conquered is when you're conquered, they kill all the men and they take the women and children as booty.
Mm.
When you look
Brother,
at,
we can't hear you. Sorry, you got low again.
all right, I said the difference between being colonized and being conquered is when you're conquered, they kill all the men and the boys. When you're colonized, They just sleep with your girls and tell your girls, man, you better stop your mans. That's what happened in Hawaii. That's what happened in America. That's what happens in any place that's colonized. If your men are still alive, that means that your women gave them up because they've already made them weak enough. And
Gynocracy, there is no such thing as equal control, by the way. You've never seen a car with 2 steering wheels.
but I'll go as far as to say this though. Here's the biggest problem, and you'll rarely hear me say this, guys. So y'all better save this. This isn't a woman's issue. Because nobody cares what women do. Straight men will watch lesbians spit on each other. This is not a woman's issue. Y'all equally annoying if you're gay or you're straight. This is a man's issue.
Mhm.
And specifically, it is a gay man's issue. You have to ask yourself why they put a pretty lesbian on TV to talk about the rights of a truck driver, gay dude in a dress with a beard. Like, why don't they put him on Front Street since he's the one that's trying to benefit? Why do they show you a nurturing lesbian couple, one of them probably butch, but holding a baby, but they don't show you the guy that really wants to sleep with that 9-year-old kid when they're trying to put what they calling it now? Because they don't call it P, they call it
Nambla,
age something.
Yeah,
Nambla,
it's that
from the
California
creators of
shit.
Nambla. It's actually the same reason why you had a propaganda of the, what is it called, the birth of a nation, right? So it's a propaganda. If the propaganda can work negatively to try to paint all black men within this country to be some type of unintelligent uh, hoodlums, and we see how that idea has begun to catch on and take flight. They with that being proven, then what they are doing, or could be possibly the goal, is to change the mind to create a propaganda to basically ease it in. Because listen, nobody wants. What'd you say? The truck driver with the beard and the dress and the stubble and lipstick.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, nobody cares about, and I've been in the bathroom when this happened too, by the way, so I was kind of triggered. Nobody cares about the cute Latina girl that comes in the men's bathroom and try to take selfies, and you're like, shorty, we in the bathroom, don't take no selfies. And she all in the mirror. The women's bathroom is comfortable as shit. Y'all got like ottomans and shit. I'm like, yo, why we got a steel? We got a polished piece of steel that you use as a mirror. Y'all got real mirrors. Like, why you in here except because you can do it? You know what I'm saying? The only reason you're in here is because you legally can. But even though, men cover their thing up at the urinal, nobody say nothing. The problem is not the girl. The problem is when that same burly truck driver goes into the women's washroom and then everybody tries to attack them, from the mothers to the passersby. That is what they're trying to normalize. Girls been bisexual. Girls been part of concubines. Girls been spitting on each other forever. Nobody cares about that. So it's not even a gay argument when it comes to lesbianism. Nobody cares, to be honest with you.
Right.
Professor Max in Rocketta says their bathroom is disgusting.
Stop.
I don't frequent women's bathrooms that much.
Well, I mean, look, there's only one person on this panel that can really answer that question. So tell us, is that
The ladies'
what is it?
bathroom? Where you at? Like, where depending on where you're at. I mean, I'm afraid not, but I mean, I also wouldn't go. The lady go in the man's bathroom to take selfies. Jesus, try to
Nah,
take
you know,
before I leave the house.
the funny thing about that, like, we got that idea of the ladies' bathroom, and I tend to agree with dirty folks. Like, if you're just gonna rate public bathrooms, the women's room tends to be a little bit better kept than the men's room. But it's weird because girls do some of the most filthy shit when nobody's looking.
You ain't lying, bro. You're not lying. I mean, you just you'll be all right. You ain't lying, brother. You're not lying.
See pads on the wall and shit. Girls do so much terrible shit when they think nobody gonna catch them.
You're really not lying. You're really not.
Even in jail, I hang out with correction officers in jail. They say the same thing. They're like, yo, we'd rather be with the guys. The guys, mop and sweep. Like the girls, they throwing tampons, they trying to put hot dogs and the rubber gloves we gave them to clean up. They making dildos. Like, yo, the girls is wild.
I don't
No,
understand how
bro. You got,
know about all that.
yo,
I don't
no.
know. I just gotta agree that there's certain, I just gotta agree that some things are just we pray you don't see it. Like, I gotta agree, but yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of extra weird shit you just mentioned. I wouldn't have no idea about. That's just what I have no idea about. But you're not wrong that that some things are just not meant for the eyes of men or ears of men. You know what I mean? And we should probably keep that shit more to ourselves, I guess.
I agree with that.
It's kind of hard to. I don't know.
No, I agree with you. Here's my question to you, though. Okay, it's not meant for the eyes of men, and I agree because I've lived with women before. Yo, I don't know what happened to my bathroom counter, but so my question is it for the eyes of men who identify as women?
No, not even for them. I mean, I think that I'm a for regular woman part, like some things that, like, when we get comfortable, we might get too comfortable, and we should just not be too comfortable. But if we with a long-term relationship, we just got too comfortable, and then you gotta really check yourself when you come to like comment like that, like, yeah, you're right, man. Maybe you should just wait till he's not here. You know what I mean? To do some old wild shit and laugh about it while I'm in the bathroom by myself. But to that extent, I don't know what other people do though. People are just weird, and then they get caught in these weird ass situations where, in public, that then you have this kind of discussion. I don't know. I tend to try to just keep my shit at home and not talk about it. You know what I mean? And pray he didn't hear it or see it. You know what I mean?
Yo, something else to kind of like change the subject a little bit, because I was probably going to do this show, but I don't know. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow or Saturday morning or something. But this in Detroit, Michigan, they haven't, they got all the Palestine protests and all that shit with the Middle East. So the Muslims is activated right now. And so there was some kind of like little Christmas event in Detroit. It was a black thing too. I don't really know the nature of it. I know it's some black folk having a little Christmas event, like some kind of like, official celebration type thing. And they had some space in like downtown Detroit or whatever. And then the Muslims start protesting the event, like, what were they saying? Stop the war, ceasefire now. That's what they kept saying. They chant for a ceasefire and shit. So, they disrupting this little black get together, and they having like their little Christmas get together, whatever. So the black people there, they start getting mad. Pushing and shoving start happening. Next thing you know, somebody auntie got a bloody nose, and the black folk is on TV talking about these goddamn Muslims. I can't believe this shit happened.
Yeah, no, I think that's happening right now, right? Or it happened like a week or so ago. Because I was just looking up that situation too a little bit ago in Detroit. But I was like, damn, almost all air. So, yeah, I think I seen something like that. I haven't really listened to it though.
This is why I don't run from the idea of being conservatism or the concept of conservatism or whatever. Because you got to understand how black folk been sold. We got sold a bag of parsley. Like this whole civil rights thing, this whole progressive thing since like the 70s is like a big bag of parsley. You thought you was getting that fire. And Obama is the reason why America is full of all of these Muslims. Like Dearborn, Michigan, that all of that shit started getting ramped up under Obama. Because I always wondered, why the fuck is a place like Michigan? Michigan is full of like Nordic, Midwestern, it's like Germanic and Swedish type white people up there. And how the fuck did all these Muslims from Somalia, no less? It's not like, rich Saudis just started pulling in. Like I could understand if it was a bunch of rich Saudis or some shit. Like niggas with money wind up anywhere. But a bunch of just regular Somalis just took over Dearborn, Michigan. That happens on purpose. That just doesn't happen by natural process. And you find out, oh yeah, that's some shit Obama wanted to do.
I didn't even know until today. Like when I looked it up earlier, because a person in the chat had mentioned it, and Blackson had mentioned it first, and I had to look it up. I wasn't really hip to it. I was like, oh goddamn, since when did they get all the way over here? And that was my first thought finally to myself. And then she said, it is funny. It is funny.
I mean, listen, I'm not saying Obama was a Muslim or nothing like they were saying back then, but it makes total sense that the Muslims he invited won't let black people have a Christmas dinner. It makes total fucking sense, bro.
I'm kind of with bro on that one. That kind of make no sense because Muslims really don't celebrate Christmas. They celebrate
Well,
Hanukkah.
that's what I'm saying.
And this is the problem with this immigration shit. You inviting people over here that's brown like you, but they don't fuck with you.
Right.
Thank you. That's a whole different discussion though. But well, we can have that discussion because that's what's important. And once again, only men are tribal. Only men are nationalists. A man that's not a nationalist, then it is what it is. You just don't stick with him. But men gang bang on various levels, whether it's nationalism, whether it's the sports team. Like we all
Well,
say,
nationalism is an offshoot of the Prussian education system. So, like they like before
No.
like
no.
before 1865 or whatnot, they really well in the United States, like there was no American identity, and like using the Prussian education system or that style to actually promote a
I think
nationalistic
I think
identity is
I
how
think
we
you're
got.
conflating. You're conflating two things. Like America was a growing young nation, so I can give you the identity thing. We had to develop an identity and definitely
Right.
borrowed from other countries. But the idea of
We didn't even have an
nationalism,
official language until after President Van Buren.
I know we should have
There
spoke.
was
We
no
should be speaking German.
Really should. And we didn't have a national dollar either until the Confederacy happened.
No, no, but your thing about nationalism as an urge is a basic concept and extends from your basic property right.
Yeah, these are my people. Even now, we talk
well,
in aspects of New York shit, Chicago shit, Atlanta shit. We're still providential people. You know what I'm
right,
saying?
and that's a bit more tribal. So you had like a tribal and a culture, and or a religion that would be the cohesiveness of the group as opposed to a nationalistic identity of we
But
This
are
is this is
you
what
know
I meant
we
about Christian nationalism.
but
It's the glue.
no, okay, religion of some type is the glue, but the Constitution is the mortar. But here's the thing: America, even when you talk like that, most nations are the same people. If I go to China, I'm not looking for black people. I'm like, it's gonna be Chinese people here. Germany is gonna be Germanic people. Like, only America is the quote unquote blending pot, right?
Mhm.
So our we don't have a moral compass anymore. Our our identity is based on whatever the marketing is for this next marketing cycle, and that means whoever has the biggest marketing budget is your god. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So, in essence, the nationalism that people are looking for has been replaced with an individualism by the same people who want to take your nation. You feel what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's 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 like when I see pictures of black quote unquote families, but it's just two kids and a woman. But I see pictures of everybody else's family, and they can have no kids, but it's a husband and wife, and they'd be like, "Merry Christmas from the Johnson family."
You know what
yeah
I hate about that
they're
shit, bro? No, I'm sorry. I was just saying, black leftists, they have taken this attitude of attacking patriarchy as a white concept. And what that does is create a world where that situation where you just described becomes the norm. So for white people, a family includes a man, a woman, and the children they produce. But for black people, a family is whatever the fuck these bitches tell you it is.
Hmm.
especially especially the big Beckies that dirty folks be trying to hide in the closet.
Not. Hey, first of all, the way my fat
Mhm.
phobia is set up, that would never happen. Second of all, though, shout out to them big Beckies because if it wasn't for them, there'd be a lot of black men stuck in Chicago. Those big Beckies gave my brothers an opportunity to move to Iowa, Minnesota, uh, Oshkosh, Wisconsin, and have better lives. They was not shit in Chicago. They went out there, they got their credit right, they cut their hair every 2 weeks now, they got better hygiene, they wear Jordans. Look, they come back, and then all the black girls like, you think you came up, you fucking with them white girls. You didn't even want this dude. You know what I'm saying? He went out there and had to sleep with bacon in order to be somebody.
Gotcha. Jesus.
So shout out to them big burly brought back Beckies.
I like I was just laughing because I have the giggles. I think that's some interesting points, brother. That that people don't really really think about. Honestly, to be honest, that like I'm sitting here like, damn, it makes sense. Just really because you know, we kind of are stuck. So yeah, so I think that's a good ass point that you're making.
I don't think black politics really allows for this type of conversation. Like if it wasn't for this thing of YouTube and having platforms or like, all of us are like random. Like I know dirty folks, but I'm new to everybody else in this little area. So like the idea that all of us could come together and just share thoughts randomly, we wasn't really able to have that before. And so you were just getting a top down instruction, but you weren't having open debates about what's truly right and what's wrong or whatever. People were just sort of being funneled into a particular political direction, and now we're kind of all stopping and looking back at what we did.
Yeah, well, my perspective, I'm let's see, because I'm hearing stuff that is very new. Well, a lot of political stuff is kind of new information, and then you throw in different things. So it is like a lot to ponder. When you look at your own shit, later on,
Hey,
it's a
do you
lot to
smoke
ponder.
weed?
Hmm?
Do you smoke weed?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, hood conservative, it is me, Dr. C, Most Dusty MD, dirty folks. You know me, so we met a few times on a few
Oh
channels,
shit, I
mostly
didn't even
yours.
know that was you. Yeah, you're
I
absolutely right.
Yeah,
ain't
look,
turn
look,
this
it actually came up as the Angry Snowman, so I had to change my name a little bit because Angry Snowman will have some stuff popping off that'll,
Yeah.
maybe I don't want to put Dr. C on there, but I will put Most Dusty on there. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Um,
the
there was a
most
lot.
sensitive.
I had smoked weed, and as I was listening, I'm doing like three other things, and it just kind of hit me probably at the wrong time for the giggles, but that's just what it was. That's just what it was.
No, you
Are
cool.
you?
It's not the giggles part. The giggles is cute. It's been a long time since I heard a black girl actually laugh and shit. But
Yeah,
here's
but that shit is funny. What you said is funny.
it's
It's true.
the
It's
fact that
true.
you talking fast, like you need to smoke a joint so you can just chill. Like that's why I asked, like, yo, shorty,
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I don't really get to
type
talk
of
that
shit.
much, but when I do, I just can't stop. I'm Aries.
Yeah, some anxiety type shit. Then I was like, yo, she need to smoke a doobie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. That's why I was drinking. I was drinking a beer right here. I was like, let me just chill, and that's why I've been sitting here quiet. It's probably the most I've been quiet. And I got that energy that just naturally. That's annoying, but I can't help it.
Nah, you cool, man. You remind me of one of my abortion buddies. You all right?
Yeah. There's a lot of information. That's why I was thinking. Like when I'm sitting here listening, yeah, I might be laughing because of shit. I'm, I'm just easily amused, but I'm like, damn, man, making some strong points. Um, making some strong points and things that when we really don't look into. Like there's words I ain't even heard before. Now I gotta go look into them. Like
You
shit.
know, other server there, he be trying to be smart and shit. Don't listen to him, man. He just trying to make you a commie. Well, not a commie, a conservative. He don't know no better. Probably got a
Yeah.
Trump
So
hoax in his
so I
receipt.
just wonder, like, who taught these people that being conservative was wrong? Like, when was that 1970? Is that something that happened after integration?
I
Like,
think
when did
I
they
think
jump on this bandwagon
a
of
couple of
bullshit?
a couple of historical misdirections I think happened. So like for a lot of black folk, and see, school teaches you this shit because this is why the same way the schools are teaching the kids all this rainbow stuff now, they were teaching us to be communists along the way too, but we really couldn't recognize it. But when you learn about the revolutionary period and all the stuff that black folk had to happen to them, you kind of get the winner's version of the tale, right? But I think another way to look at it is it wasn't so much white people didn't want black people to have rights. And I honestly believe most white people probably didn't even think about black people in the same way, even at the time. What white people were really upset about was communism taking over. And a lot of those black activists that we hold up in high regard were communist or socialist or Marxist to one degree or another. And so to our eyes and to like the casual viewer, it looks like white people are being mean to black people. But a more nuanced version of it is you have communist infiltration who, since the 1900s, by their own writing, they say this is the plan to infiltrate and topple the government. They will play up, they will cause and create and exacerbate racial tension as much as they can to galvanize the black vote into one block that they can use against the power structure, which is basically white people in America. And so, knowing that, I look back at history and I don't just see it as white people are mad at black people. It's white people are defending themselves against communism. And quiet as kept, there was black folk on the opposite side of the civil rights too, but you're not going to hear about that kind of shit because, you know.
I'll piggyback that.
No, you got it.
The majority of black people were not with the civil rights movement. The large majority. But it doesn't take many people to make a movement. It just takes everybody else to sit still while somebody else is in motion. So my grandfather used to tell stories about how they used to shoot at the white boys. Like the white boys be messing with them. It's not like arbitrary. Like white boys messing with them, they shoot back, right? That's back when you can get a rifle at the general store and the bullets. You know what I mean? And he was saying like nobody was with this bullshit. When nobody following these stupid ass pastors, when nobody trying to hear a motherfucking suit. I did a show last night. I think I put it on private though. And I just went through all of the black movements, the photos of all of the black movements. You'll see 4 black men in the front, then you'll see nothing but women and gays. The reason that it was so easy to transfer seamlessly from civil rights to feminism is because civil rights was a feminist movement, right? Before Martin Luther King body got cold, Coretta Scott was doing feminist stuff. Before Malcolm's body got cold, Betty Shabazz was chilling with all the glorious. You know what I'm saying? That is just the nature of that they were already primed to save these heroes. So you look at it and you say, man, men respect men. Have you ever been somewhere and spoke to somebody and they gave you their version of you're one of the good ones? Whether it's you speak so well or whether it's whatever the case may be, right? Because they see blacks the way I see blacks, especially and women in general. But I see matriarchy as slavery. So the way I see matriarchy, they see them as toddlers. They see them as small children. Men don't fight kids, right? If they took all this pro-blackness shit serious, like we're gonna top of it, man. Look, there's not a black community in America that's not surrounded by a layer of Mexicans, then a layer of whites. There'll be no quarter if people really took colored serious.
This is why, and I suspected this would happen, but the moment confirmed my hypothesis that I had been holding on to. But that other night when I went to, I was over on Snowman's, and I was joking. I was telling people the next day, like, yeah, I bumped into some white supremacists. We was chopping it up. That shit was chill. And white supremacists typically, and this is like even if you look into their literature, they may not want to live next to black people, but we're not the ones they truly hate. There's a whole other ethnicity out there the white supremacists hate. And I don't fuck with them niggas either. That's why when I was chopping it up with the white supremacists, we got along. It was like, yeah, you know them niggas? I know them niggas too. Fuck all of them hoes. And we was cool after that. Because it's this thing of like, there is a third party in the conversation that we never really get to talk about. But that whole situation is hilarious. Like, bro, white supremacists, they may not like you, but they really not itching to do shit to you like that.
And they don't even dislike you. They're apathetic towards you.
Right.
Like, there's this thing that, and it comes from poor parenting, that niggas need a hug. That's why all these, I did a show about kids with Down syndrome trying to date each other. Story. There's a show in Finland called Down for Love. And it's about,
didn't that used to be a TV show with Corky? You remember Corky? That was a fucking TV show back in the 80s or the early 90s. A little nigga had Down syndrome, but he was like the star of the show and shit.
I don't remember that. That's crazy.
Yeah. I was just talking to my brother about that. I was just talking to my brother about that in the house privately, you know. And we was laughing about it because I thought that shit was fucking crazy. And when they would blame each other when doing bad shit. you know, and not take it up, and then let the normal kid get in trouble knowing they did it, you know.
It makes sense.
Yeah,
And
that's
that's who you're gonna blame. When think about it like this. Once again, toddler behavior, right? When your child does something, they don't look at your child, they look at you. Like, what you gonna do about your child?
right.
Right? So it's the same thing. When your girl does something, they don't look at your girl, they look at your girl. Then they look at you as a man, be like, yo, you gonna let this bitch just wild out in public? And black men in general are poor patriarchs. They're horrible parents to their toddlers. Horrible. But that's why they got the worst toddlers. But the whole auspice of this show, Down for Love, is all these Down syndrome people on a dating reality show dating other Down syndrome people, and they have all this like vigor, like they
A lot of
really into
drama.
it. They really into it, like they finna get laid. They into this shit. They about this life, boss. And
Yeah.
I said, yo, this motherfuckers, they sound just like the people. These motherfuckers sound like every black panel I've seen on YouTube.
Yeah. That's what I was talking about with my brother. I was like, man, I was like, and it's the way I look
Hold on.
at
We
that shit
sound like
the other night.
we sound like the Down syndrome niggas, bro. Oh, that's deep.
That's what I was like, I was playing a game with my brother, and we was just seeing who's up at the house. And I was just like, that's the way it looked. Like, and then it's easy to just go ahead and turn around and play the normal one, which is AKA about when we blaming the whites. But that's what it looked like. That's I was just having that conversation. Like, God, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's almost like Frankenstein. Like they say Frankenstein had an abnormal brain. He just may have been smarter than all of the townspeople, right? So like when you are, if you if if a genius is in a sea of idiots, he becomes a monster, right? And I think a lot of people, to avoid being monsters, have lowered themselves to be these idiots. Because I noticed they
That's
were saying about a lot of these panels, like people will get up there and they want to scream and yell and holler and all this other stuff, and then people want to try to go, ask a question, cut people off, and go down another road, another path, or something. Like you sound like children, or something.
But
Like
it would get
maybe
worse
because
than
I'm older, but it sounds like children it sounds like children trying to argue to their aunt to tell their grandparents on their mom and dad. It just I don't know what it is, but yeah,
I
it's
get
not
that.
a whole lot of times I'm gonna agree with dirty folks, man.
I like
Yeah,
that
Not
too.
you're
like
right.
at least not 100%. But when dirty folks has a point, it's normally
It was
dirty.
worse than that though, because the Down syndrome girls were so sweet. I was like, I want to hug her. How many times you hear me say that about a girl? Like it was like it was. I was like, you got to be a retard. Pause. Fuck it. I said it now. You got
Yeah,
to be a
yeah,
retard to be in your natural femininity, like nature. Like
right.
there's
That's
a
what I feel like. I think it just yeah, we fucked up. You know? Like there's a lot of information out there, and then people just they gravitate to one side or the other, or like multiple sides, and then it creates a sense of confusion within yourself. You know what I mean? And then you're just like, fuck, man, I don't know what's what and what's what not anymore. You know what
Like
it's
when you get a new computer, like it runs fine, but the more data you have saved on it, like it's the same computer, it has the same processing speed. It just can't process all the RAM and the ROM at the same time. It just gets over cluttered. And so you may not necessarily have to be intellectually disabled to be feminine. However, when people are not able to be in their true nature, they then again create a situation where they are intellectually disabled because they're not able to communicate and process the information of even their own nature because they're so busy trying to be smarter than I don't than the idiot next to them.
you know it's.
I mean?
I want to agree with you. I really do. I can't, but I want to because that's not what they do. What they did have is an inability to be wrong. So that the pride that comes before the fall is what that is. All lessons are in the mistake. Because if you did it right, you ain't learned shit. All lessons are in the mistake. So you have to make the mistake, then make the correction, and now you know better. When you're when you don't have the ability to be wrong, you'll be dumb forever. Baby boomers, right? You'll be dumb forever. Black girls, you'll be dumb forever if you can't be wrong. You got to be able to say my bad,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have to. Then after that, once you realize it's a mistake, then you have to allow yourself to be cope. You know what I'm saying? So not only can you be wrong and you want to master your craft, then you also have to be coached by somebody who's been there. They may not even be as good as you, but they understand the process.
You ever
And
you ever see you know what the Ouroboros is?
the
It's
what?
basically the Ouroboros. It's actually a word for something I know you've seen. The idea of the snake eating its own tail. That- it's the symbol of infinity. Also, it's like a heavily used concept. But basically, the snake eating its own tail. That's what I listen to a lot of these podcasts. I call it the Black Love Industrial Complex, right? And all of these podcasts across the Black Love Complex, they all sound like the snake eating its own tail because it's basically you got women and men, and the women can't be convinced, and the men can't force them. And so we're at this stalemate where the snake's got its tail in his mouth now because nobody can just force the situation correct. Because that's typically how it works with a man and a woman, honestly. Like outside of like if you're talking about like quote natural law, and I'm not saying men just abuse their wives, but
Oh,
there is that too. But I'm
not for them.
saying the idea is that between a man and a woman, like especially if it's a husband wife sort of deal, we can disagree only so far, and then it becomes not only unproductive but dangerous. And now, as the man, I have to do something, and the conversations are all frozen at that point because you can't do nothing with these women, and they refuse to learn, they refuse to be corrected or whatever. So now the snake just eats his tail forever.
And in addition to that, all submission comes from overwhelming force. I don't understand why men don't. You can't ask anybody to be submissive.
Yo, black men in particular in this modern era are fucking uncomfortable with that conversation, bro. Niggas really hate that idea. They think women are gonna be submissive because you're pretty and she likes you. Like that's not how it's traditionally worked.
The worst thing that happened, started with the boomers. So we can go back 70 years, right? The worst thing that happened to America was women got to choose their own mates.
Man, I'm so proud of Dirty Folks. I've been on here 20 minutes and he's just now mentioning the boom.
And
Yeah,
I've been
I
mentioning
think
boomers.
that
There you go. I done said about boomers twice, but but I don't blame the boomers because that was a byproduct of the silent generation, the guilt they felt for being so poor, then going to war and coming back and having a job. So the boomers were the first generation of kids commercials, for instance, and cartoons, for instance, right? The first time that the media marketing specifically targeted children because there was just so many of them, so many. Everybody was fucking no birth control. It was wild. So because of that, they became their own market. They have been coddled their entire lives. They think that the world revolves around them. And because of that, they don't have to know shit because they have the strength in numbers. So what happened is the women got to choose her own man. Never before in the history of the world since the women engaged destroyed uh, Rome back in the day has women been able to choose her own man. And this social experiment showed that when women have the opportunity to, they'll only choose the weakest man so they can feel in control. So in the last 70 years, you see that pattern. There's never been a time in which your best and brightest didn't have kids and didn't want kids. That's not even how mating and breeding works. You understand what I'm saying? So you look at, especially when we talk about the black girls in particular, in the trailer park girls or after that actively look for the worst candidate, right? Tattoo on the face, I want some of that. You feel what I'm saying? And
Yeah, and even the opposite of that, like, oh, he has his own business. That's not selling you know, plastic made in Pakistan for your a plastic cat made in Pakistan to hang down to your buttocks.
but
Or,
yeah,
you understand what I'm saying?
yeah,
Or,
yeah,
somebody that's actually trying to do something productive, like it becomes some type of turnoff. And we've heard it. They'll say it's corny or something. They're talking about the brother Michael B. Jordan is corny. I'm like the dude is fit, like, young, black, and rich, and it's not on, and he didn't even have to kill anybody to do it. I think that's one thing that we really take for granted. Like this generation here is one of the first generations where you can actually make a lot of money or career or build wealth without actually taking a blood tax out of somebody else.
Mm.
Because before, if you were going to get rich, you had to loot and plunder, like all the way through the World War II. So yeah, you're right. Going back to the boomers, like the boomers generation is the first part of that experiment, to where if you did want some upward mobility, it did not come off of how much blood you could drain into the soil.
The boomers, off the boomers real quick. The boomers' children, the ones they neglected and raised themselves under natural law with a key around their neck, right? The boomers' children, everybody thought they were going to be drug addicts, but they weren't. They were drug dealers, but they weren't drug addicts because they didn't have. Slavery has to come from tradition.
D-
Slavery is a
dirt,
tradition.
dirt, dirty. Are you considering big pharma?
Okay,
Because boomers may not have been heroin and crack addicts in the same level, but they pill pop so fucking hard.
no, that's like Gen Z, and it skips a generation. Generation X is X for a reason because they were the
Yeah.
experimental generation. We're gonna give them a real education
Yeah.
and see what happens.
Mm.
That's why they never mention Generation X. They go straight from boomers to millennials. But I digress. So what ended up happening though is during the course of that, what ended up happening was you had that one pocket generation in the middle that damn, y'all made me lose my train of thought. It's gonna come back to me. Y'all can talk me. It made me forget what I was gonna say. Oh, I remember. That became the staple for all the rest of the generations, right? So think about it. Everything that you're wearing now, all the music, all the clothing, is 40 years old. All of it. There are no new shoes out. It's just they're bringing out the Jordans again, right?
Mm.
There's no new music. You still rapping. There's never been a time in American history where a new music form wasn't made every 30 years. Never. From blues to jazz to whatever. P-funk. There's never been a time in which it was so stagnant that people were so comfortable that they're like, yeah, we here, B. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things that go on in America now that is stuck in place when you went from analog to digital. You know what I'm saying? Oh, and I know what I was gonna say. And we the last generation with big homies. And that
Right.
goes to what they were talking about when my man was on here earlier before he went and dropped his load, pause, that he was talking about that people respect the elders. I'm like, no, they don't. They got whole campaigns talking about boomer. You know what I'm saying? I
I
talked
mean,
to David, no big homies. But
Mm-hmm.
anyway,
I think about that phenomena in the context of like black community, and I think about the movie. What was that movie where Big Mama died? What was it?
Big
The
Mama
dinner
House,
movie.
Big Mama
Big-
House.
no, that was the name of the
Soul
movie. It wasn't
Food. It
Soul
was called
Food.
Soul
Yeah,
Food.
Soul
No,
Food.
no,
Soul
Yeah,
no.
Food.
1998 with that old zesty 8-year-old all up in everybody's
Right.
business.
Right.
Yes.
Listen. That zesty 8-year-old is running for office right now. Like that was a fucking symbol. I'm saying that as a joke, but that was like the symbolism of that movie. Like Big Mama was gone. The next generation coming up was the zesty 8-year-old. None of the women really had husbands or strong family ties, and so you watched the death of a generation, and not only that generation, but the social ties and the networking that like the next generation, the Gen Z and the millennials, they took for granted. You're watching that disappear. So the whole death of the big homie culture, that is all of a piece. Because we really the death of Big Mama is kind of how I look at it. Like we're gonna have a black community with very few big mamas. Like that's going to be a thing of the past now because we're not making big families anymore. That's for one. And then Big Mama only really existed on the work that grandpa put in while he was young. That's why Big Mama got to be the matriarch because, grandpa worked hard and put her in a house and they had babies and they held it down for a couple of decades. He got old and now everybody looks at grandma's running shit. That's kind of been
I
the story
always,
arc.
thank you, man. Think about that. Think about being a 17-year-old boy that likes a girl. Think about that. The concept of being 17 years old and you like a girl, and you say, I ain't got no money though. And by the way, we're kind of going through a recession. And my daddy left because he couldn't afford me. So it's really just me. I got this water pail and I'm passing water out to the sharecroppers for 50 cents a day. Yo, there's a war. Yo, baby, I'm going to go to this war. I promise you I'm going to make it back home. When I come back home, we're going to be straight. Because I'm 19 years old now, baby. I still love you. Keep it tight, all right? I'll be right back. Go to war. You come back, get a job at the factory. You work at that factory for 30 years. You get the gold watch. You buy his and hers Oldsmobiles, because that's what old people do. And then you raise 3 kids in this house. Your kids have kids. Now the grandkids come to the house that you spent 30 years to pay for this motherfucking girl who, in your eyes, she's still the same gorgeous 17-year-old girl that you met. But in reality, she like wrinkled and 65 now and her titties on her knees. And you worked 30 years to buy them his and hers goddamn Buicks and buy this house. And they said, we're going to grandma's house. And when they go in there, they don't even talk to you unless they want some change. The disrespect. The fucking disrespect.
No respect, I tell you. No respect. I used to love Rodney Dangerfield for that line, man. No respect. That is like the classic man's burden right there.
Everything got real ratchet, and then comfortable in that ratchetness, I think. You know what I mean?
Well, the ratchetness just had to it was going to happen because ratchetness is a symbol of disorder. So, you know, once you remove order, there's going to be a version of ratchetness.
Well, let me say this real quick. Jesse Perry said, did he get older? Did he die? In the analogy at Big Mama's house, the grandfather died, but they had his brother in the fucking back room who never came out and they showed him no respect.
Yeah. They used to bring his meals out of TV tray.
The disrespect of these goddamn colors. This is why I'm abusive, man. I used to like girls be singing Tevin Campbell and shit. Until I found out Tevin was gay, you know.
Oh my God.
Bro, you know how so fucked up so many of us are by R&B, bro? R&B is one of the most evil music forms that black folk, we was better off singing Christian. Now, I totally understand. If you go back and watch like Five Heartbeats and those old Motown type of movies, and the parents didn't want their kids singing secular music, they said, if you're going to sing, you're going to sing for the church, right? I totally understand that because singing for your love of God is respectable. It's putting your target and it's literally putting your aim in heaven, right? But singing for the love of hoes is the path to hell. And that was R&B. That was like 40 years of just going down the path to hell. Listen, man, you better off loving Jesus, bro. These hoes going to destroy you.
Man, that's a real good point, man. If you actually listen to some of that older music, especially like Delphonics or something. What's that? There was a song that had Delphonics. Something brand new. Feel brand like if you listen to those songs and you just like replace the idea of them singing to a woman and them actually talking about God, it actually fits one for one. I want you to, matter of fact, I want you to look up that song with Delphonics, brand new. Your love makes me feel brand new, or something like that. But if you just replace that idea with God, it does. It works one for one. And actually start listening to those songs like that.
Watch this one episode of South Park, bro. It's the episode of South Park where the kids all wanted to start a rock band and they wanted to make $1 million. They wanted to make a platinum record, right? And so the kids, they broke up and Cartman went to start his own band, but he started a Christian rock band, right? And so Cartman was like, listen, I got it. It's so easy. You just take a regular song, you just take a regular love song and replace the girl with Jesus. And so he started coming up with all these hits, Rock Me Sexy Jesus, Jesus, you touched me so good. I was like, oh my God, this shit is dope. Yeah, but that's kind of the idea. And they was spoofing that whole concept if you think about it. But that's really the truth of it. So I totally get that whole church position now. Like, yeah, y'all was better off singing in the church. That shit was a waste.
Hey, but you know what though? You know who stopped all this R&B and put us on the full Bobby Womack trail, right?
Mm-hmm.
Chicago niggas. Chicago niggas kill love. Shout out to Chicago niggas. Think about, okay, so I had a dream. It was based on the American dream. And the American dream apparently is statutory age limits on sex. So I decided maybe 10 years ago, I decided to date younger girls, and I would as young as consensually possible, but I was younger then too. And I was like, yo, I'm gonna knock them up to the song that her mama got knocked up to. So whatever song came out the year you was born, that's what we gonna crash to every day. That's what's gonna be, right? So whenever I came to this concept, the year was 1996. Whenever it was that I thought about it, and I started going through all the top 50 R&B songs, right? All the men songs, it's like Jodeci and Boys to Men, and I think Brian McKnight, he was still on top at that time. It was all these songs, and it was all love. We're gonna start back at one. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you want, baby. Whatever you want. I'll pay your rent. I'll buy your clothes. All these male songs singing to women were songs of baby, baby, I love you, baby, 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 take me back. All the girl songs from the black chicks, is Mariah Carey black? Are we claiming her as black or not? For the
Yeah. Well, yeah, mixed.
Okay, so if
The
she's black,
music industry counts her as black. I think only for music purposes.
okay,
Right,
She ain't never gonna be at the. She ain't never gonna ride at the back of the bus.
Yeah, anybody talking about it? Yeah.
So for music purposes, the only from 1995 to 1997, the little group, because I started looking into like, yeah, what? The only 3 female R&B artists who even made a love song, like they really gave a shit about the nigga who paid their bills, was Mariah Carey, Whitney Houston, and I think Anita Baker made a comeback for like one single. Everything else is I Need a Soldier, Can You Pay My Bills, No Scrubs. I'm like, God damn, these bitches been hating us for a long time. All that shit. Mary J. Blige, she was the queen. She never had a good relationship. It wasn't until 1999 when Donnell Jones dropped This Love, and he sung a whole song about leaving his girl to go fuck her friends. That was the first time in R&B history.
Yo, I broke up with my girl back there on that song.
Yeah, this is where I want to be.
I was like, look, it's just something I got to do. Oh, good times, bro. Good times.
Yeah, at that time I was like,
never
damn it,
before.
Donnell Jones.
Never before. And niggas ain't turned back since because they realized like these bitches really hate us. But and now we on YouTube and they still ain't realized these girls hate them. Like, but I don't. Here's my thing. I don't care about girls hating me because girls hate everything. I'm cool with that. They just not cool with that because they want men. Only men love for real, and men try to find a way to express their love.
You're right, I'm thinking about that right now because you know what you're saying. I'm over here reflecting, you know, personally, I reflected, and I'm like, man, it probably do seem like that because, you know, about the whole power control comment there, you know, what you was talking about earlier. I mean, you know, women don't really realize that shit, so we don't know. You don't know, we can't do better. You know what I mean? So it probably do. It probably is like that. Like I'm sitting here reflecting, I'm like, God damn, this song.
Y'all niggas started dating when Donnell dropped. Nigga, y'all.
It's all bad.
I started dating when Donnell dropped too. I had already been fucking, but I started dating when Donnell dropped. I'm with y'all, bro. Well, I was fucking the Jodeci. I ain't gonna lie, bro. That show the after party, the hotel, nigga. I was Nation Homes, man. Oh my god. Shout out to Nation Homes. But my bad. Yo, Dr. C.
That shit was crazy. I'm sorry.
Yo, she reminded me of my ex-abortion buddy so much, bro. Well, she was my ex-bestie. The abortion was a side effect, but she reminded me of my ex-bestie. My ex-bestie was just that silly. Everything.
That's terrible.
Cool shit, though.
That's terrible. But yeah, no, I was reflecting. I was like, you know, we don't know. We don't know. We just don't know. But that, like that little power control dynamic situation. That's it's horrible.
But here's the
thing. It's not horrible. It makes sense. But the behavior that we're doing before you make that point is like, whoa. You know what I mean?
You won't get that though. Like I am a man's man. I was raised by my dad and my uncles. I followed my brother-in-laws, all the niggas on the street. I was fighting niggas for my name. Don't call me shorty, nothing. My story is just the hero's journey, which most men's story should be as a hero's journey. but it's not. A lot of guys are raised by just exclusively by their mom, so they don't understand the power control dynamic. Because, like Hood said, mom is the power and the control, so they think that's how relationships go, but it's not. Like, I would let you get away with a lot of small shit, but just don't pass the gun line, boss. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and my kids, I was raised by a man until I till I went into the system. I was raised by a single father, so I understand. I just you don't get the concept because we're too busy not listening. I guess to be honest. So like I'm sitting here reflecting on my own shit. Not thinking about all women altogether. I just think about me personally. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, man. You're like that. Like I really got to do better. Too reactionary. You see what I'm saying? I'm sitting there reading talking about.
That's how you end up having an abortion, baby. Look, at the end of the day, here's it is. This is the truth. Women really don't.
That's a bad title, sir.
That is a crazy sales pitch. But at the end of the day, man, you really don't want to do shit. Girls don't want to do shit. Like, and that's fine, right? That's fine. When I say that, I mean like all the things that girls have to do because they don't listen to a man, like go to work and then still be a mom, then still have to clean the crib, and still like the absence of being able to listen to a man puts you in a position where you have to do everything, but then you still have to lean on other people, whether it's taxpayers, with services or whatever the case may be, because it's a lot. Just because motherfucker don't want to listen to be like, you know what? Maybe I don't know anything. Maybe I should fuck up.
I was watching this clip the other day, and this girl was kind of explaining that point, which I've known. I kind of worked the logic out already, but she was just verbalizing it exactly like that. Like, what? Why would I be submissive to you and we go 50-50? You do as much as I do. And you would think there's a logic to it, but the problem is that she done sacrificed a whole lot more to not even be able to go 50-50. You done sacrificed all of that shit. So you can't even work it out 50-50. So you got to do it on your own now.
That's crazy,
I think
right?
too that there's a lot of like I'm just speaking for myself. Man, there's times like I think been let down a lot, and then can't trust, and it just gets worse. Day by day, it just gets worse and worse and worse, and you don't really know what the actual root situation was, which was reaction and over talking or loud talking over instead of listening. Yeah, you feel me?
Two things. Look, man, I don't know you, Shawty, but I'm gonna give you some good advice. Take this shit and run to the bank. But number one, find something to do, nigga. Like, be bored. Good. When men are in his real good phase, because all niggas do bullshit, all niggas be good. It depends on what season you catch, man. Men are boring because men have a goal in mind, so they're not really trying to spend money. They're not trying to go nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Once you walk outside, that's $100. Go outside to get some toilet paper right now. You got $100 down. Like, damn, yeah, it's crazy. So it's just you out, buddy. You sit still, right? You just put your hand in your drawers, watch TV. Like life is simpler like this. Your girl got to be used to being bored. She got to find something to do. I don't care if it's board games. That's probably why they call them board games, but if you're bored, you got to find something to do to entertain yourself and entertain him or whatever the case may be. Find a spice. The second thing is, though, and this is most important, don't worry about who you fucking. A lot of girls, because you're saying that you're scared you got trust issues, but 80% of divorces are women. Men have trust issues. Men lose everything over a girl. Your feelings get hurt. Men lose everything. The crib, the kids, everything. He back in his mama basement, listening to motherfuckers tell him, you gotta fight for your kids. Like, what the fuck I gotta fight? They my shit. So your feelings, gotta put them on the back burner. Nigga, look, like if I want to be with another girl, and I'm not saying I do all the time, but if I do, I tell my girl to get a girl. I don't cheat. I tell her to go recruit. I don't even need to know the girl name. That way you ain't got to worry about me calling her later or none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Make it a team affair, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Spin on her. You know what I'm saying? You lick them, I stick them. Make it fun, man. Then you put it out on the porch. But however the case may be, and men are horrible because they lie. But men lie because girls want to hear the lie. Yo, Hey guys, remember that Humphrey Bogart line when Shorty was at the airport and Shorty was like, tell me you love me, even if it's a lie. That's black love.
Mm-hmm.
Cause the truth don't. Yeah, my homegirl told me that shit. She was like, man, I love your honesty, but honesty don't make my pussy wet. I was like, what?
Yo, you know what I think? I think we didn't turn the needle and such. We done went so far in the opposite direction that now it's dudes tell. Look, that's what these black love panels is basically like. The dudes is telling the girls, just tell me you love me, even if it's a lie.
Even if it's a lie. And the girls are like, nah, I can't even do that, son.
Nah, they really can't. That shit crazy. Then they got to try to explain it. No, you see, yo, that's like the panel I was playing on my channel. I was over at the Simp Guard, nigga, and I got into this whole back and forth with these chicks, or these dudes, rather, because the niggas kept like reading off the black man resume, like all the reasons why you should respect the black man. And I'm like, bro, that shit dead. What are you doing? You look crazy.
There's no reason to respect the black man. I wouldn't respect the black man. I'm just being honest with you, bro. I wouldn't do it. I do not recommend. Now, here's the thing. I respect any man, but once you put black on it, you already made yourself make sure you've compromised yourself with a crayon. You know what I'm saying? Just respect me as a man, because I do man shit.
Mm.
Don't put no black on my shit. Because then...
I don't know how to feel about that statement. I'm just like, whoa. That's a lot. Like, I don't know what to feel about that.
Because go ahead, Mom.
No, I'm just like, whoa, like I just didn't know how to feel about that. Go ahead.
What I learned from these passport bros is all that black shit is a sexual fetish. How the fuck you leave your nation? You know how many states it is? How many cities in every state? Nigga, look, I am a highway bro. I have been all around this spectacular nation fucking girls of all different ethnic groups. It's a lot of pussy in America. If that's what you're going for, it's a lot of pussy. 52% of the nation is women. It might not all be quality pussy, but it's available pussy. If that's what you're going for. Right? So why are you leaving America to go to another nation with black women? That makes no sense.
I've been thinking about this black men only get fetishized concept, and I think there is a tiny element of truth in it, but I think fetishization is kind of how women look at men anyway. Like, women fetishize all men. That's why they don't really see the bus driver and the janitor. There's nothing to fetishize, you know? But I think when it comes to like the black thing in particular, and the concept of fetishization, this is what black women will never really truly own up to. The same shit the same over-exaggerated qualities that you fetishize about black men is the same shit that white girls want when they fuck niggas. Especially when you talk about the kind of white girls who, they don't want to marry a black man. They just want some black dick to put it on their bucket list. Yeah, it's the same exact fetishization. Why do you think the whole thug maxing thing works across the board for black women or white? You can get a white girl looking like a hood nigga. You can get a black girl looking like a hood nigga. You can especially get a black woman looking like a hood nigga because they started this shit. But I think it kind of goes across the board. Y'all like all that crazy shit, and I mean all that crazy shit that other girls like in black men. Black women were the ones who made it popular in black men.
You did not go to South Dakota with me, sir. I don't know what made you say that, sir, but shout out to you.
Whoa.
Nah, listen, bro, I traveled too. You was on the West Coast. I was on the East Coast.
Hey, shout out to fetishes. I've heard white girls say that they fetishize the way, like, and white girl, and this is a great thing about a fetish, though. If you don't mind being fetishized, because I didn't mind being a buster. I'd be a buster. The great thing is they share, bro. They call their friends like, girl, you gotta get some of this. I'm like, I bet. So shout out to them, man. They not only do they fetishize, they generous.
It's different for us as men. This is why the fetishization thing is goofy. Like, girl, you gotta insult me with some shit I feel bad about. You know, girls want to suck my dick because I'm black. The fuck I'm supposed to feel bad about that? But see, now for a girl, when that white boy only want to fuck you because you black, that shit fuck with your feminine ego.
Yeah.
And he want to ghetto gag you because he want to play slave
Right. He didn't want to make love to you. He wanted to try new things and shit. It's a whole different ball game.
Like this is fucked up. And then I was listening to this podcast, like they were on some real country shit. They were saying that shit. They were like, I'm like, damn man, that's horrible. And she was funny.
Nah,
Like I should stop
you
smoking before I listen to
these girls, they be telling them stories. It's a video kind of going around Twitter right now. It's an old video I did content on like a year or two ago. But I noticed something. I came up with a whole theory about this shit too. And it's mostly among the women, but especially among the black women who go to like what they call PWIs, the predominantly white institute. So like when these black girls from the hood, they go off to college, or even worse, black girls from the burbs who aren't even Keisha per se, but they black. They go off to college and they can't really get the kind of relationship with white boys that they want. And they probably got, ran through or whatever, bad things happen. And they turn that butthurt into political activism. So a large amount of black women's political activism, especially when it comes to race and race politics, is because you can't get the white dick you want.
But to be fair, that is true. But here's to be fair. So you have a black dick or a man dick? Pause. But it's a rhetorical question. I don't care. But that's what it comes down to. She's fucking the logo. She's fucking the marketing that's based on the dick, right? Because these are the same girls that also fuck the Arabs at the corner store for a free nachos. I mean, let's not act like they care about their body. The whole thing is when your whole identity is based on sex, and I say this about the gay dudes too. When your whole identity is based on busting a nut, then if your nut isn't as valuable to somebody else as you think it should be, now you're ready for political activism. Gay men's inability to fuck the straight man that they want is why they read to kids in school.
Bro, you're not allowed to talk about them niggas like that because there's so many obvious truths about the psychological underpinnings of gay culture. It's like not only is it about the man for the black gays, because there's that whole racism in the gay community that they talk about. So obviously, even the black gays are mad they can't suck the right white dick. That shit burned them up, and now they want to march with BLM and shit because you can't suck the right white dick.
But they want the thug white dick or the corporate white dick. They don't want the regular white dick. So here's the thing, because I just did a show about this yesterday about a dude from South Korea. South Korean, like a motherfucker. Looks South Korean, anything about South Korea. But he got cornrows and a pair of LeBrons on with some skinny jeans and an OPP jacket. And every goddamn black girl in the comments is like, oh shit, you want some mixed babies? And I found that incredible. I'm going to tell you why. Because black women are not a people that don't like something and keep scrolling. If they don't like it, they'll let you know in the comments they don't like it. The fact that I went through like 5 or 6 videos of dude, and all you see is black girls like, if I wasn't married, I got a little sister. I'm like, not one negative comment from these color bitches. And he posting up his fucking criminal background. She's like, oh, you got a felony? It does. So gay men have the same trigger. Like when MySpace was out. Shout out to MySpace. I miss MySpace. When MySpace was out, I ended up at a gay guy's house. Pause. It's a story that goes behind that, but it was a high school friend. I was with one of my homegirls from high school that they ended up being besties since high school. I just ran into him. So we ended up at his crib. He goes and hurry up and turn his computer monitor in when he sees me walk in with her. Right? I'm like, the fuck is you looking at? The nigga had some shit. It wasn't called MySpace, but it was called something. But it was a gay MySpace. It was like a duplicate. The same functions, the same layout, but it was for gay people. And all they was looking at was gay niggas that dressed like Tupac. That was it. I'm like, bro.
Wow.
I'm like, Eric. Shout out to Eric. He had a Twitter. Shout out to Eric and Erica, man. Shout out to both of y'all. But I was like, hey, what the fuck, baby? Like, I like them hood niggas. So now I'm looking like, yo, bro, I'm a hood nigga. Like, slow down, bitch.
Nah, this is why it's fucking hilarious though, because I don't got no real hate for nobody. I'm not trying to go fuck nobody up over being gay or whatever. But that's the reason why you can't really be friends with him either. Even though like you might be cool and wasn't funny and all that, but we really can't be hanging out like that because I never know, bro. That's like, all right, I don't hang around with bitches I'm not trying to fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Facts. And gay dudes run game like niggas run games on girls because we all men. We all men. I'm like, come on, bro. You know, goddamn well that comes. Come on, stop it, bro. Stop it, man. You want to drink, dog? I was thinking about, bro. Stop, bro. Chill. Like this ain't that, bro. But being around that gay dude made me realize something. Sometimes girls just like you, bro. It ain't really niggas got hella game. This is just like you. They like your energy. So no matter what, when she like you, all your jokes funny. Once she stop liking you, ain't none of your jokes funny. Like they just.
Nah, that's just the feminine mystique. You know what I was just thinking too? This weird duality of women. The same women who they like thug niggas and shit. Like it'd be some nigga from jail and his picture go viral because all the girls want to fuck him. They think he cute, but this nigga is doing like triple life for 6 bodies, and they be like, ooh, what's his cash app? What's his commissary? Like those same women be like, black men don't build.
Oh my god.
That's black men don't build.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah,
that's the same girls. That's the shit they be on, and it's like if you hate women, because this is the argument you get. You hate women. Like if you truly hated women, that shit would frustrate the fuck out of you. But I'm kind of at a point where it's just like y'all are so fucking amusing.
Shut up, Snowman. Somebody.
A little confusion going on. I think. I don't. I can't. I mean, me personally. Just me personally. Yeah, I don't think about. I don't think about white dick. As me personally, I don't fetishize. I'm like kind of the opposite of that. But I'm just like, damn, man. Like, is it really like that? Like, I'm thinking about it. Like, damn, is this is really doing that? Like, are they really thinking like that? I have to have a talk. Like, is this really that? Is it really like that? I was like, God, man, that's crazy. That's just crazy to me.
The easiest thing on earth is catch a felony. All you gotta do is get caught. Nigga. It's not even hard. It's hard to stay free and do crime. It's easy to get a felony. It's nothing.
Your volume got low.
Being a felon.
Your volume got low too.
But what the fuck was we talking about? How the fuck did we become relationship counselors?
White dick and fetishism and what people were. They just shit threw me off with the white dick shit. That shit just threw me off.
No, that was my black woman political activism theory. Because realize most black women who are politically active, they come through the university system. And a lot of black women, they go to good schools too. And I just realized, and even outside of the university system, there's another thing where, like, when you get out into the world, into the corporate world, you working in these jobs or whatever, a lot of women, they don't get the reaction from Brad that they want, and that shit burns them up.
But you know why they don't? Because I had this conversation with my niece, and I'm not going to say the full conversation, but I'll tell the ending. My mother, based on her socioeconomic status, got 2 husbands. I don't know how she got any husbands, but apparently she had 2. Maybe she was somebody in her day. When I met her, she was mom already. I don't know the 18-year-old her. But anyway, and both guys were primed to be great guys. Like, both guys would have been millionaires had they not dated my mother, married my mother, right? And so, God bless, right? But great guys. My dad is a great guy, but he do real boomer shit that's anti-man, because you can't be a man and be a boomer apparently. And my sister's dad, my mother's first husband, he got drafted to the Tigers until my mom did some bullshit, and the team was like, yo, we don't even want you, bro, because we don't fuck with your wife like that. So she married good dudes. My sister took that shit and was like, hold my beer. Every nigga my sister fucked with a 7-figure dude, married an 8-figure dude. and cheated on the 8-figure dude with an 8-figure dude. But it's hilarious. It's a crazy story. She was cheating on a baller with a basketball player. Like it was just crazy shit. My sister was she had a date. My sister was cute on that date. But I don't see how she got ballers because her attitude, like my mama attitude, like who like y'all? Anyway, then
Wow.
here comes my niece. Here comes my niece, my sister's daughter. Now she got a doctorate degree and all that type of bullshit. And she wants the type of man. She here's the duality with the college girls now. They want a man that's better than them. So they become the man that they want. And they want a man to outman them. But they also don't want a man. So I'm like, yo, I was like, yo, your mom is a big game hunter. I was like, your grandma a game hunter, your mama a big game hunter. If you can't even catch a fucking fish, that means you ain't listen to your mother or your grandmother. Like as much as they get on my nerves, they get good guys. Like if you want a good guy, listen to your mom. But
You know what?
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I don't think that's just limited to the college women. This is something I noticed with I think it's a result of feminism, but white women, just for the nature of their culture, they don't really lean into this element the way black women do. Like white women don't have that raw, natural disrespect for their men. And this is why you see that weird desire for white men among black women is because they have like an automatic overvaluing of the white guy and an automatic undervaluing of the black guy. And so how that works out oftentimes is the black woman, even when she, a lot of black women date down on purpose, but they want the man to still be better than them at whatever level, right? They have a certain amount of money or whatever level they at. They want a man to be better than them. And the problem is when they actually do get a man who's like, quote, better than them in some obvious metric, they don't want to acknowledge and defer to him, which is the natural order of things. Like, so when the white girls, when they get their Brad, they do all cool shit. They compete to keep Brad's attention. But with black women, it's a little bit different. It's like you got to compete to keep her attention. The whole thing is skewed. And so they want things from men that they don't actually respect the deal that they're even asking for.
Okay, girls are dumb. I'll piggyback off that. White women dislike men for a short period of time, the way that black men love black women for too fucking long. And that's in the abstract. Like, white women don't hate a particular man. White women just hate men because they 18 years old and they smelling they piss. But they get over it quicker. So by the time they get their associate's degree, they spend the next 2 years trying to find a husband while they're in college. They spent the first 2 years hating everything, trying to save shit, be feminists, got signs, joining Black Lives Matter. Then they turn 20, 21, like, yo, it's time for me to get my life right. Let me find a husband, right? Because bills have to be paid and it's cold outside, right?
Right.
Black women, everybody else go to college to find a man. Black women go to college so she won't need one. So what happens is black women hate everything. They really hate, even when they say they need a man, that's because they got too many bills and they're just looking for a sponsor. But they really they like hating people. And I've studied the colors. I have studied the colors intensely. And I realized why. It is the programming from black mother to black child. There is something intrinsic about black mothers to make their daughters go against natural law. Like, don't sit on his lap, don't take candy from, like, every man is a danger, which they wouldn't have to do if she wasn't a dumb bitch that ran off the daddy, because then the child would have masculine love.
You read my mind. I think that right there is the fundamental difference between like the black little Becky and then the white young Keisha, whatever. Becky still has, she's rebelling against her father, but she still has the imprint of fatherhood on her childhood, where a lot of black girls don't have that proper imprint. So a lot of times, even if there was a dad, he wasn't the authority in the same way Becky's dad was authority. So there's one thing from Becky's kind of like, she's like cosplaying a rebellion, whereas like black women are really like born revolutionary. They're born for the war, essentially. It's a whole different game because one is kind of starting out with a fatherly mold for the most part. Like, not all girls got dads, but still having that nuclear family is way more common over there. So she's going to have that imprint of structure and rigidity, and also she's going to have a little bit of like, I don't want to, shame my dad or let my dad down. There's going to be a little tiny element of that where you don't get that same kind of draw from the black community because we just shape differently.
Because women choose their own man and they're not supposed to. They're just not supposed to. Women make horrible decisions. Like, okay, I'll give you a perfect example. Me being a ganger banger, get a little ass. Me being a hot boy, get a lot of ass. Them knowing that I graduated from high school at 12 years old, man, got a man wrote books and invented shit, got patents in my name. That don't get pussy wet. Everything that would make me a good person if I was Jewish or Arab makes me a pariah in the black community. So I just be like, I fucking shitty, like give me some pussy. You feel what I'm saying?
Whoa.
That is the issue. So now here's another problem. Every woman wants a man that's smarter than her. And that's fine, right? Because everybody needs instruction. You need to be able to trust the person that you're with. So you need to know if you don't know it, that they got you. That makes perfect sense. That's natural law. What makes it unnatural is black girls want a guy that's smarter than them. Then they want to outsmart the smart guy. Like, bitch, what's the purpose?
Well, I think it's a fundamental, like, all right, a few minutes ago we were talking about that conundrum of once she's trained to earn her own money and be her own woman, it makes her way less compatible to actually be under a proper man. Not just any nigga, but like if you meet an actual good man who's worth it, she's way more incompatible just for having been trained to be independent, right? So I think when it comes to that argument, you're dealing with a whole different kind of beast with the black woman because they're trained for independence.
No, they're not. They're trained to be slave owners. Never make mistake that, bro. They're not trained to be independent
Well,
because they're independent as shit. They're trained
that's
to be
the
slave
that
owners.
I give you that in the grand context of it all, but when it comes to like how their daily lives work out, they're not seeing it, and it doesn't. That payoff hasn't really come yet. We kind of, you and I see the writing on the wall, but I get what you're saying. I just think that the framing of it is more about their independence makes them almost completely incompatible, and so about them trying to outsmart the smart guy, they have to do that because here's the problem in her mind she's supposed to be, how like the girl in the chat, the not gynocracy lady, she was saying how they want equal control. And I told her there's no such thing as equal control. That's like a car with two steering wheels. The problem is they've been bred and trained and indoctrinated not only from their mom, but just from the world and then from school. And then don't let her go to college. They'll get all these messages about what a woman's supposed to be. And so then they get with a man who is actually competent, actually has a proper broad vision, a broader masculine vision, and not one, it's intimidating because now he's not somebody that you're better than, and so you automatically know how to roll. He's somebody who you have to contend with. And if it's a situation where like if you try to move him in your house, that shit ain't gonna work because he's not gonna want to live under your order. If you move into his house, you literally sacrifice the freedom and independence that you've been trained and bred for. That shit creates a whole set of problems in the mind of a lot of women. And I think that's like a real fundamental issue that's happening right now where a lot of women, they don't see it, they wouldn't know it, but they're being trained to be alone when it counts the most.
And
Yep.
what
Yep.
guys don't realize is, not to cut you off, Mom. What guys don't realize is they're trained to be slaves. They don't realize this is when I studied the colors because I'm way younger than my siblings. So I'm listening to how my oldest sisters and my female cousins that are all age appropriate for my parents. My parents had me, they were like 30. You know what I'm saying? So the rest of the kids, they're like 11, 12 years older than me. But if I'm 7 years old, I'm paying attention to everything. I don't have nothing else to do. I'm 7. You know what I'm saying? And I'm listening to the advice, like, God, listen, girls, men only want one thing. Make sure you get your own car fare in case you got to leave so you can make it home. Make sure, cool. Perfectly good advice. I'm 7 years old. Like, cool. They're telling my sister, my cousins how to protect herself from a guy that's overly aggressive, so she doesn't have to fuck to make it to the crib, right? When it's my turn though, it's make sure you carry a book bag, walk on the outside of the street in case a car hit the curb so you die and she live. Make sure you fight for her, give her flowers. No, give me the same rules you gave them. That I only want one thing, that she better have some fucking money. Give me those rules.
Right. You know, even I hate to even the simple version of that is this is almost a universal. We teach young boys don't hit girls, but you don't really teach girls don't hit boys.
Mhm.
That little shift, that difference in approaches, it creates a power dynamic. And I think girls, you know, for as much as we call them dumb, they have a predator's intellect, right? They're as smart as they need to be to catch their prey. So this is what I'm saying. Like you listen, calling girls dumb is a funny joke, but no predator is truly stupid. Every predator is smart enough to catch what they need, and their prey is us, right? So they're smart enough to catch us, and they learn these
Say
things
that
from
again.
a young
What's that prey?
age.
No, say that again, man. For the people in the chat. What's their prey?
Their prey is us. Every predator is smart enough to catch their prey, and women's prey is men.
Their prey is not success. Their prey is not getting a job. Their prey is not a degree. All those things are to trap men. Their
Yeah,
entire
yeah.
livelihood is based on trapping men. The problem with black women is they want to be the man they're trying to trap, and when men aren't shopping for that. Like, you want beef, shorty? I'm Presbyterian. Like, I don't want that. You know what
I
I'm saying?
mean, you know, I'm going to get really, really sexist right here, but you know, we've been going a long time. This is what happens when you have a long show. All the crazy ideas start coming out. But as a culture, I don't think black men have truly had an honest, open conversation about the benefits of sexism. Like, why? Like, all right, if we're supposed to be a revolutionary community, because I'm thinking about video clips that I saw from like Panthers and whatnot, Black Panther women talking about we on the front line next to our men. I'm like,
That's
if you
crazy.
really want to be honest, how many women does an army really need on the front line? Like, we haven't really had that honest conversation as you know, black people, because we just been drilled down a particular line. But let's keep it a buck. Like, what competent army really has women in the front?
Not only that, they're a communist socialist group. Let's be fair. The Black Panthers that people think are so pro-black, they are, because black is for women. They're a commie socialist group. And all of the women that were in that motherfucker had whole degrees and jobs. That is not how communism works. Communism works like the projects. Everybody got the same accommodations. You just decorate them how you want to. Ain't nobody really got shit. We share what we got. The projects is communism. The, being a fucking professor at UCLA Berkeley ain't communism.
Nah, the jobs came after for the most part, but yeah,
You gonna jump
that's kind of the sellout. That's why, like, when black men used to make that argument about black women sold us out, it wasn't even just the issue of you chose black men over welfare. That was like some one-to-one personal shit that happened between men and women. But on a collective level, black men had no problem putting their women forward to go to university, to go get educated, to go learn. And you know, you were supposed to bring these things home and raise the community, but them stupid niggas, they forgot the natural order. That's not what women do with knowledge. Women don't give a fuck about building castles and shit. They like shoes and glitter. And so women didn't do what men would normally do with power and leadership. Women looked out for each other and they kept the party going. And so the men didn't really get the same benefit from like the revolution that the women got. And so the women now, they got this position in the universities and in city governments or whatever, and it didn't turn into a beautiful, developing, thriving black community. That shit turned into the modern ghetto that we all complain about.
And they tell men to step up. Here's the thing, because I'll never step up, so I'm not.
And they tell the men that we don't build. Like we all agreed that women would get into school and learn to build, and then 25 years later, these bitches like, you niggas don't build shit.
Not only that, but you want me to do the labor for free. That's slavery. You want me to save the community for free. You want me to mentor your kid for free. You want me to put myself in danger for your goofy, raggedy ass, because men's supposed to protect them, for free. And I say no to thee, and now I'm a bad guy. And I don't care about being a bad guy. So you got me fucked up. So which is why I don't mind snatching your goodies and giving you these 2 tacos and let you get $40 from somebody else. Because I understand that I can't love a person that doesn't love themselves. I can't. If your value is based on me, right? All women's value is external. Women have no internal value. I'm just being honest. Now, I might see some value in you. I might like you, but you don't like you. It don't matter. You know what I'm saying? So now I can't like you because I know you don't like you. So I got to take my like with a grain of salt because I can't lift your self-esteem, or you'll think you better than me because you only like me because you don't like yourself, right? So I got to keep you in that perpetual you ain't shitness for you, not for me, for you. And that's what they should have done. With the Black Panther should have done. But anyway, so what ends up happening is the fact that all of women's worth is external. Even which like I know my worth. No, you don't, because they're worth it. What do they do when they say they know they worth? They take vacations, they buy purses, they fuck niggas. So everything that you think made you worthy is external, right? So your worth is based on your value, and the value is based on the market. Men assume your market value. You can't assume your market value, right? There is a man that will give you $300 just to make sure you're all right. He assumes your market value. You can't come
That's
on
why I
camera like,
hate that. I hate that I know my worth thing because it really is a statement of value, and the value is based on the market, like you said. The
yeah,
bitches ain't putting themselves on the market, but you know your worth. You know you don't. No, you don't. You don't know shit.
I don't know shit. But here's the thing: when a girl says, "Yo, a man got to give me $200 to date me," you put a price on yourself that no man will accept. However, there are men that will give you $200 if you just shut the fuck up. Yeah, just give it to you. Just shut the fuck up.
You
You feel
know,
what I'm saying?
this is why I didn't understand this entire like archetype as a kid. You just something you like you see make fun of, like the old white man in the mountains who says "fuck the government." You know, like Ted Kaczynski, like the Unabomber. Like I actually read the Unabomber's manifesto. That nigga was on point. He might be scary to some people, but he knew what was coming. And basically, like becoming a man and having to see how the government steals your bitch. I learned a whole new hatred for the government, because that's really another thing. See, at like a certain economic level, when you're like middle class and higher, it's really more about her rights and privileges. She can just leverage, the game against you, and now you got to figure out a way out the trap. But when it's at the bottom, the government basically stole your bitch. The government has put so much stuff to prop up women at the bottom over men at the bottom, that when it comes down to like people like trying to grind their way up or whatever, it makes the women very difficult to deal with, because like, all right, I ain't got shit, you ain't got shit, and we try to make something in this world. But the minute I get you pregnant, you no longer need the things I can provide as a man, right? That I walked into that kind of dynamic and I was like, holy shit, I want to blow the courthouse up. I just realized why those guys do that type of shit.
You know what?
Fellas, I need to close this out in like 10 minutes. I'm just letting you know.
All right, cool, no doubt.
Carry on.
Dirty folks, we going to your house?
I could have company. You wanna be my company?
Yeah, I'll come chill for a minute.
This is the closest y'all gonna get to angry with dirty snow in the hood. This is the closest y'all gonna get, y'all. It's close y'all gonna get. Just
Nah, it's wild. We basically made this the Dirty Hood show for the last like hour or so over here.
Yeah, it was a good learning session. I mean, I listened. I was
Snowman
like,
popped off his own show. He was like, "Yo, fuck these colors." And shout out to Snowman. Like, Snow. You know what, man?
That was a good build.
I like Snow. Snow, my guy. You know why Snow's my guy? Because as all men do, they can roast each other and not be offended. Because we say some foul shit to each other, and people are like, "Yo, I love that shit." So Shout out to him, man, because I don't be offended. You be like, fuck these colors, and I be like, fuck the colors. I'm like, fuck y'all crackers. He be like, yeah, fuck these rednecks. Like we both hate each other and ourselves. Like, shout out to him.
No, that's why I was kind of blown away that whole night with the like the white supremacists or whatever. The fact that we got along, it didn't surprise me, but I was amused by that shit because like, bro, niggas kind of got the wrong idea about the political position in this world. And Dirty Folk, you kind of say it, you framed it in a way that works perfectly. Like black men. We got to just be willing to make a deal. And if we take the #2 spot in America, accept that. #2 in the best country in the history of the world is a good deal for niggas that used to pick cotton. So I say we should be #2. Let the white man be #1, and we join in racism against everybody else. That's the way America was supposed to be.
Man, that's how everything works, bro. Look, I don't look, and here's the thing. I'm gonna give y'all a freebie. White men don't even want to be #1. That's why they keep letting
No, they want their baby mama to be #1. That's why I hate these niggas, bro.
they don't even want to be #1. The responsibility of being #1 is something that a particular group, doesn't matter what ethnic, we're not talking ethnicity, we're just talking about a particular type of person wants. It's not for everybody. Most people just want to, shelter, a hot body under them, you know what I'm saying, a hot meal in their tummy. Like most people not really trying to rule the world. So if they don't care, like Chicago being a perfect example. There's white people in Chicago, you would never know it looking at the news, but there's a lot of white people in Chicago. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They don't give a fuck who the mayor is. They only ran one person. They ran Paul Vallis. Everybody else was black. You know what I'm saying? Willie Wilson was a black billionaire. The Jamal Green, the black activist. Brandon, black closet gay. There was another black guy that I actually did vote for. I don't remember his name though. Michael something.
He does strike me as a closet fella.
Look, man, I ate chili with him. I had a chance to check his energy. I was like, you smell a little bit too much, my G. Anyway, motherfucker, one of my guys called me like, man, Brandon, one of the guys, these folks. I said, no, the fuck he ain't, G. I'm not claiming.
That nigga smile, you can see all his teeth.
Bro, the ones in the back, my nigga, like the Cheshire cat, or whatever how you pronounce that cat, or Alice in Wonderland. You see all the teeth, nigga. But 7 out of 8 candidates, black women. Lori Lightfoot, she ran again. She lost, obviously, but she ran again. Carol Mosley Braun ran again. Everybody was black. It was only one white guy. So white people really don't care who's in charge. They just want you to make sure they straight. You know what I mean?
That's why I said, listen, bro, between these various Muslims and the various Latinos, black folk gonna have to rethink their whole political strategy because this shit ain't gonna work. The Muslim vote and the Latino vote is gonna block your reparations. They gonna keep selling that to you so you can vote Democrat, but that shit ain't gonna happen. And so that being said, y'all niggas gonna have to think up a new strategy because the world is changing fast. The politics that you thought was happening ain't happening no more. We're on a whole different type of time. That's why I said, look, we should just link up with the white folks, kick everybody else out, and then if we gotta have little battles here and there, that's fine. It's our house. We family.
You know what though? The problem with colors is they still
a lot of
doing.
people been talking about it like that. A lot of people would say things like that. That's very interesting.
Now we still having 1950s arguments.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Have you ever heard of it's a comedy show in Utah with the Mormons. It's called the no alcohol show and no something. Anyway, it's supposed to be they're in a bar, but there's no liquor and you can't use any profanity.
The very idea of Mormon comedy sound dry and weird. As Mormon comedy, that should sound so like that's like a fucking.
The Mormons aren't the comedians though. It's just
it sounds funny as hell. What they joke about virginity and cows and shit.
Now multiple wives, but no, it's all type of comedians, but it's in Mormon. It's in Utah, and they film it on Comedy Central, and it gives a lot of. It's like the Mormon version of like the Mormons took over what used to be Def Jam or something like that. They gave comedians exposure, and now they do it. It's called the something. Anyway, there was a black guy on there that said the realest shit. He said him and his girl and his brother or something were the only three black guys around all white people, and all the white people were scared, like, oh my god, they're gonna get signs, they're gonna start marching, and everybody laughed. And I'm like, this is what they see colors as toothless motherfuckers that grab some signs and break dance in the street for a minute and then go back home.
Damn.
It is what it is, because it is that 1950s thing. That's what they did in the 1950s. And who paid for the cameras? Because there ain't no YouTube back then, bro. Motherfuckers had to bring the press out. You know what? We'll discuss that on my channel, man. I'm about
Right.
to
See, once you start talking about the press and the media, you start talking about that invisible third party. That's why I say, look, black folk, we chose the wrong friend. We chose the wrong friend because we think one person or one group of people is responsible for all our struggle. And I'm like, well, there's another group of people that's kind of in the mix too, and they've been doing a lot of shit that you didn't talk about. Matter of fact, you thought it was Group A, but it was really Group B because they look alike.
That's the problem. My mother calls everybody hunky. She calls Mexicans hunkies. She calls the tiny hats hunkies. She calls the crackers hunkies. Everybody hunky. She has more hunkies in her heart than George Jefferson.
And you know what? I think that blending that obscures the target, and I think that was done. That was something that was intentionally put on us.
That's the crayon game, right? Because the Italians and the Irish have really very little in common with the Brits, the French, and the Germans. Very little. But
Right, whether you're talking about ethnicity, culture, or the slave trade, there's radically different levels of involvement.
Yeah.
even in America, I had an Italian girl come to me, and I didn't sleep with her, but I did not sleep with her because she was white. I didn't sleep with her because she was a co-worker, and I just do not sleep with co-workers. But she came out on break one day, was like, "Oh, Daddy, you should give me some of that mystical, magical I smoke Newports too." I'm like, bitch, smoking Newports ain't a indictment on blackness, motherfuckers.
Nah, you know what I was just thinking? Because like Europe is funny because white people they got their racism, like their intra-white racism, and so like certain groups are like the niggas of Europe, and Italians are one of those groups. Like you ever see that movie True
No,
Romance where he
I
was
just
telling
lied.
that joke about the eggplant and all that shit? Like a lot of Europe they look at certain groups like you ain't really white like we white.
And I just lied. She wasn't Italian. She was Greek. No, she was Italian. My supervisor was Greek. She was cool as shit too.
Yeah, I don't think Greeks and Italians get counted as white by the hardcore white people.
Either way, she was Italian or Greek. Either way, she wasn't counted as she's not. She's only white next to black people. But anywhere else, she was Greek or Italian. Which one? I think she was Italian. Sicilian, some shit. She was dark skin crap. But it is what it is. Hey man, I'm finna fire up the show because she got to go, man. And I respect you. Was cool. You was hanging out with you been cool the whole time. You were cool moderator. Smoke you a joint though. Don't quit smoking blunts. I'm gonna tell this to all the ladies. You tell your friends this, shouty. Ain't nothing sexy about a bitch smoking blunts. It's not about the weed. It's about the blunt. Smoke joints. Roll you some joints. So get you one of them one hitters. The whole blunt shit.
Well, I switched the papers years ago. It's way more economical too.
Yeah, that's player shit. The
Yeah,
joint.
it was a joy. It was a joy. And I was drinking a double shooter. I was just had to giggle, and this shit just hit me at the wrong time for the giggles. But yeah,
Nah, you good. You good. That's how you was high. I was like, oh, she chill. You know what I'm saying?
I was just holding it down because I thought Black Sun was gonna pop back up and close the show down. So I was just sitting here just holding it down. I didn't intentionally. I didn't. It wasn't intentional. It just happened that way. That's the conversation kept growing. You know what I mean? So yeah, I didn't intend on holding it down this long, but I just actually had things to do. You know what I mean? I was gonna do it at like 2 o'clock. I'm gonna call her out time, so it's 2 o'clock. You know, so I was gonna do what I needed to do.
Not you. I'm laughing at Roy talking about snowman and nodded off with blows.
Hold on, we got another guest real quick. Welcome back, brother.
Hey, we taking this to the daycare, man. We out of here, man. We gonna let her, you know what I'm saying? She been cool. She been a hospitable hostess. You know what I'm saying? She ain't even get on my nerves. You know what I'm saying? That's how I know she dope.
That's
You know how
right.
you just get on my nerves. You ain't even get on my nerves. You all right. So man, we gonna shut the respect, man. We gonna dip off. But you're welcome to slide through. Matter of fact, hold on, I'm gonna
Yeah,
drop
thank
it.
you everybody for joining Black Sun's panel in this show. Thank you everybody for chiming in on Black Sun's channel. Y'all have a blessed day.
Yeah, we taking this. Hey, Hood. I'm gonna put the both of y'all really. I'm gonna put the link to the in the back chat. You know what I'm saying for the what's the name?
Okay. Well, I'm gonna close it out. I'm just gonna end the stream. So be like get y'all together, like maybe 2 minutes or whatever, and I'm gonna close it down.
I got you, man. It's been real. It's been real. We in the daycare, man. I like this girl. She alright with me, man. She, you know, especially for the colored girl. She alright.
Yeah, y'all have a good day. But I'm gonna go ahead and get ready to end the stream because thank you. Peace. Thank y'all.